in the Dragon Ball world within an unknown universe on Planet Vegeta. On this day, deep within the Saiyan royal palace at the planet's core, King Vegeta summoned all the mid-class warriors of Planet Vegeta. Their purpose was to discuss the disposition of an infant. A Saiyan knelt before the throne and asked humbly, "Your Majesty, forgive my impertinence. I have heard that you intend to send my son Broly to a border planet." "Correct," said King Vegeta from the high platform. "But Your Majesty, I heard my son is being sent to a planet called Vampa, a barren wasteland with nothing at all. Your son's potential is extremely high. In the future, he may threaten the safety of us Saiyans. I am merely exiling him instead of taking his life. You should be grateful, Paragus." "What?" The Saiyan named Paragus stood up, clenching his fists tightly, his anger burning beyond control. "Cursed King Vegeta, you are jealous of my son's potential, afraid he will threaten your son's position. You." King Vegeta sneered, "So what? While we are speaking, your son has already been sent away." "What?" Paragus hurriedly stood by the window to look outside. Yet on the space launch pad outside, there was no sign of a spaceship taking off. At that moment, a figure suddenly pushed open the door and burst in. "Paragus, don't worry, Broly's spaceship has been stopped by me." You are." Paragus and the others in the palace stared at the newcomer in astonishment. King Vegeta on the throne stood up, his face filled with anger. "Lynx, how dare you return?" The visitor was called Lin Shun. Of course, that was his name from a previous life. In this life, his name was Lynx, a young Saiyan warrior who had been put on the wanted list. The reason for the wanted list was that after Lynx's soul transmigration awakened in this life, he abandoned the mission King Vegeta had given him and disappeared for 4 whole years. "Lynx, 4 years ago you defied my orders and fled. Now you dare to come back. Are you courting death?" Lin Shun gritted his teeth and said, "I came to warn you. Frieza will soon come to destroy us Saiyans. If we don't prepare early, the entire planet Vegeta will be annihilated." Upon hearing this, the scene suddenly fell silent. The mid-class warriors present opened their mouths wide, even Paragus looked stunned. The next moment, the scene erupted in laughter. Everyone dismissed Lin Shen's words as a joke. "Ridiculous. We Saiyans are Lord Frieza's right-hand men. Why would Lord Frieza destroy us?" Lin Shen snorted coldly. The situation was exactly as he had expected. Unless Bardock were here, no one would believe him. But he had spent 4 whole years in the Dragon Ball world, living incognito in the outer worlds, only to return to Planet Vegeta, not to be laughed at. "All of you shut up," Lin Shen bellowed, then pointed at King Vegeta before the throne. "All Saiyans must obey the king's decree." "King Vegeta, since I cannot convince them, then I only need to convince you alone. According to Saiyan tradition, I challenge your royal authority." "What?" King Vegeta's eyes widened, thinking he had misheard. Lin Shen said, "As everyone knows, the reason you have firmly held the throne is because your grandfather King Vegeta, I led the Saiyans to conquer the Tuffles and occupy this planet. But according to our Saiyan tradition, the throne should belong to the strongest. So now I challenge you. If I win, I will be the new king of the Saiyans." As soon as Lin Shen finished speaking, a mid-class warrior leaped out. "How dare you show disrespect to King Vegeta, Lynx? Fight me first. Get lost. My target is only him." Lin Shen pointed at King Vegeta. "Don't tell me you dare not accept the challenge." "Foolish." King Vegeta's veins bulged on his forehead. "Lynx, a mere low-class warrior, dares to challenge me. Good, very good. I accept your challenge. I will make everyone know the consequences of angering King Vegeta." "Huh." King Vegeta let out a fierce shout, his aura exploding fully as he rose from before the throne and shot toward Lin Shen like an arrow. But, bang. King Vegeta's punch was blocked by Lin Shen's single finger. "Damn it, how is this possible?" King Vegeta's face changed drastically. He had used all his strength in that punch, yet it couldn't even overcome one finger of Lin Shen. I am King Vegeta, the king of the Saiyans." King Vegeta quickly stepped back, gathered energy in both hands, and hurled an energy sphere condensed with all his might at Lynx. Yet that energy sphere was deflected by a flick of Lynx's finger, changing direction, piercing straight through the palace and flying into the sky. Rumble. The violent explosion attracted the attention of Saiyans around the palace. WWHYA. King Vegeta stared at Lin Shen in disbelief. Lin Shen's expression remained unreadable. "These 4 years I've been risking my life for today. How can you who have sat comfortably on the throne compare with me? But your battle power." King Vegeta was still wearing his scouter. The device on his left I had been displaying Lynx's battle power as only 2,000. That thing can't detect instantaneous battle power. I can control my ki now. My true battle power is 10 times yours. 10 times. Not only King Vegeta, but the others also gasped. If this were true, it was staggering. A battle power of 1000. That was undoubtedly the highest battle power among all Saiyans. How could Lin Chun, who was merely a low-class warrior, possess such strength? No, impossible. How can you have a battle power of 1000? I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. As King Vegeta screamed, Lin Chun suddenly vanished from his spot, and the next moment appeared behind him. With a single punch, King Vegeta was knocked unconscious. As he fell to the ground, Lin Chun reached out and removed the circular necklace, symbolizing the king's position. Lin Chun raised the necklace high and walked toward the throne that had belonged to King Vegeta. From today onward, I am the new king of the Saiyans. After 4 full years in the Dragon Ball world, this moment had finally arrived. Lin Chun knew that from this point he could begin the final step of his plan: kill Frieza and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. He did all this because upon first arriving in this world, he had bound the ultimate choice system. The first ultimate choice the system opened for Lin Chun was as follows: Choice 1, defeat Frieza and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Choice 2, defeat the Kaishin. Reward power of the Kaishin. Choice 3, defeat the God of Destruction and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward power of destruction. When he first learned that he had obtained the selection system, Lin Chun was overjoyed. The golden finger that all transmigrators were supposed to have. He had finally gotten it too. But when he saw the 3 choices presented by the system, Lin Chun, who was well-versed in the original storyline, turned pale. Damn it, what kind of options are these? Each one was more absurd than the last. Not to mention the great demon Frieza. Could he, with a combat power of less than 10,000, possibly deal with the Kaishin or the God of Destruction? Other people got a beginner's gift pack when they first acquired a system. Why did his system immediately throw an impossible hell-level task at him? Wasn't this a total scam? Lin Chun wanted to give up on the selection, but the system immediately countered the task cannot be abandoned. You must choose one and complete it before Planet Vegeta is destroyed. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Facing the system's blatant threat, Lin Chun gritted his teeth and without a second thought, chose the first option. Frieza the Kaishin, the God of Destruction. For Lin Chun, who was currently just an ordinary low-class warrior, only Frieza offered a theoretical glimmer of hope for victory. Moreover, opportunity often accompanies risk. If he could successfully complete this mission, Lin Chun's future would be immensely bright. The Dragon Ball world was fraught with dangers. Even becoming a Super Saiyan might not guarantee survival. But if he could obtain the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, given his performance in the original story, Lin Chun believed he could weather any future crisis. Thus, Lin Chun spent the next 4 years in dedicated preparation, all to defeat Frieza before he could destroy Planet Vegeta. Relying on the system's prompts, Lin Chun pinpointed the time of his transmigration precisely. Age 733, 4 years before Planet Vegeta's destruction. Time was short, and with Kakarot not yet born and the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, just 1-year-old, Lin Chun could hardly find allies. Defeating Frieza seemed nearly impossible. But after carefully analyzing the plot, Lin Chun found a sliver of hope. To achieve his goal, he needed a combat power of at least 6000, and the full support of all Saiyans. To this end, Lin Chun escaped while on an external mission and began wandering the universe alone. In the first year, Lin Chun tried to raise his combat power through training. The body he had transmigrated into had a combat power of only 2000, the most common low-level warrior among Saiyans. Although his physical age was only 14, there was still room for improvement, but the hope was still slim. After a year of arduous effort, Lin Chun had only raised his combat power to 1000, still a world away from his target of at least 6000. So in the second year, Lin Chun changed his approach. He had to admit that his body lacked the innate talent of Kakarot or Vegeta. Raising his power to 6000 in the remaining 3 years was extremely difficult. Thus, in the second year, Lin Chun spent a full 12 months scouring the universe for the location of Planet Namek. Under the current circumstances, the only way Lin Chun could think of to rapidly increase his strength in a short time was to go to Planet Namek. It wasn't that he intended to use the Dragon Balls to wish for power. That was impossible, as even Shenron had limitations. Moreover, with his current strength, Lin Chun couldn't possibly defeat Namek with Nail protecting it. His real goal was to negotiate with the Elder and have him unlock Lin Chun's potential. The Elder of Namek possessed the unique ability to unlock a person's hidden potential. In the original story, after his guidance, Krillin and Gohan, whose combat powers were originally only 1 to 2000, saw their strength multiply tenfold. If Lin Chun could also receive the Elder's help, his goal would be easily achieved. So after locating Planet Namek, Lin Chun immediately headed there and spend another year on the planet. As a Saiyan notorious throughout the universe, Lin Chen's journey to meet the Elder was not smooth. Initially, the Namekians mistook him for an invader and attacked without warning. Even after Lin Chen explained his intentions, the Namekians did not fully trust him. They proposed that to meet the Elder, he must pass their challenges. Thus, Lin Chen spent another year on Namek, passing multiple tests of wisdom, courage, and combat power. At last, he stood before the Elder and made a special pact. As the condition of the pact, the Elder fully unlocked Lin Chen's combat potential, granting him a combat power of over 1100. From a low-class warrior to a Saiyan with a combat power of 1100 in just 4 years. The hardships were unimaginable, but every moment was worth it. Seated on the throne, Lin Chen recalled the past 4 years, then raised his head and addressed the still astonished crowd. I know that some of you may still resent me, but according to tradition, the new king has 1 week to rest. If you wish to challenge me, you must wait a week. After that week, if I am defeated, you may depose me or kill me. But until then, I will not tolerate any disobedience. My next orders may seem strange, but you must obey. First, what happened today must be kept among the Saiyans. Frieza must not learn that the Saiyan king has changed. Second, all intermediate warriors present are to immediately eliminate every one of Frieza's subordinates on Planet Vegeta. Leave only those responsible for communication to send false reports of peace. We must not leak a single bit of our plans over the next few days. Lynx. King Vegeta, now awake, crawled on the ground staring at Lin Chen in shock. Well, what exactly are you planning? Lin Chen glanced at King Vegeta and said, what am I planning? I plan to lead all Saiyans in rebellion against Frieza. Hearing this, the Saiyans below were stunned. Rebel against Frieza? Rebel against the Emperor of the universe? Was Lin Chen insane? Despite their doubts, the king's command was absolute. That day, Lin Chen's secret rebellion plan among the Saiyans began. No. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the alien planet called Namek, a colossal column of water suddenly erupted from the planet's ocean surface. A gigantic aquatic beast was propelled by the water column from the seabed high into the sky, and after soaring over a kilometer above the sea, it plummeted down. At that moment, a young boy with black hair, a tail, and a tender face emerged from the seabed, crashing into the beast and instantly ending the life of the already dying creature. The boy then lifted the beast and flew toward the shore. There, Nail, the strongest of the Namekians, stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching youth. Uncle Nail, I've won. You don't have to worry about me going berserk anymore, right? The boy said, holding the beast with a smile. Broly, I saw it. You can now control your anger freely. That's good, Nail said expressionlessly. Though his tone was cold, his words were filled with concern. After all, as Brawlah's guardian, Nail had lived with him for 5 years. Watching Brawlah toss the beast's corpse ashore and start a fire to cook, Nail couldn't help but recall 5 years ago. 5 years ago, a Saiyan named Lynx, who had once stayed on Namek, brought the 1-year-old Brawly before the Great Elder. This Saiyan not only wished to entrust Brawlah to the Namekians, but also requested the use of the Dragon Balls. What Nail could never understand was that the Great Elder agreed to all his requests. Later, puzzled Nail asked the Great Elder about his intentions, but the answer left him bewildered. The Great Elder believed that these 2 Saiyans might become the saviors of the Namekians in the future. Saviors? Nail snorted. He didn't know about Lynx, but this Brawly had nearly become the destroyer of the Namekians. Nail had never imagined that there could be a natural-born prodigy like Brawly in this world. Though still a child, Brawlah's strength grew with each passing day. Fortunately, despite his ever-increasing power, Brawly was an obedient child who rarely caused trouble. However, sometimes when faced with danger, he would suddenly lose control of his emotions. Every time he lost control, this child Saiyan would transform into a frenzied demon. In the first year of Brawlah's arrival, Nail could still restrain him. But by the second year, a rampaging Brawlah possessed power that far surpassed Nail's. Fortunately, when Lynx first came to Namek, he seemed to foresee Brawlah's potential emotional instability. When summoning the Namekian dragon, he used one wish to create the Flute of Serenity, which could calm any raging soul, and entrusted it to the Great Elder. Relying on this flute, Namek narrowly escaped destruction by Brawlah several times. As Nail reminisced, Brawly had already devoured the entire beast. He patted his bulging stomach with satisfaction. Uncle Nail, I'm full. I saved a piece of meat for you. Are you sure you don't want any? As I've said before, Namekians need only sunlight and water. All right, I'll eat it myself. Nail watched Brawlah feast, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. Though a demon, Brawly was still a good child at heart. When not in a frenzy, his personality endeared him to the Namekians. Speaking of which, Brawley, the 5 years are almost up, Nail suddenly said. Hearing this, Brawley put down the meat. Really? Uncle Nail, is Brother Link's coming out? Very likely. Want to go see? Sure. Brawley quickly finished the last bit of meat, then flew up, rushing impatiently toward a certain spot in the deep ocean, leaving Nail behind. Nail didn't call him back, but flew along as well. Namek was a planet of islands with most of its surface covered by green oceans. In the depths of the largest ocean area, a sphere of light had appeared 5 years ago and remained ever since. For 5 years, this luminous orb had shone like a miniature sun, illuminating the surrounding waters. Anyone sensitive to energy would notice a powerful aura faintly emanating from within the sphere. After flying for a long time, Brawley and Nail finally reached the sea where the light orb resided. Through the water, Brawley immediately sensed something different from before. Really? Uncle Nail, Brother Link's energy is stronger than ever. It's like he's about to awaken. A bead of sweat formed on Nail's forehead. Without Brawley's reminder, he had already noticed the change below. That Saiyan's energy was indeed more immense and terrifying than before. Damn, what had that Saiyan been doing down there for 5 years? As Brawley and Nail hovered over the sea inside the light orb beneath the surface, Lin Chen's consciousness was gradually awakening. 5 years ago, after setting everything up, he had begun fusing the legendary Saiyan bloodline in the depths of Namek's ocean. Over these 5 years, his consciousness had been completely severed from his body, while his physical form disintegrated into particles within the orb, then reassembled and regenerated. Finally, the 5 years were up and Lin Chen's body had completed its reconstruction. In the next instant, a surge of immense power pulled his consciousness back into his form. A flash of green light passed through the orb, and Lin Chen, who had slept for 5 years, finally opened his eyes. Ding! Host has successfully fused the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. The first thing Lin Chen heard upon opening his eyes was the system's synthetic voice. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of joy. Finally succeeded. He never expected that fusing just the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline would take a full 5 years. Was it due to the system's inadequacy or the extreme difficulty of fusing the legendary bloodline? Just then the system spoke again. Reminder: Host's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is a perfect bloodline. Though it took 5 years, it has eliminated the side effect of the legendary Super Saiyan's inability to control power. In the future, Host need not worry about losing consciousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart surged with joy. Legend had it that the greatest flaw of the legendary Super Saiyan was that upon unleashing full power, the inability to control such might would drive one mad, turning them into a mindless engine of battle and slaughter. Lin Chen had originally planned to merge his bloodline first, and then seek a solution, but the system had resolved everything in one fell swoop for him. A blessing in disguise. It seemed that spending 5 years fusing the bloodline was well worth it. System, can I check my battle power? Lin Chen asked. Of course, detecting battle power is one of this system's functions. The system replied, and then displayed several lines of text in Lin Chen's mind. Host Lin Chen. Battle power 550000. Bloodline legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills: instant transmission, key control. Raising his battle power from 100 to 5500 in 5 years was not a rapid pace, but this was merely the beginning. With Lin Chen's awakening, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline would truly come into play. By the way, system, can I transform into a Super Saiyan now? The host cells are currently insufficient. It is estimated that a battle power of at least 1 million is required for the cells to enable a true transformation. For now, only the Super Saiyan Rage state is achievable. The system responded. Super Saiyan Rage. Isn't that a setting from the oldest movies? Lin Chen suddenly thought. The bloodline you have fused is the legendary Saiyan bloodline from the Ultra Instinct version, which differs slightly from Dragon Ball Super. Lin Chen felt a surge of relief upon hearing this, for the legendary Saiyan bloodline from the Ultra Instinct version was more powerful, but also more prone to losing control. With the system's help, he no longer had to fear suddenly losing his mind and killing all his comrades. After checking his status, Lin Chen looked up. He had sensed 2 familiar auras above him since earlier. They belonged to Broly and the Namekian Nail. System, scan their battle power. Lin Chen commanded. In the next moment, he saw the system display the battle power values of the two. This function was even better than Frieza Force's Scouter, and there was no risk of the device malfunctioning due to excessively high battle power. Nail 42000. Broly 230000. Lin Chen was slightly startled. Before he had fallen into slumber, Broly's battle power was merely 100, yet now it had reached 230, an increase of nearly 23 times. Was he indeed also one possessing the legendary Saiyan bloodline? Truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the ocean's surface, Broly and Nail had noticed the light sphere below gradually fading. Initially, they thought Lin Chun would emerge soon, but as time passed, there was no movement beneath the sea. Uncle Nail, could something have happened to Brother Lynx? Broly asked anxiously. Calm down, his aura hasn't disappeared yet. He might just be waking up. Before Nail could finish, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Yo, Broly. Nail. Seeing Lin Chun truly awake, Broly immediately lunged forward with a hearty laugh. Brother Lynx. The two embraced, and Lin Chun looked at the cheerful Broly, finding it hard to associate him with the gloomy, introverted Broly from the original story. Letting him grow up on Namek had indeed been the right choice. Lynx, what exactly did you do these past 5 years? Why has your aura changed so drastically? Even though he and Lin Chun were old acquaintances, Nail remained wary of him. Lin Chun smiled and was about to explain, when his expression suddenly shifted and he looked up. Broly and Nail mirrored his action. All three sensed numerous vast and malevolent auras approaching Namek from space. Boom. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. The three then saw a colossal spaceship descending from the atmosphere. A Frieza Force ship. Lin Chun raised an eyebrow. The ship before him was the same model as the one he had destroyed, belonging to Frieza. Could it be Frieza or another member of the Frost Demon clan? No, the aura within that ship was far weaker than Frieza's, likely just a small squadron. His system scan revealed that the highest battle power among the newcomers was only 17000. For comparison, even in his initial form, Frieza boasted a battle power of 53000. Thus, the one on the ship was probably just a high-ranking officer, not a frost demon. Reptiles of Namek, this is the spaceship of the space pirate Lord Pei-Gen. Have the person in charge of this planet come out to meet us immediately. Otherwise, we will destroy this planet. You have only 10 minutes. As the ship breached the atmosphere, a booming voice resonated across the entire planet. Damn invaders. Nail gritted his teeth and prepared to charge out to teach them a lesson. But Broly held him back. Uncle Nail, there's someone on that ship with a stronger aura than yours. Let me go. As the two argued, Lin Chun chuckled. All right, Broly. I've been asleep for 5 years and need some exercise. Don't fight me for it. With that, Lin Chun soared into the sky, heading straight for the spaceship. His muscles, dormant for 5 years, were itching for action. Since these people weren't from the Frieza Force, he had no reason to hold back. Lord Pei-Gen. The scouter detects someone approaching. While Lin Chun was still in flight, the spaceship above had already detected him. Inside the ship, an alien shouted. Seated in the command chair was a one-eyed giant, the unit's commander Pei-Gen. Resting his chin on his hand, he asked, "Who is it?" "A Namekian. Looks like a Saiyan." The ship's monitor displayed the approaching figure. Upon seeing Lin Chun's hair and the tail behind him, the aliens immediately identified him. A Saiyan. Pei-Gen was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, I never expected to encounter a Saiyan on Namek. Those damned Saiyans. Rumor has it they vanished without a trace after severely wounding Lord Frieza 5 years ago. Who'd have thought I'd find one here on Namek? Deploy the troops immediately. I want him captured alive. Pei-Gen stood up, his massive fists clenched tightly. Lord Cooler has recently reappeared and is recruiting strong warriors to rebuild his Cooler force. I was originally planning to gather intel on the legendary Namekians as a gift for Lord Cooler before joining him, but to run into a Saiyan. This is heaven sent. Listen up, all of you. If we capture this Saiyan and extract the whereabouts of the others, Lord Cooler will surely reward us handsomely. Maybe he'll even get to be a corps commander. So make sure you catch him. Yes, sir. Roars erupted as figures shot out from the spaceship. Countless space warriors in combat suits surged forth from the spacecraft, one after another. They were all soldiers under the command of the great pirate Pei-Gen, who had plundered hundreds of planets. Each one was a heinous criminal. A force of nearly 100 men formed ranks in front of the spaceship, waiting only for Lin Chun to approach. In no time, Lin Chun flew before them and stood in confrontation. This Saiyan actually dares to come. Ha ha, they say Saiyans are a battle-crazed race, biting anyone they see. Is he trying to challenge us? Amidst the laughter, a space warrior activated his scouter. Let me see his power level. 15000. 15000. Ha ha ha. The other space warriors burst into laughter upon hearing this. A power level of 15000 was decent for a Saiyan, but it was nothing in the face of their overwhelming numbers. Don't waste time. Capture him quickly, we still need to find the Namekians. At that moment, the voice of their leader Pei-Gen crackled through the communicators. Immediately, an alien flew toward Lin Chun. Hey, you there, Saiyan. Come quietly, and we'll go easy on you. Lin Chun gazed at the scouters on their faces, refraining from rash action. Familiar with the storyline, he knew well that these scouters also functioned as communicators, transmitting everything happening around them to the other end of the universe. He wasn't afraid of these men. His fear was that after dealing with them, he would attract even more enemies. Who are you? Are you Frieza's men? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear us just now? We are the Pigeon pirate crew. But soon we will serve under Lord Cooler, said a space warrior. Lord Cooler. Lin Chun remembered the name. Lord Cooler was Frieza's father, a being renowned across the universe long before Frieza's time. But more than that, Lin Chun was relieved to realize that these people were merely ragtag remnants unaffiliated with Frieza or any other major power. With that, he had no more reservations. In that case, die here. A gleam flashed in Lin Chun's eyes. A ki blast tore through the sky, instantly vaporizing a space warrior. The ki blast, undiminished in power, slammed into the spaceship behind them, causing it to shudder and teeter. Damn it! My ship! Pigeon roared, launching himself out of the ship. He shouted at his stunned subordinates. You useless fools, what are you waiting for? Capture him! Bastard! The remaining space warriors snapped out of their stupor and launched a furious assault on Lin Chun. A barrage of ki blasts, energy beams, and cannon fire from the spaceship converged on him. In an instant, the spot where Lin Chun stood was engulfed by a chaotic storm of energy, and he vanished from sight. Brother Lynx. In the distance, Broly, who had been sensing the battle, grew frantic. His hair began to bristle, and his aura swelled. But a hand rested on his shoulder. Easy, Broly. Haven't you noticed? Lynx's energy is perfectly fine. He's probably testing his own strength. Really? Broly's chaotic aura subsided instantly. Meanwhile, high above, the space warriors finally ceased their assault. Gazing at the acrid smoke before them, the warriors grinned maliciously. Oops, we might have overdone it. Yeah, that Saiyan must be reduced to dust by now. What an idiot. Who told him to pick a fight with the Pigeon pirate crew? Wouldn't it have been better to surrender? But then some of them noticed a silhouette within the smoke. What's going on? Is that Saiyan still alive? As the smoke cleared, they saw Lin Chun floating there completely unharmed, just as he had before. How is this possible? He's not even scratched. The warriors stared wide-eyed, as if beholding a monster. An attack like that would have left even their leader Pigeon battered. Yet this Saiyan showed not a single wound. How could this be? Wasn't his power level only 15000? Lin Chun examined his own body, a satisfied smile, curling his lips as he clenched his fists. His body, fused with the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, had become indestructible. Are you done? Then it's my turn. Lin Chun sneered and began to fully unleash his aura. In an instant, fierce winds howled and towering waves hundreds of feet high crashed toward the shore. At that moment, all Namekians on the planet felt an immense pressure. Not far from Lin Chun, Nail broke out in a cold sweat. That lynx is truly a monster. In the sky, beep, 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 bang, bang, bang. As Lin Chun's power surged, the scouters on the space warriors' heads exploded one by one. Panic seized them. Before the scouters blew, many had seen Lin Chun's power level exceed 25000. And on the spaceship behind them, the ship's scouter provided an even more precise reading. 55000. Lord Pigeon. That guy's power level is 55000. What? Pigeon's jaw dropped. He turned and demanded, Are you sure you're not mistaken? Impossible, Lord Pigeon. This ship's scouter is the most accurate in the entire universe. Pigeon quickly realized the ship's scouter couldn't be wrong. After all, he had bought this ship at a high price from the Frieza Force. It was the same model as Frieza's own vessel. Yet as terror gripped them, Lin Chun's voice rang out again. Don't be so surprised yet. The real show is about to begin. Laughing heartily, Lin Chun began to steadily increase his power. At the same time, the aura around him slowly transformed into a brilliant golden hue. With such convenient targets before him, Lin Chun naturally wanted to test the limits of his current strength. What? At that moment, even the space warriors who couldn't sense energy felt the perilous aura permeating the air. Monster. On the spaceship of Pagan, the crew members watched in terror as the readings of the battle power detector soared continuously. Unlike the portable battle power detectors carried by combat personnel, the battle power detector on the spaceship was larger and heavier, but its upper limit was also higher, capable of accurately measuring battle powers up to 1 million. This was also the highest battle power value that could be detected since the invention of the battle power detector. At this moment, as Lin Chun's body underwent changes, the battle power index on the spaceship was rising continuously. 70000. 8000000, 9000000, 100000. Boom. Another massive explosion suddenly occurred on the spaceship. One surviving crew member, barely conscious, spoke into the external communicator of the ship, Lord Pei-Jin. That guy's battle power has already exceeded 1 million. 1 million. Upon hearing this, not only Pagan but all the aliens outside were stunned. 1 million. In this world, apart from the Frost Demon clan, how could there be someone with such terrifying battle power? Huh. Oh. A roar captured the dazed gazes of those present. At this moment, the aura surrounding Lin Chun had completely transformed into a golden color. Not only that, his hair stood up in spikes, transforming from black to a purplish black. Huh. Lin Chun exhaled. At this moment, he felt he had reached his limit. Although he had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was already stepping into the stage of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. This state, while not yet a true Super Saiyan, possessed a power akin to one. System, what is my current battle power? Lin Chun asked in his mind. Host battle power 3.9 million, the system replied. Huh. Lin Chun was taken aback. He remembered that according to the original story, a Super Saiyan could enhance battle power by 50 times. Now, even though he was only a pseudo-Super Saiyan, he should at least have a 10-fold increase. Why was it that he didn't even reach 7 times now? System, did you make a mistake? The system's calculations are precise. Forget it. Lin Chun temporarily set aside his doubts. Now was not the time to investigate the reason. Because just as he felt puzzled about his low battle power, in the distance the group of space pirates were already frantically trying to escape. Too powerful. Run. This guy cannot be a Saiyan. He is a demon. A demon. I know he must be that Saiyan. The one who seriously injured King Frieza must be this Saiyan. We actually encountered him. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly caught everyone's attention in the previously chaotic sky. A bunch of useless fools, shut up. The tall Pei-Jin flew out from the crowd, shouting angrily at everyone. What's there to panic about? Don't you think, how could a Saiyan possibly possess 1 million battle power? It must be a malfunction of the detector, just a mere Saiyan monkey. Just as Pei-Jin was halfway through his words, his eyes widened as he looked down to find a hand piercing through his own stomach. Lin Chun's voice echoed hauntingly in his ear. You can judge for yourself whether it's a detector malfunction. Lin Chun's palm erupted with a flash of light, and Pagan, pierced through by a single hand, was instantly obliterated in the explosion of light. As the smoke cleared, Pei-Jin had vanished before everyone's eyes. A powerhouse with a battle power of 1700, no matter where he was in the universe, could at least navigate freely, if not dominate. Yet before Lin Chun, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Flee. Quickly flee. Lord Pei-Jin was wrong. He truly has 1 million battle power. Super Saiyan. This Saiyan must be the legendary Super Saiyan. In the midst of the fear, no one had the courage to stay on site, and all the space pirates fled toward their spaceships. Meanwhile, the spaceship that was still smoking began to turn and prepare to accelerate away. Don't even think about escaping. Lin Chun gathered all his energy into a single point, the golden aura rising with his roar. Suddenly, a golden energy beam erupted from Lin Chun's aura. The golden beam shot through the sky like a comet, engulfing those space pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was enveloped in golden light, and those space pirates didn't even have time to scream before being completely consumed by the golden beam. Confirming that no one had escaped, Lin Chun smiled, returning to his normal state, and instantly moved back to Broly's side. Brother Lin Kexus. Broly excitedly rushed to Lin Chun's side. Lin Chun smiled and patted his head, then looked at Naru and said that just now should count as fulfilling a promise, right? When we meet the Elder, you must remember to testify for me. Naru nodded, though he was secretly astonished. Back then, when Lin Chun met the Elder, he exchanged a promise to protect the Namekians 3 times in the future for the Elder's consent to enhance his potential and give him 3 chances to use the dragon. At that time, he thought this person was just boasting. Even if he relied on the Elder's power to enhance his strength with that little ability, how could he protect the Namekians? He didn't think it was bragging. But unexpectedly, 5 years later, this Saiyan's strength had increased to such a level. Among those space pirates, just now there were a few whose strength Naru could clearly feel far exceeded his own. If it weren't for Lin Chun's intervention, relying solely on the Namekians' own power, they would have faced a catastrophic disaster. However, the Saiyan before him easily dealt with the enemy, saving the Namek planet once again. The Elder's prophecy was indeed not wrong. This Saiyan truly became the savior of the Namekians. Using Lin Chun's instant teleportation, the 3 quickly arrived near the Elder's residence. At this moment, several Namekian elders were seeking the elders' assistance regarding the broadcast from the space pirates they had heard earlier. The appearance of Lin Chun and the others caused the elders' voices to suddenly stop. All right, the danger has been eliminated. The elderly elder spoke at this time. Those space pirates have been dealt with by the Scion Lin Kexis. If you are fine, return to your respective villages and let everyone be at ease. The elders looked at the suddenly appeared Lin Kexis, unable to speak. Finally, someone spoke up. Lin Kexis, you've awakened. When Lin Chun trained on Namek for a whole year, he had almost visited all the Namekian villages, so a few elders were naturally familiar with him. Correct. Just now the elder was right. Those space pirates have already been dealt with by me. Elders, you can return with ease. Lin Kexis smiled. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances and finally nodded, leaving the place, entrusting everything to the most reliable elder. The elders of Namek's villages departed, leaving only Nail, the great elder's guardian, to attend to matters. After the elders had gone, the ancient great elder spoke. Young Scion, your power has grown beyond imagination. Could it be that in these 5 years you have become a Super Scion? Super Scion? What is that? Broly was taken aback. But Lin Chun nodded. Not yet, but I am very close. Indeed, it was wise to make an agreement with you back then. The great elder sighed. This time, if not for you, Namek would have faced a great calamity. You need not thank me, I will fulfill what I promised. Lin Chun said. I came this time to bid you farewell, great elder. I plan to take Broly back. After I leave, you can summon Shinron and create a communicator that can reach me at any time. Then if you encounter danger, I can come to your aid immediately. I understand, young Scion. You are a man of your word. The Namekians will remember your friendship and kindness. The great elder smiled. Lin Chun chuckled and patted Broly's shoulder. Broly, say your goodbyes. You may not return here for a long time. Hearing this, Broly's face showed regret and reluctance. Goodbye, great elder. Goodbye, Uncle Nail. Goodbye, Broly. Do not forget your inner cultivation. Nail's face also showed a rare reluctance. Then he took out a short flute and handed it to Lin Chun. This is the flute of serenity you had Shinron create. Over the past year, Broly has learned to control his emotions, so I have never used it. Since he is leaving, we have no use for it. Take it. Lin Chun took the flute. The flute of serenity was a valuable item. Although Broly was loyal to him, the legendary berserk power within the Saiyan bloodline might one day drive Broly mad. With this, he could at least avoid the worst-case scenario. Having done all this, Lin Chun placed his hand on Broly's shoulder, touched his index and middle fingers to his brow, and said, Well, farewell, everyone. Whoosh. The two Scions vanished. Nail informed the elders to prepare to summon Shinron. The great elder sighed and instructed. Great elder. You. I have a feeling that although we have averted this crisis, Namek's danger will return before long. The great elder sighed. Lin Chun was right. We need a tool to summon him at any time. Hearing this, Nail slowly lowered his head. He wanted to argue to tell the great elder he could protect Namek himself. But thinking of the aliens who had attacked today, he knew he could not refute. Though Nail was indeed the strongest on Namek, the universe was filled with countless beings far mightier. Planet Vegeta. 5 years ago, using Shinron's immense power, Lin Chun had moved Planet Vegeta to the edge of the universe. Though far from the cosmic core, it had brought the planet unprecedented peace. 5 years ago, before preparing to merge the legendary Saiyan bloodline, Lin Chun had returned Planet Vegeta to King Vegeta and devised a 5-year plan for the Scions. According to this plan, the Scions would conserve their strength over these 5 years, abandoning their past lifestyle of constant conquest, and await Lin Chun's return. During this period, all Scions were forbidden from leaving Planet Vegeta to prevent the leak of its new location. Thus, before returning to Planet Vegeta, Lin Chun had expected to find a scene of peace. However, to his astonishment, when he and Broly arrived at Planet Vegeta, what greeted them was a scene of desolation. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the earth was parched, trees were withered, and the ground was littered with animal bones. The entire planet seemed to be at the end of its life, exuding a heavy, dying aura. Lin Chun, is Planet Vegeta really like this? Broly looked around in surprise. He had been young when he left Planet Vegeta and had no memory of his homeland, thinking it was naturally such a barren world. But Lin Chun knew full well that Planet Vegeta was not this wasteland. He frowned deeply, wondering how it had come to this. Just then, he suddenly sensed an incredibly vast energy from the direction of the Saiyan capital. This energy was even more powerful than his own at that moment. What? Could Frieza have already found Planet Vegeta? No, though the energy was immense, it felt strange. Just then, Broly pointed to a spot and said, Lin Chun, there are many weak energy signatures over there. Lin Chun looked in that direction and indeed sensed a large number of energy signatures gathered somewhere. Compared to the terrifying energy at the capital, these were numerous, but weak. Science. Broly, let's check it out. Yes, Lin Shin. The two flew off immediately. Along the way, they saw nothing but desolation. Damn it, what happened? Suppressing his anger, Lin Shin sped up. Soon they arrived at the location of those energy signatures. But looking around, there was only a barren mountain range. Nothing was there. Strange, Lin Shin, did we sense wrong? Broly wondered. No, follow me. Lin Shin smirked and suddenly accelerated towards a mountain. With a loud crash, Lin Shin crashed directly into the mountain. Beneath the mountain, there was a hollow space. Many young Saiyans, under the protection of a few adult female Saiyans, were huddled together, staring in terror at the sudden intruder. Lin Shin hadn't expected most of the Saiyans here to be children. Just then a Saiyan with spiky hair flew up shouting, "Get out of here. They'll handle him." Vegeta. Hearing the young Saiyan's exclamations, Lin Shin smirked. A young Vegeta? Lin Shin made no move, for before Vegeta could throw a punch, Broly had already stepped in front of him. How dare you? Broly easily caught Vegeta's fist. The immense force made Vegeta grit his teeth. He couldn't believe he was being overpowered by a child his own age. Damn it. I am the prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. Confronted by Broly's overwhelming might, Vegeta's prideful nature flared once more. Without a second thought as to why he had never seen these two before, he gritted his teeth and abruptly withdrew his fist. With a rapid succession of palm thrusts, a barrage of energy blasts flew from Vegeta's hand like machine gun fire, hurtling toward Broly's face. The energy blast struck Broly squarely, enveloping the cavern in a thick, blinding dust cloud. Chunks of debris rained down from the ceiling, shaken loose by the shockwaves. Yet Vegeta showed no sign of relenting. His aura continued to surge, building toward his ultimate technique, poised to unleash it at any moment. But as Vegeta's power escalated, the cavern itself groaned under the strain, on the verge of total collapse. Prince Vegeta? Stop! It's coming down. Everyone run. The Saiyans below screamed in terror as massive boulders cascaded down, scattering in every direction. Just then Broly emerged from the dust cloud, completely unscathed, and drove his fist into Vegeta's abdomen while he was still charging his attack. Vegeta's attack was cut short. With a choked cry, he vomited bile and plummeted toward the ground. Broly's cold expression remained fixed as he prepared to pursue, but Lin Shin's voice rang out. Enough, Broly. They're allies. As Vegeta fell, the trembling cavern fell silent once more. A group of young Saiyans rushed anxiously toward the fallen Vegeta. One with hair cascading down to his hips helped the immobilized prince to his feet and asked nervously, "Prince Vegeta, are you all right?" "Get away, Raditz." "And Vegeta?" Ugh. Vegeta couldn't hold back and retched again. "Who are you people? Why are you here?" Lin Shin floated down with Broly, addressing the children. At the sight of Broly, who had defeated Vegeta with a single blow, the children instinctively shrank back in fear. Even Raditz's legs trembled. Vegeta, still unable to move, glared. "And who are you? Are you with Tulls?" Among the terrified Saiyans, only one female Saiyan stepped forward to face Lin Shin and Broly. Hearing the name she mentioned, Lin Shin raised an eyebrow. Tulls. He recalled that this was a Saiyan from an original movie. In the original story, that Saiyan had left Planet Vegeta long ago, forming his own wandering squad. Using a seed of the spirit tree they somehow acquired, they roamed the universe, seeking suitable planets to plant it, harvesting its fruit to boost their strength. Could the desolation of Planet Vegeta be due to the spirit tree? And was that terrifying aura the tree's own? If so, everything made sense. My name is Lynx. Lynx. At the name, the Saiyans present gasped in shock. Lynx, a legendary name on Planet Vegeta. Lynx, are you really King Lynx? The female Saiyan stammered with excitement. You've been missing for 5 years. I've returned. Having merged with the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, Lin Shin's appearance had slightly changed. Unless one was familiar with him, it would indeed be difficult to recognize him now. At Lin Shin's nod, the female Saiyan's expression shifted. Then, without warning, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, leaving Lin Shin and Broly exchanging bewildered glances. King Lynx, you finally returned. Thank goodness. If you hadn't, Planet Vegeta would have been doomed. Lin Shin paused, then patted her back gently. Don't cry. Tell me what happened to Planet Vegeta. Okay. The female Saiyan choked back her tears and began to explain the events that had transpired on Planet Vegeta. As Lin Shin had suspected, it was indeed connected to the rogue Saiyan Tulls. Ever since the dragon had relocated Planet Vegeta to the edge of the universe, the Saiyans, under King Vegeta, had started a new life. Conquest was no longer their way. Their daily routine now consisted of training on the planet, awaiting the return of their true king, Lynx, 5 years hence. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and most Scions had grown accustomed to this life of cultivation. But then a spaceship shattered the peace of Planet Vegeta. Its owner was Tull's a former low-class Scion who had betrayed his race. In some ways, Turles' story mirrored Lin Chen's. Also a low-class warrior, he had once killed his comrades during a mission and vanished without a trace. Now, years later, he had reappeared, immensely powerful. Under his command was the Tull's Crusher Corps, 5 alien warriors of considerable strength. Upon arriving on Planet Vegeta, Tull's immediately displayed overwhelming power, easily defeating King Vegeta and even Bardock, the planet's strongest warrior. After his effortless victory, Tull's declared himself the new king of the Scions and planted a mysterious seed, the Spirit Tree, in the capital. According to Tull's, the Spirit Tree was a mystical plant that absorbed a planet's life energy to bear fruit called Spirit Tree fruit. This fruit could dramatically increase the consumer's battle power. After defeating King Vegeta, Tull's used the fruit as a lure to win the allegiance of some Scions. They were now gathered in the capital awaiting the fruit's ripening. King Link's the remaining loyal Scions, including King Vegeta, are assembling around the capital to stop the fruit from maturing. Lord Bardock says if we destroy the Spirit Tree before the fruit is harvested, Planet Vegeta can be restored. We were useless in battle, so we were ordered to look after the children. King Vegeta said that if they fail, these children are the Scions' last hope. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He hadn't expected that his wish to move Planet Vegeta would inadvertently lead the Tull's Crusher Corps right to it. He recalled that in the original story, Tull's and his crew had been evading Frieza's forces, searching for remote planets to plant the Spirit Tree. He never thought they would stumble upon the hidden Planet Vegeta. What a twist of fate. Ding! Detected the crisis on Planet Vegeta, triggering the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Ignore the crisis on Planet Vegeta. Seize all the fruit of the Spirit Tree. Reward the technique Spirit Bomb. Choice 2. Intimidate the Tull's Corps. Subdue all members for your own use. Seize all the fruit of the Spirit Tree. Reward the technique Kaioken. Choice 3. Kill all members of the Tull's Corps. Destroy the Spirit Tree. Reward 10 fruits of the Spirit Tree, a 50 times gravity chamber. Seeing the choices suddenly presented by the system, Lin Chen made his decision without a second thought. I choose 3. Planet Vegeta was to be Lin Chen's future base of operations. He had expended one wish from the Namekian dragon to relocate it here. How could he stand by and watch it be drained dry by the Spirit Tree? As for the rewards, techniques were something he could simply learn from King Kai whenever he had the time. Conversely, the 50 times gravity chamber held far greater appeal to Lin Chen. Regarding the fruits of the Spirit Tree, the 10 fruits offered by the third choice, though not abundant in number, should be sufficient. Moreover, judging by the storyline, Tull's and his crew likely possessed a Spirit Tree seed. If he could obtain it, he could simply plant it on another planet. Why sacrifice his own Planet Vegeta? Ding! Host selection confirmed. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Lin Chen withdrew his consciousness and looked at the female Scion. Rest assured, I'll go deal with those people now. Hearing this, the female Scion's face lit up with joy. She bowed her head. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Chen nodded, floated into the sky, and was about to leave when he suddenly looked down at the female Scion with a smile. By the way, what is your name? Hanasia. Your Majesty, you may also call me Hannah. Hanasia said, her cheeks flushing crimson. Lin Chen nodded, said no more, and flew into the sky alongside Broly, leaving the cave. After the two had departed, the other female Scions immediately crowded around Hanasia. Hannah, congratulations. Has King Lynx taken a liking to you? Hannah, you're amazing. I should have come out and talked to His Majesty too. While the female Scions were laughing and chatting, Vegeta clenched his teeth. Damn it. Raditz, let's follow them and see. Huh, but it's dangerous out there. If you're scared, just stay here. I have to see with my own eyes just how strong this Lynx really is. Vegeta ground his teeth, his face a mask of unwillingness. If even a mere child by Lynx's side felt unfathomably powerful, then just what level of strength did Lynx himself possess? His resentment burned fiercely. As the prince of all Scions, he was supposed to be the strongest. Yet now 2 individuals had emerged who far surpassed him. How could he possibly accept this? I will confirm their strength with my own eyes, and then one day I will surpass them. I will reclaim the throne for my father. Just as Vegeta was swearing this oath. On Planet Vegeta, the Saiyan royal capital, the once glorious city was now a thing of the past. The entire Saiyan royal capital had been annihilated by a colossal tree. Where the capital once stood, only the towering trunk of the tree could be seen, and above it layers of swirling clouds. This giant tree was the legendary divine tree, the Spirit Tree. At the edge of the Spirit Tree, a group of Scions stared at the colossal tree, gnashing their teeth in fury. Bardock, you said you saw His Majesty Lynx coming to save Planet Vegeta, so why hasn't he appeared yet? The fruit of the spirit tree should be almost ripe, shouldn't it? Among the crowd, King Vegeta, a bandage wrapped around his forehead, glared furiously at the giant tree that had destroyed his palace. If it weren't for Bardock, he would have ordered a full-scale assault long ago. However, before the attack, Bardock, one of the aides Lin Chun had appointed for King Vegeta, claimed he had seen a vision of Lynx's arrival. King Vegeta was aware of Bardock's precognitive ability, and it was precisely his words that had stayed King Vegeta's hand from acting rashly. But as time wore on, his patience was wearing thin. King Vegeta, please have a little more patience. The Tull's core is too strong. Without His Majesty Lynx's help, even if we fight with our lives, it might not be enough. Beside Vegeta and Bardock stood another Saiyan, Paragus. He was also a chief of staff appointed by Lin Chun for King Vegeta. The words of these two men forced King Vegeta to endure. But just then the scouters worn on the Saiyans' faces began to emit a beeping sound. At the same moment, a loud laugh echoed above their heads. Huh, if it isn't King Vegeta, have you had a change of heart and decided to pledge allegiance to Lord Tulls? King Vegeta and his men looked up in terror. A group of Saiyans was hovering above them, surrounding a small party. Those Saiyans were the traitors who had betrayed King Vegeta and defected to Tulls. The six they surrounded were the 5 core members of the Tull's core and the evil Saiyan Tulls himself. Realizing they had been discovered, cold sweat dripped down King Vegeta's face. Bardock too clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at the Saiyan who sought to destroy his homeworld. Adding insult to injury, this Saiyan bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The Saiyan Tulls looked almost identical to Bardock save for his darker skin. Tulls, get out of Planet Vegeta this instant. The true king of the Saiyans is about to return. When he does, you and all your men will die without a place to be buried, roared King Vegeta. Oh, a bloodthirsty smirk curled on Turles' lips. This true king you speak of, is it that fellow named Lynx, say? I've heard of him. A mere fighter with a battle power of only 100, and he dares to call himself king. Beside Tulls, a Saiyan with only a tuft of hair on his head chimed in, that's right. King Vegeta, open your eyes and take a good look. The true king of the Saiyans is none other than Lord Tulls. His battle power has already reached a staggering 300. Nappa, when did you become like this? Where is your pride as an elite Saiyan? Seeing the man, King Vegeta's anger flared. The man's name was Nappa. He had once been King Vegeta's personal guard and aristocrat among the Saiyans. Yet after Turles' invasion, he was the first to come crawling for mercy. It was under Nappa's lead that many Saiyans chose to betray their king. Pride. You dare speak of pride. Where was your pride when you were groveling before Lynx, King Vegeta? King Vegeta, Nappa turned and fawned over Tulls. Lord Tulls, please allow me to dispose of these unruly fools for you. Go ahead. The corners of Turles' mouth curled up a smile he couldn't contain. Although Dales had fantasized countless times about the day he would rule over Planet Vegeta, he never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. He had merely been searching the edge of the cosmos for a planet to cultivate the spirit tree, never expecting to stumble upon the long-lost Planet Vegeta. When he first discovered that this planet was the missing Planet Vegeta, Dales felt a flicker of panic. The tale of the Saiyans betraying Lord Frieza and gravely wounding him had spread across the universe. Initially, Dales feared encountering the formidable warrior who had injured Lord Frieza on this planet. However, after discreetly investigating, he learned that the Saiyans had defeated Lord Frieza through cunning rather than sheer strength. Moreover, the highest battle power on the entire planet barely reached 30,000. At that time, Dallas' own battle power had already soared to 300,000. Thus, Dales began his campaign. Relying on his overwhelming strength, he not only succeeded in planting the spirit tree, but also persuaded numerous Saiyans to become his servants. Once merely a low-class warrior, he had now ascended to the pinnacle of Saiyan society. The feeling was utterly magnificent. Go Nappa. But if possible, recruit a few more. Without enough subjects, my title as King of the Saiyans would ring hollow. As you command, your majesty. With Dallas' permission, Nappa descended with a cold smirk before King Vegeta and his entourage. King Vegeta, this is your last chance. Surrender and pledge allegiance to Lord Dales or face death. Do you think you're worthy? King Vegeta scoffed. Of course. You simply cannot comprehend the greatness of Lord Dales. Everyone. Though Lynx once led us to defeat Frieza, he also forced us Saiyans into hiding, unable to even leave this planet. This lifelike imprisonment is no life for a Saiyan. Nappa bellowed at the assembled Saiyans. But Lord Dales is different. Following him, we can return to the thrilling life of old. More importantly, Lord Dales possesses the fruit of the spirit tree. Those who pledge loyalty to Lord Dales will have the chance to savor the spirit tree's fruit. Behold, this is the power of the spirit tree's fruit. Huh. Nappa roared, unleashing his aura. In an instant, a formidable pressure like a tempest swept over every Saiyan present. Their scouter devices emitted a series of beeping alerts. 30,000. King Vegeta stared in disbelief at Nappa, once his subordinate. Though Nappa had increased his battle power over the past 5 years before his betrayal, it had barely reached 10,000. How could it have tripled in just a few days? Could the spirit tree's fruit truly be so miraculous? Even King Vegeta felt a tremor of doubt, and the other Saiyans were even more shaken. Some showed fear, others longing. Clearly their resolve was wavering. Sensing the surrounding apprehension, King Vegeta gritted his teeth and suddenly lunged forward. All bluster, Nappa. I'll show you who the true royal blood of the Saiyans is. King Vegeta threw a punch, but Nappa caught it effortlessly. Nappa sneered coldly. King Vegeta, need I remind you? You are no longer the Saiyan royalty. With that, he delivered a merciless blow brimming with savage power to King Vegeta's head. Bang! Blood splattered as King Vegeta cried out in agony, his body hurtling backward like a meteor streaking across the horizon. Yet Nappa pursued the flying king, delivering a midair reverse kick that slammed him into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, forming a deep crater beneath King Vegeta. Nappa planted a foot on his fallen foe, unable to contain his wild laughter. Ha! Saiyan royalty. King Vegeta, do you see? This is the true power bestowed by the king of the Saiyans. Before him you are nothing but an ant. Damn it! King Vegeta struggled to rise, but Nappa stomped him back, down his face grinding into the earth. Umph. A worthless waste. Nappa spat, his gaze sweeping over the remaining Saiyans. Except for Bardock and Paragus, all the others flinched, stepping back in fear. Well, now do you see who the true king of the Saiyans is? Just as Nappa's words faded, a tremor in the air echoed from the distant sky. Everyone looked up, and in the next moment 2 figures materialized in midair. Who goes there? The appearance of Lin Chun and Broly put Dallas faction on alert. Lin Chun did not answer. Instead, he offered a faint, indifferent smile, hands clasped behind his back. Whoosh! As countless eyes fixed on him, a collective gasp swept through the crowd. Dales eyed the Saiyans, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, and demanded coldly, "What is it? Who is he?" On the ground, the once arrogant Nappa retreated a few steps, trembling uncontrollably. No one answered Dallas' question. But on Bardock's side, Paragus suddenly knelt facing Lin Chun, raising his fists and proclaiming, "He is the hero who led the Saiyans to defeat Frieza, the true king of the Saiyans. His Majesty Lynx." Following Paragus, Bardock knelt down, his voice thick with emotion. "All hail His Majesty Lynx. His Majesty Lynx." One after another, all the Saiyans who had not sided with Dales knelt, their cheers resounding. As for Dallas' newly recruited Saiyans, they like Nappa cowered in fear. Though 5 years had passed since Lin Chun's last appearance, his authority lingered. Witnessing this, Dales snorted and tapped his scouter. The reading puzzled him. 5,000. How does this guy only have 5,000 battle power? Even that small fellow beside him has 10,000. Are these Saiyans all fools? A mere 5,000 battle power, and they call him the true king. Reckless fool. Get down on the ground. One of Dallas' direct subordinates flew out, charging at Lin Chun to knock him down. Seeing this, Nappa on the ground shouted, "Be careful, Lord Kakao. That lynx has a battle power of 100,000. What? Kakao had barely registered Nappa's warning when Lin Chun swept a leg toward him. Thud. With a dull impact, Kakao shot back even faster than he had approached, crashing into the trunk of the spirit tree. Splat. He was reduced to a smear of flesh. Impossible. Seeing Kakao reduced to a bloody pulp, the 4 remaining officers of Dales stared in utter disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Unlike the traitorous Saiyans, they had followed Dales for years, consuming the fruit of the divine tree multiple times their battle power, exceeding 3,000. When they suppressed the Saiyan King's capital earlier, these men displayed overwhelming strength, with no Saiyan able to last 10 moves against them. Yet now Kakao, the second strongest among them, had been slain in a single blow by someone with a mere battle power of 5,000. Nothing surprising, Dales said. It seems he can control his battle power. He must have surged his strength in an instant. His battle power was 1,000 5 years ago. Over these 5 years, he has undoubtedly grown further. It's no wonder you are no match for him. Dales flew past his men, drifting toward Lynx. Let me handle this brat. Humph. The true king of the Saiyans. There can only be one, and that is me. Yais, my lord. Then we'll take care of the other one. The officers of Dale's army then drifted toward Broly. Seeing this, Lin Chun was slightly startled, Broly, it seems they're coming for you. It's fine, big brother Lynx. They're too weak. Broly showed no fear. At these words, the Saiyans below all fainted in shock. To them, Dale's officers were monsters, yet now a mere Saiyan child called them weak. Did that mean they were even inferior to this boy? In the crowd, Bardock was stunned, then excitedly patted Paragus on the shoulder. Hey, isn't that Broly? Broly? Paragus stared at his son in disbelief. In 5 years, he never imagined such a tremendous change in him. Was this calm, composed child really the same one who would cry and rage at the slightest touch? Brat, those who spoke to us like that before are all dead. The 4 officers of Dale's army charged in fury, but just as they were about to reach Broly, he suddenly erupted with his aura. Huh. A tempest swept forth, and the terrifying pressure rendered the 4 officers immobile. What? They saw Broly's battle power reading skyrocket at an astonishing rate. 10000, 15000, 20000. Boom. When the reading exceeded 2000, all their scouter exploded. Yet clearly they could sense his power still rising. Someone quickly grabbed a backup communicator ship. Tell me that Brat's battle power now. Lord Days, what's happening? There's an energy in front of you with a reading of 23000. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. 2230000. Are you sure you're not mistaken? How is this possible? How could this Saiyan child possess such immense power? The scouter must be broken. But the communicator replied, impossible, my lord. The ship's scouter is a super large model with a maximum reading of 10000. 23000. Far away, Dales overheard the conversation from the communicator. Learning that the Saiyan brat had a battle power of 23000, he too found it hard to believe. After all, Dale's own battle power was only 300, a strength honed by absorbing the life essence of countless planets and consuming many divine tree fruits. How could a Saiyan child clearly not yet of age possess such colossal power? Damn it. Truly damn it. Was this the limitation of a low-class warrior? Hey, don't look away. Your opponent is me. Suddenly a calm voice sounded behind Dales. He quickly turned around. Seeing Lin Chun hands clasped behind his back, smirking at him, Dales sneered, Lynx. Fine, I'll finish you first, then deal with that brat. Without further words, Dales raised both palms toward Lin Chun, unleashing a torrent of azure energy blasts that struck him fully. After the blast, Dales panted, smirking at the dust-shrouded sky, then turned his gaze toward Broly. He had hoped to quickly dispose of Lin Chun and then assist his men. But when he looked back, the officers of Dale's army were already lying beaten on the ground. Yet none were dead. Having grown up on Namek, Broly, like Gohan in the original story, had become a kind child who disliked killing. Brat. Seeing all his subordinates down, Dale's tone turned icy, and he was about to descend to eliminate Broly. But then, hey, your opponent is me. No. Impossible. Dales turned back in horror as the dust cleared, revealing Lin Chun floating there completely unscathed. How can this be? Dales couldn't comprehend. Didn't Nappa say Lynx only had a battle power of 100? Could it be? Dales didn't use his own scouter, but contacted his ship. This is Dales. Confirm the other Scion's battle power immediately. My lord, we were just about to inform you. That Scion's battle power is 55000. 55000. Impossible. How can a Scion have 55000 battle power? Have you also eaten the divine tree fruit? Why can't a Scion have 55000 battle power? Dales, you know nothing of the true potential of Scions. Lin Chun said coldly. Whoosh. Lin Chun's figure vanished, then reappeared before Dale's in an instant. His right knee drove upward, slamming into Dale's stomach. Uffed. Dale spat out a mouthful of acid, his body curling like a cooked shrimp, his face twisted in agony. Powerful. Too powerful. Why was this Scion so strong? Dale's heart was completely consumed by shock, humiliation, rage, and despair. A smirk curled on Lin Chun's lips as he spoke with arrogant disdain, still conscious after taking my knee. Not bad, worthy of your 300 battle power. Dale, spar with me. I want to stretch my limbs. Stretch your limbs? What do you take me for? A burst of fury exploded. Dale's radiated a wild aura, launching a frenzied assault at Lin Chun. Boom, boom, boom. The sky resounded with the thunderous clash of fists and feet. With the colossal spirit tree as their backdrop, Lin Chun and Dales engaged in a lightning-fast duel. They were separated by 10,000 meters one moment, only to collide the next, traversing heaven and earth in mere seconds. Their movements were so swift that hardly anyone present could track them. Only the constant crackling explosions echoed overhead. Among the onlookers, only Broly could keep pace with their speed. This. Is this the power of King Lynx? So formidable. His majesty is even stronger than 5 years ago. The watching Scions gaped in awe, their mouths wide open. Meanwhile, the traitors and members of Dale's army, silent and trembling, began to stealthily retreat toward the spirit tree. Hurry, let's get out of here while we can. Nappa urged the fleeing crowd. Lord Nappa, are we truly going to flee? Fool, can you even compare to a battle of that level? Get back to the spaceship. In Nappa's mind, judging from the situation, Lynx, who had returned after 5 years of absence, was clearly stronger than Dale's. If they didn't escape now, would they wait until Dale's was truly defeated? As for begging for Lynx's forgiveness, don't forget Lynx was a Scion. Scions never showed mercy to traitors. At that moment, high in the sky, Dale's was exerting every ounce of his strength, yet found himself increasingly frustrated. He could sense that his opponent Lin Chen wasn't even using his full power, but was still toying with him. Why? Why, Lynx? Show me your true strength. Lin Chen paused, a fierce smile playing on his lips. Very well. He had grown tired of the game. Dale's, with his 3.0 battle power, was indeed more resilient than the previous space pirates. In the next instant, a colossal force slammed into Dale's face. Time seemed to freeze. Dale's clearly felt his features contort and his teeth shatter. Then time resumed its normal flow, and Dale's was sent flying like a cannonball, carving a streak of lightning through the air before crashing into the trunk of the spirit tree, creating a massive crater. Lynx. Dale's struggled out of the trunk, roaring in fury. I am Dale's, the future emperor of the universe. How can I lose to you? The next moment, Dale's suddenly flew upward. Above him was the canopy of the spirit tree, where clusters of fruit hung from the branches. These fruits were still green and unripe, yet even unripe, they could augment one's battle power. Dale's couldn't wait for them to ripen. He needed to boost his strength immediately and kill Lynx. As the fruits were within reach, he envisioned victory beckoning, picturing himself empowered, crushing Lynx underfoot. Seeing Dale's trajectory, Lin Chen sneered, perfect. Since you're all up there, it'll make you and the spirit tree disappear together. As a divine tree, ordinary attacks couldn't destroy it. In the original story, Goku needed a spirit bomb that had absorbed the tree's fruits to annihilate this towering giant. Though Lin Chen didn't know the spirit bomb, he possessed a technique even more powerful. With a roar, a golden aura began to emanate from his body. This aura exerted an inexplicable pressure on every Scion present. This is King Vegeta, gazing at the golden radiance from Lin Chen, instinctively recalled an ancient legend passed down through the Scion royal lineage. On the spirit tree, Dale's had just plucked the deepest colored fruit and was about to devour it when he sensed the extraordinary energy below. It was the fear of a legend imprinted in every Scion's genes. Lynx. He couldn't be. Impossible. Gritting his teeth, Dale's bit into the spirit tree fruit. As he swallowed, his body underwent a startling transformation. The injuries from Lin Chen's beating healed instantly, and his lost power was not only restored, but multiplied several times over. Dale's activated his communicator. This is Dale's. Tell me my current battle power. Lord, your battle power has exceeded 60000. 60000. Ha ha ha. Dale's burst into laughter. The soil of Planet Vegeta was indeed perfect for cultivating the spirit tree. If an unripe fruit could boost his power this much, once all the fruits were fully mature, his strength would reach even greater heights. Not even Lynx nor the Frieza clan, who ruled the universe, would be a match for him. However, Dale's triumph was short-lived. A despairing cry came from his subordinate through the communicator. Lord Dale's, there's another immense power near you. It seems to be that Scion. Lynx, what's his battle power? 8000000. 9000000. 100000. No, it's going to exceed the limit. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted near Dale's. Turning, he saw smoke rising from where his mothership was docked. Run for your lives. Inside Dale's mothership, a large-scale battle power detector had overloaded from sensing the immense energy, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Survivors screamed as they fled the ship, seeking refuge with Dale's. But then everyone noticed a flash of light at the base of the spirit tree. By now, Lin Chen had fully transformed into his pseudo-super Saiyan state, his hair a dark violet black. He raised a single hand toward the spirit tree. Without using any specific technique, Lin Chen simply gathered his ki into a green orb the size of a basketball and propelled it toward the tree. The orb moved slowly, but upon entering the trunk, a pillar of light shot up from the base. The pillar of light pierced through the trunk, reaching the canopy, and engulfed Dale's along with the traitorous Scions. I won't accept this. I am the king of Scions. Dale's final desperate cry echoed from within the pillar. With a rumbling boom, the ground shook violently. An aura of world-ending destruction expanded, blinding white light, enveloping most of planet Vegeta, centered on the spirit tree. Under the terrifying pressure, every Saiyan on the planet fell to their knees, succumbing to fear, believing their end had come. Yet moments later, the branches of the spirit tree, which had covered half the planet, began to disintegrate into golden specks of light. These specks drifted like snow across the entire planet. They were in fact the planetary energy the spirit tree had absorbed. As this energy seeped into the earth, the withered land was revived, as if by rain, restoring vitality to all life on planet Vegeta. In that instant, the dying planet Vegeta was reborn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of annihilating all members of the Frieza force and destroying the spirit tree. Rewards: 10 spirit tree fruits, a 50-fold gravity chamber. Ding! The rewards have been placed in the system space. The host may retrieve them at any time. 3 days had passed since Lin Chen defeated Frieza and revived planet Vegeta. During these 3 days, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, led by King Vegeta, began the work of rebuilding the capital. The first structure to be restored was the Saiyan royal palace, which had been ravaged by Frieza and his men. At present, in a corner of the palace, Lynx was sleeping soundly with his arms wrapped around Hamsha. This female Saiyan, the first he had encountered upon returning to planet Vegeta, had become Lin Chen's consort, enjoying his exclusive favor. However, a sudden knock at the door aroused them both. Brother Link's King Vegeta and the others seek an audience. Hearing Broly's voice from outside the door, Lin Chen opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. I understand, Broly. Have them wait in the council chamber. Your Majesty. Seeing Lynx about to rise, Hamsha coiled her long legs around him like a serpent, her face full of longing. Your Majesty, ignore them. I want more. Female Saiyans were both fierce and passionate, whether in daily life or in the bedchamber. Hamsha was a formidable woman, and Lin Chen found himself utterly captivated by her. But he knew that to remain lost in the warmth of her embrace would be to invite his own downfall. Thus Lin Chen coldly pushed Hamsha away. Enough. Get up and come with me to see King Vegeta and the others. Seeing Lin Chen's stern expression for the first time in 3 days, Hamsha knew better than to press further. She immediately nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Moments later, Lin Chen, accompanied by Hamsha and Broly, who now served as his personal guard, arrived at the council chamber. King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus had been waiting for some time. Their purpose was not only to report on the progress of the capital's restoration over the past 3 days, but also to seek new directives from Lin Chen. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for planet Vegeta to undergo change. Previously, due to the need for 5 years of slumber, Lin Chen had refrained from making many arrangements. Now that he had returned as a king, he could naturally proceed with those plans he had once dared not execute. He permitted King Vegeta to lift the interdiction on space travel, no longer restricting Saiyans from leaving planet Vegeta. At the same time, Lin Chen ordered Paragus to establish new laws imposing order upon the previously might makes right society of the Saiyans. Lin Chen's plan was to establish his own Saiyan empire in the near future. Though the Saiyans were still weak at present, Lin Chen's ambition was to command a legion of Super Saiyan 2s, and even mightier Super Saiyan gods in the future. By then, Lin Chen would stand at the apex of the Saiyan Empire, wielding power comparable to the gods. At that point, whether facing the god of destruction, the angels, or even the Omni King, he would have nothing to fear. To achieve all this, he needed to radically transform the Saiyans. Lin Chen, well-versed in the Dragon Ball storyline, believed that the current Saiyans were a fallen race. After all, history recorded that the Saiyans had once given rise not only to Super Saiyans, but also to the Super Saiyan god of being capable of matching the gods. Yet the present Saiyan kingdom, excluding anomalies like Lin Chen and Broly, was a race with an average combat power of less than 1000. Why had this happened? After analyzing the situation in light of the original story, Lin Chen concluded that it was all due to the Saiyans' descent into barbarism and ignorance. According to clues from the original narrative, the ancient Saiyans were likely a race that loved peace and was filled with a sense of justice. This was evident from the 2 key factors determining a Saiyan's strength: cells and a righteous heart. Cells were crucial for a Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan. These cells could only proliferate in a peaceful and stable environment. As for the righteous heart, it was an essential condition for a Saiyan to become a Super Saiyan god. If the Saiyans had always been as warlike and bloodthirsty as they were now, how could they have ever produced a Super Saiyan or a Super Saiyan god in the past? The only explanation was that the Saiyans were not originally so deeply ingrained with belligerence, bloodlust, and selfishness. Some external factor must have caused their transformation, leading to the decline in their power. What Lin Shan now intended was to restore the Saiyans to their original nature. This change might be difficult to achieve, but it was not impossible. For soon the younger generation of Saiyans would come of age, and they would become Lin Shan's greatest allies in transforming the Saiyan Empire. Ding! Detecting the host's desire to enhance Saiyan strength. Activating the ultimate choice. Choice 1 within 1 year enable over 100 Saiyans to surpass a combat power of 1000. Reward 5 vials of cell reagent. Each vial can increase a Saiyan cell count by 20. Choice 2 within 1 year enable over 50 Saiyans to surpass a combat power of 1000. Reward 1 hyperbolic time chamber. Choice 3 within 1 year enable over 5 Saiyans to surpass a combat power of 5000. Reward talent junior martial arts prodigy. Any technique displayed before the talent holder has a 30 chance of being directly learned. So it had appeared. Lin Shan had anticipated the emergence of a new system choice. He had already begun to discern the pattern of when these choices appeared. Typically, whenever he was about to make a significant decision or choice, the system would manifest. He examined the 3 options before him, pondering silently. The difficulty increased with each choice, but the rewards were correspondingly more enticing. The first reward would allow Lin Shan to directly create a 3rd Super Saiyan, besides himself and Broly. The second reward would grant him the extremely rare hyperbolic time chamber. The ability to manipulate time was exceedingly rare in the universe of Dragon Ball, appearing only on Earth and in the realm of the God of Destruction in the original story. As for the final choice, it was invaluable to Lin Shan at this moment. Lin Shan now possessed both lineage and power, yet he lacked a signature combat technique. If he could obtain this reward, he would need only to witness a technique once to have a chance of learning it directly, an incredibly convenient ability. After a moment of deliberation, just as Lin Shan was about to make his choice, he suddenly realized there might be a loophole in this selection. System: what if I fulfill the conditions of all 3 choices simultaneously? The 3 choices this time, though progressively more difficult, did not conflict with one another. If Lin Shan was capable, he could completely achieve all 3 requirements in one go. The system seemed to pause for a moment, hesitating before replying. This selection allows the host to choose all options. However, if any single choice is not fulfilled, the host will be eradicated. Please choose wisely. Choose wisely. Opportunity, of course, walked hand in hand with risk. System: I want the rewards for all 3 choices. Ding. Confirmed. Please complete the tasks as soon as possible. A 1-year countdown now begins. In the next instant, Lin Shan saw a constantly shifting countdown timer appear in his field of vision. From that day onward, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta entered an era of universal cultivation. All Saiyans, regardless of age or gender, began fervent training. In truth, during the 5 years of Lin Shan's disappearance, the Saiyans, forbidden from leaving planet Vegeta, had already started a cultivation trend to pass the time. Their overall strength had already surpassed what it was when they fought Frieza. Unfortunately, almost no Saiyan on this planet knew the correct method of cultivation. In the past, Saiyans had never been accustomed to training. Thus, over these 5 years, the Saiyans' power had increased very slowly. After understanding this situation, Lin Shan immediately devised a training regimen for them to follow. At the same time, Lin Shan selected the 50 most talented Saiyans and granted them access to the 50 times gravity chamber, hoping they could increase their battle power by at least 100 within a year. As for the task of having more than 5 Saiyans exceed a battle power of 500, Lin Shan knew that under normal circumstances this goal would be nearly impossible to achieve. After all, he himself had spent 5 years fusing bloodlines, and had only just surpassed 500 in battle power. Broly, with the legendary Super Saiyan lineage, had only reached 2300 in 5 years. Both he and Broly possessed the legendary Saiyan bloodline, yet their growth rate was only this much. For ordinary Saiyans to break their limits within a year, using normal methods, was utterly impossible. Fortunately, Lin Shan had other means. One day, he gathered King Vegeta, Paragus, Bardock, Hanashia, and Broly together. These 5 individuals were the ones Lin Shan intended to use to complete the 500 battle power task. Once they had all arrived, Lin Shan handed each of them a fruit from the Tree of Might. Eat these. Thighs. A fruit from the Tree of Might. Seeing the enormous red fruit in their hands, King Vegeta and the others immediately recognized it. Wasn't this the very fruit that Tals had used to tempt the Saiyans to defect during the rebellion? Your Majesty, how do you have these? Weren't all the fruits from the Tree of Might destroyed by you? Paragus asked in confusion. Don't ask so many questions. Eat them quickly. Your power will all increase significantly. Yes, sir. Hearing Lin Chen's command, the four except for Broly hesitated no longer and began devouring the fruits. In just a few bites, the four had completely consumed the fruits. The next moment, they felt a tremendous change within their bodies. A scorching yet vast energy instantly filled their entire beings. This energy not only gave them a sensation of swelling, but also cleared their minds remarkably. Instinctively, all four erupted with their aura. Power. I feel brimming with power. King Vegeta exclaimed excitedly, staring at his fists and feeling the surging force within. This power is incredible. Bardock was also overjoyed, clenching his fists. So the fruit from the Tree of Might is truly this miraculous. Hanashia and Paragus were equally thrilled. Watching the jubilant four, Lin Chen used the system to check their battle powers. Among them, Bardock had increased the most, reaching a battle power of 400 in one go. King Vegeta was not far behind. Paragus and Hanashia were slightly weaker, but both had over 300 in battle power. Truly, as food for the gods, the fruit was indeed miraculous. At that moment, Lin Chen turned his gaze to Broly, who was holding the fruit without moving. Broly, why aren't you eating? Broly hesitated for a moment, then said, Brother Lynx, this is so precious. Why aren't you eating it? I've already tasted one. To be honest, the effect of this fruit on battle power diminishes the stronger you are. Once you reach a certain level, its impact becomes negligible. Lin Chen had obtained the fruits as a reward after completing his task. When he had killed Trolls earlier, he had tried one himself, and the result was slightly disappointing. Before this, Lin Chen had always believed that the fruit from the Tree of Might directly enhanced battle power. But after actually eating one, he discovered that its primary function was not to boost battle power, but to elevate spiritual strength. The increase in battle power was merely a side effect of the fruit's ability to nourish and strengthen the body. However, Lin Chen's body had already been strengthened by fusing the legendary Saiyan bloodline, so the fruit's effect on his battle power was minimal. After consuming one fruit, Lin Chen's battle power increased by only about 100, bringing his current base power to 65000. Earlier, Lin Chen had regretted destroying Tull's spaceship so thoroughly that he hadn't left a single seed from the Tree of Might. But after learning the fruit's true purpose, he no longer felt any regret. Broly, this fruit won't do much for your power either, but it will help you control your emotions. Eat it quickly. Hearing this, Broly hesitated no more and obediently consumed the fruit. As expected, after taking the fruit, Broly's aura did not grow significantly. His battle power increased by a mere 700, rising from 200 to 300, even less than Lin Chen's gain. Although none of the five had yet reached the required 500 battle power, with a year remaining and their strength already enhanced by the fruit, reaching that goal should not be a problem. King Vegeta and the rest of you, now that you've eaten the fruit, train hard. If any of you fails to exceed 500 battle power within a year, don't blame me for being harsh. Yes, sir. King Vegeta and the others nodded immediately, then took their leave. Broly seemed to have something to say, but was pulled away by his father Paragus. Hanashia, her face flushed, rushed to Lin Chen's side and wrapped her arm around his, saying, Your Majesty, I feel so much stronger now. I want to spar with you for 300 rounds to test my limits. Bardock, why are you still here? Just as Lin Chen was about to agree, he noticed an unwanted third wheel still present. Bardock scratched the back of his head and said with an awkward smile, Your Majesty, Lynx, there's something else I need to report. Insufficient treatment equipment. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. After Hannah left, Bardock finally explained his purpose for staying. According to him, all Saiyans have begun to practice the new training methods taught by Lin Chen, but after this some new problems started to arise. The most significant issue is that the number of treatment devices on Planet Vegeta has become insufficient. The Saiyans had never developed technology in the past. Many high-tech devices on their planet were either seized from other aliens or traded for. When they were subservient to Frieza, he had sent 3 treatment devices to the Saiyans, which were the same high-tech equipment that had once treated Sun Wukong on Namek in the original story. However, there were only 3 such devices, while the number of Saiyans on the entire planet was in the thousands, clearly insufficient. The training method Lin Chen taught the Saiyans was an improved training plan combining the methods of Wukong and Vegeta from the original story, aimed primarily at pushing the Saiyans to their physical limits. This training method could naturally lead to injuries quite easily. If the treatment devices were sufficient, it wouldn't be a big issue, but unfortunately the Saiyans clearly do not have enough devices now, which has caused many Saiyans to be unable to receive timely treatment, thus delaying their training speed. This is my oversight. Lin Chen nodded, realizing that there was a flaw in his plan. Bardock, upon hearing this, quickly said, Your Majesty need not worry, I can immediately send someone to search for a civilization with treatment device technology. If that fails, we can also raid Frieza's planet to acquire some. Lin Shen shook his head. No, what we need is not a few or a few dozen treatment devices, but at least hundreds or thousands. Leave this matter to me. Upon hearing this, Bardock nodded and said, all right. Shortly after parting from Bardock, Lin Shen teleported to Earth. Hannah followed closely beside him, wearing a battle suit and sporting a power level detector, as Lin Shen's newly acquired Queen Hannah insisted on accompanying him to other planets. Your Majesty, is this Earth? The gravity here is so low. Yes, this is Earth. Lin Shen looked around at the familiar, yet somewhat strange environment, feeling a wave of emotion. This was his first visit to Earth since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Perhaps because he was reincarnated as a Saiyan in this life, Lin Shen no longer had much emotional attachment to Earth. Yet this place is the center of the entire Dragon Ball story and an essential part of Lin Shen's future plans for the Saiyan Empire. From the original work, it is known that half-blood Saiyans are naturally stronger than pure-blooded Saiyans. Thus, Lin Shen had long planned to establish formal contact between the two planets at some point in the future. Unexpectedly this time, due to the treatment devices, he was compelled to embark on his journey to Earth earlier. Earth, although ridiculed as a savage planet by the Saiyan Raditz in the original work, actually has a level of civilization that far exceeds the Saiyans' imagination. Moreover, this planet is home to many genius inventors. The person Lin Shen is looking for is the great inventor Dr. Brief, located in West City. He is also the father of Bulma, the most important female character in the Dragon Ball world. The treatment devices urgently needed by the Saiyans all rest on his shoulders. In the next moment, Lin Shen flew towards West City with Hannah. Dr. Brief is not just a genius, he is also the founder of Capsule Corporation. His status is comparable to that of Edison in Lin Shen's original world. He is not only a world-renowned scientist, but also a super wealthy businessman. Because of this, after arriving in West City, Lin Shen did not take long to find Dr. Brief's home. Their house is the largest building in West City, easily identifiable by the Capsule Corporation logo on the roof. After landing, just as Lin Shen was about to knock on the door, he suddenly heard crying coming from inside Dr. Brief's home. Don't be afraid, Bulma. Honey, keep an eye on Bulma for me. Okay, dear. At that moment, Dr. Brief stood in front of his wife and daughter, arms outstretched to protect them. In front of the three of them stood an old man leaning on a cane, accompanied by three monsters that looked remarkably like the Namekians. Nearby, several security guards from Capsule Corporation were lying on the ground. The old man sneered, all right, Dr. Brief, as long as you go with us obediently, we won't harm anyone. Moreover, we will also return your other daughter to you. Another? Ties. You captured Ties. Dr. Brief exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. That's right, make your choice quickly. Dr. Willow is waiting for us. The old man struck the ground with his cane. At that moment, a voice interrupted from the side. Sorry, Dr. Brief cannot go with you. Who? The old man turned to look and saw a man and a woman entering, neither of whom he recognized, wearing strange armor-like outfits. Dear, are they your friends? Mrs. Brief asked in confusion. No, I don't know them. Dr. Brief shook his head, equally perplexed. What on earth is happening today? Not only had Dr. Willow's long-lost assistant Dr. Chichin suddenly appeared, saying that Dr. Willow wanted to see him, but now two strangers he had never encountered before had also shown up. Behind Mrs. Brief, a little girl with twin ponytails peeked out, curiously looking at the two strangers. The intruders were, of course, Lin Shen. After quickly scanning the scene, Lin Shen had already grasped the situation. Moreover, he recognized who was trying to take Dr. Brief. If he remembered correctly, this person should be Dr. Chichin, the assistant of Dr. Willow from one of the Dragon Ball movies. Dr. Willow is known in the Dragon Ball world as one of the three top scientists in the human world, alongside Dr. Brief and Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, and is proficient in biotechnology. In that movie, Dr. Willow attempted to resurrect himself by seizing the body of the strongest person in the world, only to be defeated by Sun Wukong's spirit bomb. Unexpectedly, Dr. Willow's assistant Dr. Chichin had appeared several years earlier and had shown up at Dr. Brief's home. As the two burst in, Dr. Chichin suddenly sensed an ominous aura. Yet he dismissed it as impossible. How could he be in danger with three bioandroids by his side? These bioandroids were the pinnacle of Dr. Willow's technological prowess, each one capable of annihilating an entire tank division. Turning to Lin Shen, Dr. Chichin demanded, who are you two? This is none of your business. Get out now. A sly grin curled on Lin Shen's lips. Beside him, Hannah sneered, Trash with a combat power of only 10 dares to speak to His Majesty links like that. Trash. You dare call me Dr. Kachin worthless. Attack. Teach this wench a lesson. Dr. Kachin pounded his cane in fury and commanded the 3 bioandroids. At his words, the 3 creatures resembling artificial humans immediately encircled Lin Shun and his companion. Your Majesty, what are these? They look just like artificial humans. Hanasia remained unfazed, even curious. Probably bioweapons similar to artificial humans, Lin Shun replied. Hanasia chuckled. Things with a combat power below 200 are considered weapons. Seeing no fear in the duo Dr. Kachin felt a surge of crisis and hastily ordered, what are you waiting for? Attack. The 3 bioandroids lunged at Hanasia. In that instant, she widened her eyes and raised a finger toward them. With a series of swishes, 3 invisible energy bolts shot forth, reducing the bioandroids to a heap of mangled flesh. What? Dr. Kachin was aghast. What had that woman done? How had 3 immensely powerful bioandroids perished so easily? Cold sweat dripped from Dr. Keegan's brow. His earlier intuition had been correct. These 2 strangers were indeed perilous. Well then, any last words? Hanasia advanced toward Dr. Kachin with a cold smile filling him with terror. Stay back. Dr. Kachin roared, suddenly discarding his cane as his left hand transformed into a Gatling gun. Dr. Kachin was no ordinary human either. To prolong his life, he had modified himself into a cyborg. A barrage of gunfire erupted. A stream of bullets blazed from the Gatling, striking Hanasia. Yet amid the hail of lead, she remained completely unscathed. She coldly raised her right hand toward Dr. Kachin, a radiant glow igniting in her palm. Wait! Dr. Brief suddenly shouted. Though he didn't understand what she was doing, he sensed Dr. Kachin was doomed. His death would be fine, but his daughter was still in Dr. Willow's clutches. But Hanasia ignored Dr. Brief entirely. In the next moment, with a thunderous roar, a violent shockwave obliterated Dr. Kachin. Mrs. Brief and little Bulma screamed in terror, while Dr. Brief stood frozen, crying out in anguish, tights. Hello, Dr. Brief. I'm Lynx, but you can call me by my Earth name, Lin Shun. I've come to discuss a partnership. Dr. Brief fumed. Partnership? Do you realize what you've just done? That man kidnapped my eldest daughter. You killed him. What about my daughter? How dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Hanasia flashed before Dr. Brief, ready to strike him. Having witnessed Hanasia's power, Dr. Brief shut his eyes in terror. Hold on, Lin Shun suddenly called out, stopping her. Dr. Brief, don't be afraid or angry. I might know where your daughter is. Dr. Brief opened his eyes. You do? Lin Shun said yes. That man was one of Dr. Willow's underlings, wasn't he? I recall his base is located somewhere called Zuramepu Snow Mountain. Zuramepu Snow Mountain. Dr. Brief was taken aback. Daddy, Zuramepu Snow Mountain is where Dr. Willow's old lab is. A childish voice chimed in. Lin Shun and Dr. Brief turned to see that it was little Bulma, still a young girl, who had spoken. Meeting Lin Shun's gaze, Bulma timidly hid behind Mrs. Brief and murmured, I read it in a book. Dr. Brief, do you know where Zuramepu Snow Mountain is located? It's about 200 kilometers northwest of West City. Dr. Brief gestured instinctively, then caught himself. Why do you ask? He'll go bring your daughter back. Hannah, stay here. Remember to be courteous to Dr. Brief and his family. With that, Lin Shun activated instant transmission. Seeing him vanish on the spot, the Brief family was dumbfounded. He disappeared. Meanwhile, in the distant Zuramepu Snow Mountain, inside a fortress-like laboratory, a short-haired girl whose face resembled Bulma's, but with golden hair like Mrs. Brief's, and appeared about 20 years old, was cursing vehemently in one direction. Though her hands and feet were shackled, it couldn't restrain her fierce movements. You brain freak. Pervert. Mad scientist. Let me go? I have a friend who's a galactic patrolman. If you don't release me, I'll have him throw you into galactic prison. Not far from the irate beauty, a brain encased in a container emitted a muffled sound. Dr. Kachin. Dr. Kachin. Answer me. What are you doing? This brain was none other than the mastermind behind the incident. Dr. Willow. To extend his life, he had Dr. Kachin extract his brain and place it within a robotic body. As Dr. Willow kept calling for the missing Dr. Kachin, a figure suddenly materialized beside the golden-haired beauty. Huh. The woman who had been yelling immediately ceased, her eyes wide with confusion and bewilderment as she scrutinized Lin Shun, who had appeared out of nowhere. Excuse me, how did you get here? Lin Shun glanced at the girl and asked, Are you Tights Dr. Brief's daughter? Yes. Seeing her nod, Lin Shun gave a slight flick of his finger. In the next instant, the shackles on Tite's wrists and ankles shattered. I'm a friend of your father's here to rescue you. Hold on to me. Lin Shan extended his hand to Tights. My God, how did you do that? Tights stared at the broken shackles, utterly astounded. Then with excitement, she grabbed Lin Shan. Hey, are you an alien? Is that a tail on your waist? Come on, tell me. Lin Shan was about to answer when Dr. Willow from afar finally noticed the sudden intruder. Boy, who are you? How did you break into my Dr. Willow's laboratory? As Dr. Willow's words fell, three dark figures immediately emerged from the surroundings, encircling Lin Shan and Tais. These three figures were grotesquely shaped. One was tall and obese, resembling a balloon. Another was entirely green, covered with numerous tentacles. The last one appeared the most normal, yet it was a burly man with red hair. Who I am you are not worthy to know. Lin Shan grasped Tai's hand and slowly floated upward with her from the ground. Huh. You can fly. Tais was utterly astonished. She looked down at Lin Shan's feet, but saw no traces of flame propulsion. How could he be flying? Brat trying to escape. Before my 3 bio-warriors forged from the finest biochemical essence, where can you flee? Jessamy, Missos, Abilio, seize them. Just as Dr. Willow issued the command, Lin Shan, holding Tais, flew upward, disregarding the ceiling above. Seeing they were about to hit the roof, Tais instinctively shut her eyes and screamed. But at that moment, a beam of light leaped from Lin Shan's fingertip, directly opening a skylight in Dr. Willow's lab. What? My lab, reinforced with superalloy, was breached so easily. Dr. Willow exclaimed. In the sky, Tais felt no impact with the roof, and suddenly noticed the temperature around her dropping rapidly. She cracked open one eye and nearly screamed. We were in the sky. Huh, this feels amazing. Ow, achoo. Seeing Tais seemed a bit cold, Lin Shan extended his other hand and sent some energy toward her. Tais immediately felt much warmer. Incredible. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. Are you really an alien? Being pulled by Lin Shan to fly a kilometer high, Tais showed no sign of fear. As expected, no one in the Brief family was ordinary. Yes, my name is Lin Shan. I'm a Saiyan from Planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta? Saiyan. Hearing Lin Shan's words, Tais looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Are you here to invade Earth? Tais had heard of Saiyan's before, because she had a friend named Jocko, also an alien from beyond Earth. You heard it from Jocko, right? You know Jocko? Jocko the Galactic Patrolman, I've heard of his name. That unreliable guy is actually that famous. Tais muttered, then glanced at Lin Shan, who was spreading his fingers toward the ground below. What are you doing? Eliminating the trouble for your father. That Dr. Willow won't give up. I saved you this time, but he might come after your family again. I don't have time to watch over you constantly. Lin Shan said casually. Whoosh. A sphere of light flew from his palm. The light sphere sped swiftly in the blink of an eye, flying back along the path they had come, then plunged into Dr. Willow's lab, finally landing before the 3 bio-warriors and Dr. Willow's brain. What is this? Dr. Willow and the others stared at the sphere in confusion. But the next moment, the light sphere suddenly erupted with dazzling radiance, a surge of immense energy engulfing everything in its path. Then Dr. Willow, the mad scientist who dreamed of ruling the world along with his 3 untested bio-warriors, was sent straight to hell. Boom. Watching the colossal light sphere that had swallowed the entire lab below, Tais was stunned, her body trembling. My God. Jocko was right, you guys really are dangerous. Hey, I just saved you. Saying that is a bit ungrateful. Lin Shan said with a smile. Sorry. Tais immediately became serious. Let's start over. Hello, I'm Tais, the eldest daughter of Dr. Brief. Thank you for saving me. Lin Shan smiled at the short-haired girl before him, suddenly finding her quite amusing. Little did he know, beneath his smile the girl's heart began to race uncontrollably. At West City in Dr. Brief's home, after hastily dealing with the police's inquiries, Dr. Brief hurried back to his living room. There, Mrs. Brief was entertaining the retained Hanasia with delicious cake and milk tea. When Dr. Brief saw his daughter Bulma curiously poking the tail of Hanasia, who was wolfing down cake, a cold sweat inadvertently dripped from his forehead. This naughty girl, has she no sense of the situation? If she angered that alien, weren't they all risking death? But just then 2 figures appeared in the center of the living room. It was Lin Shan and Tais, returned via instant transmission. Sister. Your Majesty. Tais. Seeing them return, exclamations rang out on the spot. Bulma jumped and hugged her elder sister. Mrs. Brief emotionally embraced her daughter, while Hanasia stood up and offered a piece of cake to Lin Shan. Your Majesty, please try this. The food on this planet is delicious. Lin Shan smiled and declined, then turned to Dr. Brief, who was still standing there stunned. Dr. Brief, I have safely brought your daughter back. Thank you, Mr. Lin Shun. And Dr. Willow. He will no longer trouble you. Forever. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses. Is that so? Very well, thank you, Mr. Lin Shun. Now can you tell me the purpose of your visit? Oh dear, he just rescued our daughter. Can't you discuss business later? He'll prepare a feast right now to properly entertain him. Mrs. Brief said displeased. Go ahead, ma'am. Dr. Brief and I can talk while we wait. Hanasia. Lin Shun called. Ma'am, let me help you. I want to see how you made those things earlier. Hanasia immediately took Tais and her sister by the hand, then ushered Mrs. Brief to the kitchen, leaving the space for Lin Shun and Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, it'll be straightforward. I came here hoping to gain your assistance. Lin Shun began. Hearing this, Dr. Brief rubbed his hands together. Mr. Lin Shun, with your strength, I'm not sure what I can do to help. Lin Shun shook his head. Though we Scions are stronger than Earthlings, we lack the ability to develop technology. So I hope to obtain technical support from you, Dr. Brief, and the Capsule Corporation behind you to provide technological products for us Scions. Tech products? Dr. Briefs inquired warily. Mr. Lin Shun, forgive my bluntness, but you already seem immensely powerful. Earth's weapons. No, doctor, you misunderstand. Let me be direct. The tech products I need are only two for now: a body healing device and a gravity chamber. Dr. Briefs was taken aback. A body healing device. A gravity chamber. Lin Shun glanced around and pointed toward the garden outside. Doctor, let's go over there. They'll show you something. With that, Lin Shun strode toward the garden. The Briefs family, being immensely wealthy, had a garden that rivaled a public park in size. Finding a flat spot, Lin Shun waved his right hand and produced a healing device from his system space, one he had brought from Planet Vegeta. The device, materializing out of thin air, left Dr. Briefs utterly astounded. Thighs, Mr. Lin, how did you do that? Is it a Capsule Corporation device? No. Just consider it a special ability of mine, Lin Shun said calmly. Patting the healing device, Lin Shun explained, this is a model we currently use. It can fully heal even the gravely wounded in a short time. Doctor, I need you to replicate this exactly and produce 100 units for us. Once the healing devices are done, it'll also need at least 10 gravity chambers capable of adjusting artificial gravity. Our planet's gravity is 10 times that of Earth, so the chambers need to handle at least 20 times Earth's gravity. These items are critical for us Scions. The gravity chambers can wait, but I need those 100 healing devices completed within a month. Dr. Briefs looked troubled. Mr. Lin, given that you saved my family and Taish, I can agree to this. However, I've never worked with healing devices or gravity chambers before. I'm not sure I can actually build them. Dr. Briefs was indeed a genius who had invented many wondrous technologies, but even geniuses had their limits. What Lin Shun required touched on biotechnology and gravity technology, fields Dr. Briefs had never explored, leaving him lacking confidence. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Dad, if it's a healing device with a prototype already available, it shouldn't take long to replicate one. Then we can have robots mass-produce them. Huh. Both Dr. Briefs and Lin Shun turned to see Bulma running out from behind a tree. The young girl stared excitedly at the healing device Lin Shun had brought, then smiled at her father as if seeking praise. Really, Bulma? Are you sure? Dr. Briefs asked in astonishment. Yes. Oh, Lin Shun, does that gravity chamber you mentioned have a working prototype? If it does, I should be able to replicate it quickly too. I've actually been researching anti-gravity systems lately. Dr. Briefs chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, Mr. Lin Shun. This is my daughter Bulma. Don't let her age fool you. She's an even greater genius than I am. Is that so? Lin Shun wasn't surprised by Dr. Brief's words. After all, Bulma was arguably the most intelligent character in the entire Dragon Ball world. Thank you, Bulma. You've been a huge help. If you have any wish, tell me, and I'll make it come true, Lin Shun said with a smile, patting her head. At his touch, Bulma's pretty face flushed crimson. Lin Shun, my sister mentioned that you can fly. Could you take me for a flight? Is that all? Bulma nodded firmly. Dr. Briefs, would you mind if I took Bulma for a short flight? Lin Shun asked. Of course. Please do, Dr. Briefs replied, though a hint of worry lingered. Lin Shun took Bulma's hand and lifted her into the air. Oh my god. Haha, I'm really flying. Awesome. True to being Taish's sister, Bulma showed no fear of flying. Instead, she urged, Lin Shun, can we go faster? Of course. Lin Shun pulled her closer, held her securely, and accelerated. Protected by his aura, their speed instantly surpassed that of a fighter jet, yet Bulma felt no discomfort. Her cheeks, however, were flushed. This flight had clearly left a deep impression on her. Bulma, shall we head back? No, Lin Shun. Can we fly a little longer? A little longer. Lin Shun pondered, then his eyes lit up. How about I take you to see the Guardian of Earth? The Guardian? Where? Is the Guardian real? Bulma looked around eagerly. Legends of a Guardian existed in this world too, and despite being a child prodigy, Bulma was curious about myths. Yes. Wait, I'll take you there now. Lin Shun's destination was Korin Tower and the Lookout. These places were already on his planned route. Since he was bringing Bulma along, he simply moved the schedule forward. Korin Tower was remote, far from human civilization. By plane from West City, it would take hours. But with Lin Shun's speed, they reached the towering pillar in no time. As they approached Korin, the cat shivered atop the tower. Such terrifying energy. How does that alien know about this place? On the lookout, the Guardian's green face paled. Has that alien discovered me? Wow. Bulma's jaw dropped at the sight of the distant tower. She was an Earthling, yet she had never known such a place existed on Earth. That tower must be taller than any building in the world. Why had she never heard of it? Lin Shun, is that where the Guardian lives? That's Korin Tower, home of the wise cat. The Guardian's dwelling is even higher. Even higher. Bulma felt this day was beyond thrilling. First meeting an alien, and soon meeting a wise cat and the Guardian. Her small face was flushed with excitement. Moments later, Lin Shun landed with her in the main hall of Korin Tower. Lin Shun, where's the wise cat? Where? Upon landing, Bulma looked around eagerly, completely ignoring the bewildered Korin. Ahem. Korin cleared his throat. Excuse me, I am the wise cat. Huh. Bulma gasped. Lin Shun, the cat can talk. He's not just a cat, he's a wise cat. Immortal. Bulma was taken aback, then with a hint of amusement, she lunged toward the cat Immortal, eager to touch the large white feline. Yet the cat Immortal had no intention of letting her succeed. Just as it was about to leap away, an unexpected aura enveloped it, rendering it immobile. The cat Immortal gazed at Lin Shun, who stood in the distance with arms crossed, cold sweat trickling down its brow. Fat cat, are you an immortal? Bulma stroked its fur and pinched its chubby cheeks. Brother Lin Shun, you're lying, but it's just a cat, isn't it? At that moment, Lin Shun withdrew the energy restraining the cat Immortal. The cat Immortal instantly sprang to life, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, I am an immortal, not a cat. Oh, it can really talk. All right, Bulma, I need to have a word with it. Lin Shun approached the cat Immortal, his dangerous aura causing the fur on its body to stand on end involuntarily. Aren't you a space traveler? How do you know about this place? The cat Immortal asked in bewilderment. I not only know about this place, but also that you possess senzu beans. Hand over your senzu beans, Lin Shun stated. Until the medical pod was complete, the senzu beans from Korin Tower would suffice. Though it seemed somewhat wasteful compared to being erased by the system, waste was a minor concern. No. You're an unknown entity. The senzu beans cannot. Before the cat Immortal could finish, Lin Shun waved his hand, and a massive fish unlike any on Earth materialized before the cat Immortal. This is a fish from Planet Vegeta. Give me the senzu beans, and I have 100 more. Meow. Deal. The cat Immortal immediately changed its tune. No cat could resist the temptation of fish, not even an immortal. Cat Immortal, grow more in the future, and he'll bring you fish from across the universe. After sweeping away all the senzu beans the cat Immortal had stored, leaving only the seeds, Lin Shun took Bulma and soared higher into the sky. The heavenly temple lay above. Easily piercing its barrier, Lin Shun and Bulma landed softly on the sacred ground. The girl was brimming with excitement, but soon startled. For not far off, the green-skinned Guardian and the black-skinned Mr. Popo were already waiting. Lin Shun cast a glance at them. The Guardian, whose true identity was a Namekian, appeared ill at ease, while Mr. Popo beside him remained expressionless. Welcome, esteemed guest from beyond the stars. The Guardian greeted him. Greetings, Guardian. I am Lin Shun, Lin Shun replied. Hearing this, Bulma was astonished. Brother Lin Shun, they are the Guardian. He is the Guardian, and I am Popo, the servant of the gods, Mr. Popo stated. Yes, he is the Guardian. A bit disappointing, isn't it? Lin Shun remarked. Bulma nodded, feeling her fantasies of mythology shatter. Mr. Lin Shun, what brings you here? The Guardian inquired cautiously. Lin Shun said, I was wondering if you could summon Shinran directly for me. Summoning Shinran requires gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, but even I cannot discern their whereabouts. The Guardian murmured. Bulma, intrigued, asked, Brother Lin Shun, what are Dragon Balls? They are wish orbs that can grant desires. After a brief explanation, Lin Shun added, since you cannot summon Shinran, forget it. My main purpose here was to show Miss Bulma around and grab some senzu beans. The Guardian was taken aback, and then said, in that case, would you like me to give you a tour? No need. We've been out long enough, it's time to return. Oh, Brother Lin Shun, I still want to see more. Come on, Bulma Dr. Brief and the others must be getting anxious. Lin Shun took Bulma's hand about to teleport away when the Guardian stepped forward and asked Mr. Lin Shun, I wish to know, do you have any designs on Earth? Designs? Lin Shun turned around. With your power, conquering Earth would be child's play, wouldn't it? Yet you only made deals with mortals. I don't understand. Don't understand. Lin Shun smiled faintly. With his current strength, conquering Earth was indeed trivial, but why would he do so? Ding. Detected host's uncertainty regarding Earth's fate. Initiating supreme choice. Choice 1, unify Earth, transforming it into a Saiyan colony. Reward Namekian Elders potential enhancement ability. Choice 2, destroy Earth, reducing it to cosmic dust. Reward technique. Chi Scythe. Choice 3, maintain the status quo, allowing the Dragon Ball storyline to unfold smoothly on Earth. Reward combat power increase of 1000. Seeing the supreme choice suddenly appear in his mind, Lin Shun was slightly taken aback. The system was stirring up trouble. Among the three options, the reward for the third was nearly negligible. In contrast, the first two choices offered either the ability to instantly complete his current task or the opportunity to learn a formidable technique. Either way, they seemed more advantageous than the third. Yet Lin Shun didn't hesitate long before selecting the third. System, I choose 3. As a transmigrator, familiarity with the plot was his greatest asset. Altering it recklessly would be disadvantageous. Moreover, Earth was home to many characters he cherished. Ding. Confirmed host choice. Reward issued. In the next instant, Lin Shun's body subtly grew stronger. Lin Shun turned back to the Guardian and smiled. Perhaps it's because I love this planet and its people. The Guardian was stunned while Mr. Popo remained expressionless. After meeting the Guardian, Lin Shun returned with Bulma to West City. Over the following days, Dr. Brief and Bulma began replicating the medical pod. Lin Shun also made a trip back to Planet Vegeta, handing over 3 large vats of Senzu beans to King Vegeta and his people, while sending a 50x gravity chamber to Earth for Dr. Brief's research. Everything proceeded methodically. One day, Lin Shun arrived at a place called Mount Pozu. He hovered in the air, gazing down at the ground below. Having chosen to preserve Earth's original state, Lin Shun recalled Son Goku. He wanted to see how the protagonist of Dragon Ball was faring in his current life. Though Planet Vegeta had not been destroyed before his long slumber, Lin Shun had instructed Bardock to send Goku to Earth. Thus, Goku arrived on Earth at the same time as in the original story. Watching the young, familiar-looking Goku practicing his punches, Lin Shun was filled with emotion. As in the original, the Goku before him had a combat power of merely 10. Though living alone, he lacked for nothing. Yet despite this, he continued to hone his abilities. Throughout the entire Dragon Ball saga, only Goku truly deserved the title of martial arts fanatic. It was precisely this diligent spirit that allowed young Goku to rise from a low-class Saiyan warrior to one of the universe's top fighters in the original story. Though Lin Shun surpassed him in bloodline, he seemed far inferior in diligence. His future was fraught with dangers. In the near term, there was the missing, unknown fate of Frieza. In the distant future, the god of destruction Beerus would awaken in a few decades. How many trials lay ahead? Therefore, I cannot afford to slack off either. Time flew by, and a month had already passed. During this month, Hanasiya was sent back by Lin Shun to train on Planet Vegeta, while he himself resided alone at Bulma's place, whiling away the time training in the 50x gravity chamber, awaiting the completion of Dr. Brief's medical device and gravity room. As he ate and slept alongside the Brief's family, Lin Shun gradually grew closer to them. Mrs. Briefs even teased Lin Shun about his relationship with her 2 daughters on several occasions, suggesting he might consider marrying one of them. It didn't matter that Lin Shun already had Hanasiya. After all, as a king, having many wives was perfectly normal. Dr. Briefs surprisingly agreed with this sentiment, even expressing a hint of envy. Those two were indeed as carefree as they were in the original story. Lin Shun naturally denied this. Though he was originally a Dragon Ball fan, since arriving in this world, he had never entertained thoughts of getting involved with any female from the past tales. His relationship with Hanasiya was purely a matter of physical necessity. However, Tights seemed to have other ideas, often seeking out Lin Shun to chat about Saiyan stories whenever he left the gravity chamber. Of course, she claimed it was for material for her new novel. Unlike Dr. Briefs and Bulma, Tights was a literary girl, now a moderately well-known science fiction writer. As for the younger Bulma, though she pretended not to understand what her parents were implying, whenever she was alone with Lin Shun, she would blush profoundly and take an exceptional interest in the research on Lin Shun's medical device and gravity chamber. Sometimes when she saw Lin Shen chatting with Tights, a look of dejection would cross her young face. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell what she was thinking. One day, a massive explosion roared within the 50x gravity chamber, filling the room with smoke. As the haze cleared, Lin Shen lay on the ground, his face twisted in pain. Yet after a few breaths, the pain gradually subsided, and he managed to stand. During this time, Lin Shen hadn't consumed a single senza bean. Despite having taken a full-powered energy blast from himself earlier, which should have left him severely injured, he was now perfectly fine. This formidable regenerative ability was the marvel of the legendary Saiyan bloodline within him. Through a month of training in the gravity chamber, Lin Shen had gradually confirmed that his legendary Saiyan bloodline was indeed different from Broly's. According to the system, his bloodline was that of the older version of Broly's legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Though not as rapid in power growth as the Broly of this world, it granted him superhuman recovery and immense defensive capabilities. This recovery and defense allowed Lin Shen to train without needing senza beans. He could simply lie down and rest for a while to recover from a near-death state. A truly miraculous ability. A month of training had allowed Lin Shen to gradually adapt to the maximum 50x gravity, increasing his battle power by 2,000. At present, Lin Shen's battle power was approaching 1 million. Host Lin Shen. Battle power 89,000. Bloodline legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills instant transmission key control. Lin Shen. Just then the communicator in the room buzzed and Tights' voice came through. Lin Shen wiped his sweat, walked to the door, and pressed the communicator. What's up? Remember that guy Jocko I told you about? He's here. Really? Hang on, I'll be out in a moment. Jocko was indeed Tights' galactic patrol friend. Lin Shen had an idea regarding the future of the Saiyans, and it required the help of the Galactic Patrol organization that Jocko belonged to. So he asked Tights to contact Jocko and have him come to Earth. After wiping off his sweat and dressing neatly, Lin Shen stepped out to see Tights talking to an alien who looked like a miniature Ultraman. This alien was none other than Jocko. Hello. Lin Shen walked over and greeted them. Hello. Jocko initially returned the greeting, but when he noticed the tail wrapped around Lin Shen's waist, he froze. Saiyan. Yes, I'm a Saiyan. You can call me Lin Shen or Lynx, Lin Shen said with a smile. Jocko, however, warily drew his laser gun and said to Tights, Tights, get back. This guy is a savage Saiyan. They'll cover you, take your family and run. Better yet, flee Earth. The farther the thud. Tights out of nowhere whacked Jocko on the head with a frying pan. You idiot. I told you Lin Shen is a friend. I asked you to come meet him. What? But he's... Lin Shen interrupted, Mr. Jocko, rest assured the Saiyans are different now. I asked Tights to summon you because she said you're a top elite in the Galactic Patrol. There's something I'd like to ask of you. True to the Jocko in Lin Shen's memory, this guy was incredibly vain and had a huge ego. Hearing Lin Shen's flattery, he immediately puffed up with pride. Top elite. Well, she's not wrong. So Saiyan, sir, what can I do for you? I want to meet the King of the Galaxy. The King of the Galaxy. Jocko's face immediately turned wary. What for? Are you planning to assassinate His Majesty? Of course not. Actually, I am also a king, the current king of the Saiyans. I wish to discuss a partnership with your King of the Galaxy. Lin Shen smiled at Jocko. This matter is non-negotiable. I have no time to waste, so I hope you can agree right now. As he spoke, Lin Shen raised his right hand, revealing Jocko's laser gun, which he had somehow taken. Then he crushed the gun into a ball of metal and tossed it back to Jocko. Staring at the lump of metal in his hands, Jocko gave an awkward laugh. SSO, you are the Saiyan King. Alright, we can leave right now. Though a galactic patrolman, Jocko's strength was only a notch above an Earthling's. Seeing Lin Shen's display of power, he immediately became obedient and docile, daring not to raise any objections. Before long, with Jocko's guidance, Lin Shen locked onto the location of the King of the Galaxy, and taking Jocko and Tights with him, performed an instant transmission. Shortly after, the three vanished. Bulma came running over excitedly. Brother Lin Shen. The medical device and gravity chamber are all set. Brother Lin Shen. Seeing the gravity chamber door open, Bulma stopped. Just then Mrs. Briefs walked by. Mom, where's Brother Lin Shen? Lin Shen. Tights said they've gone on a trip. Not sure when they'll be back. Bulma's once beaming face instantly fell. Seeing this, Mrs. Brief squinted and smiled. Oh my, Bulma, are you jealous? No way. Mom, don't talk nonsense. With that, the little girl stormed off in a huff. After a spatial fluctuation, Jocko and Tights found their surroundings had drastically changed. The place where the three now stood had shifted from Earth to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, which was most familiar to Jocko. What kind of magic is this? So amazing! Jocko exclaimed. It's Lin Shen's instant transmission. Tights said, having already experienced it several times with Lin Shun, so she was used to it. Lin Shun turned to look at Jocko, a smile on his face. Mr. Jocko, please take me to see the Galactic King. Lin Shun, you'd better not have any ulterior motives. This is the Galactic Patrol headquarters. If you dare to cause trouble, the Galactic Patrol won't let you off, Jocko warned. Don't worry, I'm really here to discuss cooperation. Lin Shun naturally wouldn't act recklessly. He remembered that within the Galactic Patrol, there was a hidden super expert of unknown strength, Meruz. This guy was suspected to be an Angel Clan member on par with Whis. With Lin Shin's current strength, causing trouble in front of him would be nothing short of seeking death. The three then headed towards the Galactic King's office. Along the way, many people were surprised to see Jocko back. Jocko, didn't you go to Earth? Jocko, you're back. How come I didn't see your spaceship? Jocko. Tights watched everything and said, Jocko, you're quite popular, aren't you? Of course I'm a super elite. Lin Shin gave a dismissive chuckle. Shortly after, the three finally met the Galactic King. Although Tights had known Jocko for years, this was her first time meeting his boss, and she was momentarily stunned. Because contrary to her impression of the Galactic King, the real Galactic King was actually a green octopus-like being wearing a crown. Jocko, why are you back? Who are they? The Galactic King quickly noticed the sudden strangers. Jocko saluted the Galactic King, solemnly trotted over and whispered in his ear. Saiyan. The Galactic King was startled, his body trembling uncontrollably. One of his guards stealthily moved towards a button in the room. Moi. Lin Shun suddenly glared at this person, firing a restrained energy blast that knocked the guard to the ground. No need to be nervous, everyone. Although I am a Saiyan, I come with good intentions. What exactly do you want? The Galactic King asked. Galactic King, I came here to have the Saiyans serve the Galactic Patrol, Lin Shun said. Hearing this, the Galactic King was taken aback. Serve us? What does that mean? Lin Shun then explained his plan. Now that the Saiyans were under Lin Shin's control, they were forbidden from plundering and invading other planets. But this also meant the Saiyans lacked practical combat experience. The combat power honed in training rooms had its limits, and to break through those limits, real battle was essential. Since the Saiyans could no longer do evil, Lin Shun intended to have them follow the path of the Saiyans from Universe 6 in the original story. In that universe, the Saiyans worked by protecting other planets and being hired to deal with villains. Familiar with the original work, Lin Shun knew that aside from Meruz, the Galactic Patrol's strength was not great. Most of the time, they could only deal with bandits and the like. Slightly stronger villains, such as the Frieza force, were beyond their capabilities. But while they couldn't handle it, the current Saiyans could. How about it, Your Majesty, the Galactic King? If you agree, the Saiyans can become a special operations unit of the Galactic Patrol. I call this unit the Peacekeeping Force. If you find a troublesome criminal that can't be dealt with, you can dispatch the Saiyans. The Galactic King was stunned after hearing this. Is that so? This idea is not bad, but can you guarantee the Saiyans won't cause trouble? Your past reputation wasn't good. That was the past. Now the Saiyans are under my rule, and I will lead them onto the right path. Well, alright then. Thank you, Galactic King. I'll have my people contact yours for the specifics. After reaching an agreement with the Galactic King, Lin Shun didn't stay long and returned to Earth with Tights and Jocko. After they left, a Galactic patrolman rushed in with a laser gun. Your Majesty, the Galactic King, where is the Saiyan thug? I heard a vicious Saiyan came to attack you. Meruz. Don't worry, it was all a misunderstanding. Hearing this, the Galactic patrolman named Meruz was taken aback. After learning of Lin Shin's intentions, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. A king of the Saiyans who wanted to lead them to reform. Could such a figure actually appear among the Saiyans of this universe? A month later on Planet Vegeta. The training fervor on Planet Vegeta had been reignited. In the gravity rooms manufactured by Capsule Corporation, Saiyans of all ages were engaged in arduous training. Occasionally, someone would be severely injured in the gravity room and would be immediately sent to the healing devices also provided by Capsule Corporation for treatment. Thanks to Dr. Briefs and Bulma, Lin Shin's Saiyan enhancement plan was back on track. The first of the 3 tasks he received from the system, to have over 100 Saiyans with a battle power exceeding 100 within a year, was already more than half complete. The other 2 tasks were also progressing smoothly. It seemed that completing them all within a year was only a matter of time. In light of all this, after transporting the equipment from Earth back to Planet Vegeta, Lin Shin also began his own training. However, he soon discovered that he seemed to have hit a bottleneck. The 50x gravity room could no longer satisfy him. One day after leaving the training room, Lin Shin checked his current battle power. 1 million points. 2 months ago, he had increased his battle power by over 200 in 1 month. This month, using the same amount of time, he had only increased it by a little over 1,000. The growth rate had clearly dropped significantly. As expected, the 50x gravity room was almost useless to him now. Perhaps it was time to go to Earth and see if Dr. Briefs had completed the development of the 100x gravity room. Before leaving Earth, Lin Shun had commissioned Dr. Briefs to develop higher multiple gravity rooms in exchange for Saiyan spaceship technology, and had also entrusted him with the development of various technological equipment related to the Saiyans. Now that a month had passed, it was time to visit Earth. But before leaving, Lin Shun naturally had to check on the situation with the Saiyans. After reaching an agreement with the Galactic King, the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta officially became a special armed force within the galaxy. During this month, Saiyans who had reached their limits began to be dispatched for peacekeeping operations, assisting the Galactic Patrol in dealing with ferocious enemies they could not handle. Bardock was appointed as the commander of this force, fully responsible for liaison and mission arrangements with the Galactic Patrol. Before Lin Shun prepared to leave for Earth, he specifically summoned Bardock to confirm the status of the peacekeeping force. Your Majesty, we have carried out 3 missions this month, all completed brilliantly. As you said, the participants broke through their limits through combat. Bardock reported. Are there any complaints? Lin Shun asked. In the past, Saiyans had been conquerors, invaders, and killers. Now they had transformed into guardians of peace. Such a change was bound to make some uncomfortable. But Bardock's answer surprised Lin Shun. Your Majesty, there are few complaints. For those participating in the missions, as long as there is battle, they do not care about its purpose. Lin Shun thought for a moment and understood. Although outsiders believed Saiyans were inherently warlike and irritable, not all of them were born evil. During the Tull's rebellion, those with evil natures who could not accept peace had already died with Tulls at Lin Shun's hands. Thus those who remained were mostly neutral or good-natured. Next time he had a chance to visit the afterlife, perhaps he should thank Tulls. Lin Shun smiled slightly and said to Bardock, all right, take good care of this matter from now on. But remember to ensure safety on every mission. The Saiyan population is already small, but we can no longer sacrifice lives recklessly as before. Bardock nodded. Your Majesty, rest assured we will be careful. Lin Shun nodded and waved for Bardock to leave. Shortly after Bardock left, Hansia found him. Your Majesty, are you going to Earth? Yes. Hansia, practice more while I am away. Among those who ate the fruit of the spirit tree, your combat power has yet to exceed 500,000. Hansia's face flushed. Your Majesty, I know. After her first visit to Earth, Hansia was captivated by its culture. When she returned to Planet Vegeta, she secretly brought back a computer filled with various TV dramas. While others cultivated, she was busy watching shows, thus neglecting her training. Scolded by Lin Shun, Hansia, perhaps unable to save face, said, Your Majesty, are you going to Earth for that little girl Taze? What nonsense are you talking? Your Majesty, don't deny it. If you think Taze is suitable, take her as a bed warmer. And her younger sister seems quite interested in you. I can see she will grow into a beauty. Your Majesty, didn't you say that half Saiyan, half Earthling hybrids are natural warriors? As the king of Saiyans, shouldn't you set an example and produce a hybrid first? Lin Shun was speechless. All right, I'll try when I get the chance, but only if they agree. Hansia giggled. How could they disagree? Though we are not from the same planet, I am a woman too. I can read the thoughts of those two sisters at a glance. After dealing with matters of the harem and state affairs, Lin Shun was about to leave when another visitor arrived. Broly wants to see me. Lin Shun looked at Paragus in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. Broly has been troubled lately. He seems unwilling to stay on Planet Vegeta any longer. Paragus explained. Recently, Broly had hardly any peace on Planet Vegeta. It was said that several young Saiyans frequently challenged him. Although these challengers were no match for Broly, they treated him as the best sparring partner. Each time, Broly beat them half to death, but after a few days in a healing pod, they would be full of energy and challenge him again. Since this helped the children improve their strength, Bardock and King Vegeta did not intervene. But Broly was growing annoyed. His current life was completely different from his time on Namek. The naturally indifferent Broly disliked this lifestyle and had complained to his father several times. In this life, Paragus had not been exiled, so his personality had not turned extreme. He harbored only pure fatherly love for Broly without any ulterior motives. Seeing his son troubled, he could not help but seek Lin Shun's help, a Saiyan who could not adapt to life on Planet Vegeta. Lin Shun said, all right, let's go see him. At that moment, on a lush green hill outside the capital, a simple cottage stood alone on the hillside. Its style was completely different from Saiyan architecture, resembling that of Namekians instead. This was Broly's dwelling. Disliking the noisy, competitive Saiyans, Broly had left the royal capital shortly after returning to Planet Vegeta and lived here alone, rarely returning except when summoned by Lin Chun. But today 2 young Saiyans stood outside Broly's house. "Hey Broly, come out. Let's fight again. I will prove that I, Vegeta, am the second strongest Saiyan after King Link's, not you. Vegeta, let's go back. You've lost to Broly 4 times. Raditz, go if you want. I must settle this with Broly. Broly, don't pretend you can't hear me. Ooh, I know you're inside. If you don't come out, I'll destroy this place." With that, the childlike Vegeta began gathering energy in his palms, seemingly ready to act. Just then, the previously silent cottage door opened, and Broly stepped out. "Vegeta, I don't want to compete with you. Whether you become the second strongest or the strongest Saiyan is none of my concern. Please don't disturb my life." "How can that be? Among the younger generation, you are the only one I cannot defeat. If I can't surpass you, how can I surpass King Link's? Broly, come fight me." Whoosh. At that moment, a piercing sound cut through the air. "Who's there?" Vegeta and Raditz's expressions hardened as they turned to look. As a familiar figure came into view, they immediately knelt down. "Vegeta? Raditz? We pay our respects to your majesty. Rise." Lin Shin responded indifferently, his gaze settling on Vegeta as he narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected that the child Paragus mentioned as disturbing Broly would actually be Vegeta, the second protagonist from the original story. No wonder. Among the younger generation, only Vegeta possessed the ability to exchange a few blows with Broly. Ever since Lin Chun introduced the training methods from the original story to the Saiyans, many had made significant progress in their strength. Vegeta, the prodigy warrior second only to Son Goku in the original tale, had naturally seen his combat power rise considerably thanks to the new training regimen. Currently, Vegeta's combat power had already surpassed 2000, making him the youngest Saiyan, aside from Broly, with the potential to break through 1000. However, even so, compared to monsters like Lin Chun and Broly, Vegeta still fell far short. "Vegeta, I have business with Broly. You and Raditz may leave now." "Your Majesty, could I ask a favor?" Vegeta suddenly stepped forward, looking at Lin Chun with visible apprehension. "What is it?" "Your Majesty, Link's I heard that Broly lived with you for 5 years and became your disciple. So I wish to become your apprentice as well," Vegeta declared. "Oh." Lin Chin's brow twitched slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He hadn't anticipated that the proud Vegeta would seek to become his disciple. Could it be that even the haughty Vegeta could be humbled? A wave of satisfaction washed over Lin Chun at the thought of winning over the eternal tsundere of the original story. He chuckled and said, "Vegeta, you possess great potential. In time, you will undoubtedly become a powerful warrior. However, I'm sorry, Vegeta, but there's nothing I can teach you." "What?" Vegeta's face immediately fell with disappointment. But Lin Chin's next words rekindled his spirits. "Vegeta, Broly isn't actually my disciple. The reason he and I became so strong is due to our innate talent. It's inborn, not something you can learn." Talent? Vegeta found it hard to believe. In the past, his father, King Vegeta, had always taught him that he was the king among Saiyans, a born warrior with royal blood flowing through his veins, the most gifted fighter of all. Yet now it seemed his talent was utterly insignificant compared to Broly's. Seeing the shock etched on Vegeta's face, Lin Chin smiled and continued, "But don't be disheartened. Talent only determines one's starting point and growth speed. If you train diligently, you might eventually catch up to Broly." "Really? I can actually catch up to Broly? And what about you, Your Majesty Lynx? Can I catch up to you?" "Perhaps, who knows?" Lin Chin replied with an enigmatic smile. After encouraging the future tsundere Prince, Lin Chin dismissed the 2 children. He then turned his attention to Broly. It had been over a month since they last met, and Broly's face indeed showed signs of fatigue. Without further thought, Lin Chin said, "Broly, how about coming with me to Earth?" "Earth? Yes." Clearly the Saiyan lifestyle didn't suit Broly. Ever since Lin Chin left him on Namek for 5 years, Broly's personality had become completely incompatible with traditional Saiyans. His temperament was too steady and introverted. Though still young, he was already like an old man, remaining utterly unruffled by any situation. But perhaps that was for the best. At least Lin Chin didn't have to worry about Broly suddenly going berserk one day. Since Broly no longer wanted to live on Planet Vegeta, given his personality, Earth would be a better fit. Coincidentally, Lin Chin knew someone there who would surely get along with Broly. Soon after, on the heavenly temple of Earth, Lin Chun and Broly suddenly appeared. Gazing at the silent hall around them, Broly looked curious. "Guardian," Lin Chin called out. Moments later, the Guardian and Mr. Popo approached. "Mr. Lin Chin, why are you here again?" Upon seeing Lin Chin, the Guardian began to sweat nervously. The pressure the man exerted was overwhelming. Before Lin Shun could explain, Broly, seeing the Guardian, exclaimed in surprise, "A Namekian." The Guardian was taken aback. "Little one, do you know me?" "Yes, aren't you a Namekian? Why are you on Earth?" "A Namekian? I was originally a Namekian." Finally learning his origins, the Guardian's heart swelled with unprecedented joy. So much so that when Lin Shun requested to leave Broly at the Heavenly Temple, he agreed without hesitation. With the Guardian's care, Lin Shun felt at ease about Broly. Since the Guardian was also a Namekian, Broly wouldn't find him unfamiliar. Moreover, the Guardian and Mr. Popo's calm, reserved personalities suited Broly's temperament perfectly. Lin Shun believed he would be happy here. With that matter settled, Lin Shun had no further worries. He vanished and headed to West City to resume his training. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye 9 months had passed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the choice within 1 year. Have over 50 Saiyans exceed a combat power of 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, for simultaneously completing 3 choices. Rewards are now being distributed: 5 vials of S-cells, 1 hyperbolic time chamber, and the elementary martial genius talent. In the gravity chamber, still set to 50 times Earth's gravity, Lin Shun was lying on the floor asleep. But when the system's notification sounded, he immediately sprang up, fully alert. "System, have I completed my mission?" Ding! Detection complete. Rewards have been sent to the system space. Please check them, host. With a thought, Lin Shun saw that his system space indeed contained 2 new items. One was a set of 5 vials of S-cells, which could grant Saiyans the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, cells that normally only grew slowly in Saiyans living in peaceful environments. The other was a capsule containing a hyperbolic time chamber. Additionally, a new skill had appeared in Lin Shun's skill bar, the elementary martial genius talent. From now on, whenever someone used their unique techniques in front of him, Lin Shun had a 30% chance of instantly learning them. Receiving 3 rewards at once. This year-long mission had truly been worthwhile. Lin Shun flipped his right hand, and a test tube dropped into his palm. Inside the tube, a faintly golden liquid could be seen. This liquid was the solvent filled with S-cells. System, how do I use this? Just drink it to increase your S-cells. Hearing this reply, Lin Shun couldn't help but marvel at how convenient the system's items truly were. Under normal circumstances, it was incredibly difficult for a Saiyan to increase their S-cells, though otherwise there wouldn't be the legend that a Super Saiyan is born only once every 1,000 years. However, Lin Shun had no use for these S-cells himself. His battle power had already exceeded 1 million, and according to the system's earlier prompts, his body already possessed enough cells to transform into a Super Saiyan. That being the case, these S-cells would have to be used by someone else. With this thought, Lin Shun picked up the bottle, and with a single instant transmission arrived at the Saiyan Royal Palace on Planet Vegeta. Since he rarely returned, the palace was somewhat desolate. However, from Hansha's room the sound of noisy chatter could be heard. When Lin Shun pushed open the door, he found Hansha watching a soap opera. Seeing Lin Shun, she gasped in surprise and scrambled to block the computer screen. "Your Majesty, why are you back?" Hannah slacking off again. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I've already reached a battle power of 500. Never mind. Since you dislike training, I have something good for you." Lin Shun then took out all 5 test tubes of S-cells from his pocket and handed them to Hansha. She looked at them curiously and asked, "Your Majesty, what is this?" "Drink them all. He'll tell you later," Lin Shun said. Hearing this, Hansha didn't hesitate and drank all 5 tubes of S-cells. After consuming all 5 tubes of the solvent, Hansha grimaced as if the S-cells didn't taste very good. Yet aside from that, she noticed no other changes. "Your Majesty, can you tell me now what that was?" Watching Hansha, who showed no reaction, Lin Shun felt puzzled. The items from the system shouldn't be useless. "Hannah, don't you feel any change in your body?" "No." "Your Majesty, did you give me poison?" Lin Shun thought for a moment and said, "Hannah, try getting angry." "Angry? Sorry, Your Majesty, I can't get angry with you," Hansha said with an awkward laugh. But at that moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang through the room, followed by the noise of something exploding. Hansha's expression froze instantly. The object that had just exploded was the computer Hansha had brought back from Earth, which she had been inseparable from. It still contained at least 300 episodes of TV dramas she hadn't had time to watch. Unforgivable. Even if it was His Majesty, it was unforgivable. A warmth surged before Hansha's eyes, and in the next moment her hair began to flutter, without wind, its original black color shifting to gold. When all of Hansha's hair had turned golden, an earth-shattering aura suddenly erupted from her body. At that moment, every battle power scanner activated on Planet Vegeta spontaneously exploded. Meanwhile, those scanners that hadn't been turned on all began blaring high-energy detection alarms. With a piercing scream, part of the outer wall of the Saiyan royal palace was blown away, and Hansha shot into the sky through the gap. A violent aura continuously surged from her body, and the immense energy caused the entire planet Vegeta to tremble. At this moment, every Saiyan on the planet felt the heavy, oppressive atmosphere in the air. They stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes toward the royal palace. Then everyone saw Hansha floating in the sky, her hair a brilliant gold. Who is that? Isn't that Princess Hansha? Why has her hair turned gold? Gold hair. Aren't all Saiyans' hair black? How did the prince's hair become gold? Everyone was baffled by Hansha's transformation. Yet some among them recalled an ancient legend. Your Majesty, you've returned. What has happened to Princess Hansha? King Vegeta arrived at the scene upon hearing the news. He was first surprised that Lin Shun had returned, then astonished by the sight before him. A golden-haired Saiyan. Your Majesty, could it be that Princess Hansha? She has become a Super Saiyan, Lin Shun said. King Vegeta's breath caught in his throat. The legendary Super Saiyan. Wasn't that the most powerful Saiyan in history, said to appear only once every 1,000 years? Their princess had become the legendary Super Saiyan. How is that possible? Wasn't Princess Hansha's battle power even lower than his? How could she have become a Super Saiyan before him? Amidst the astonishment of others, Lin Shun felt a flicker of doubt. Why was Hansha's battle power so low even after transforming into a Super Saiyan? The best large-scale battle power scanner on Planet Vegeta had a maximum detection range of only 1 million. Therefore, Lin Shun used the built-in function of his system to gauge Hansha's strength after her transformation. According to the system's observation, Hansha's battle power was now only 11 million. Her power had increased by less than 20 times. Earlier, when Lin Shun had transformed into his pseudo-Super Saiyan form, he had noticed that his own power amplification seemed different from the original story. Now with Hansha's Super Saiyan transformation, it was the same. There was definitely something wrong here. With this in mind, Lin Shun asked inwardly, System, I need a reasonable explanation. Ding. Host, do not doubt. In this world, the power amplification of the Super Saiyan first grade form is only 20 times. For higher grades, the amplification will increase. However, the Super Saiyan 1 form has a limit. Beyond that limit, the transformation will only grant a minor boost in power. What? There's such a thing. Then what about my legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Ding. Host's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is the same as the ordinary one. However, when you transform into the legendary Super Saiyan form, your power amplification will reach 50 times, and there is no limit. So that's how it was. Lin Shun began to understand. The transformation effects of Super Saiyans in this world were different from what he originally knew, or rather they were more logically consistent. Fortunately, his legendary Super Saiyan form was still domineering and invincible. The setting of having no limit was already enough to completely overwhelm ordinary Super Saiyans. Wow. Your Majesty, what did you give me? What's happening to me? At this moment, Hanasiya had regained her senses, feeling the surging power within her body, a mix of curiosity and panic coloring her voice. Whoosh. Lin Shun stepped forward and flashed into the sky. Hana, you are now a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. What is that? In this era, the legend of the Super Saiyan was barely remembered even among the Saiyans themselves, and only a handful of individuals still knew of it. Lin Shun took a deep breath, deliberately raising his voice so the entire royal capital could hear, and explained to everyone, including Hanasiya. A Super Saiyan is a legendary super warrior said to appear only once every 1,000 years. But in truth, it's just a special transformation for Saiyans, much like the Great Ape form. Transforming into a Super Saiyan can multiply your combat power dozens of times over. By the way, Hana, your current combat power is already 1 million. 1 million. Hanasiya looked at herself in disbelief, then turned her gaze toward a barren mountain in the distance beyond the royal capital. She fired a key blast, one that in her perception required little effort, toward that desolate peak. Moments later, a visually stunning mushroom cloud rose from the distant horizon. The shockwave from the explosion nearly knocked everyone within the royal capital off their feet. When the shockwave dissipated, the barren mountain had vanished. Gasps of awe echoed throughout the capital. All right, Hana, this is the Saiyans' homeworld. Don't go destroying it. If you want to test your strength, they'll spar with you. Your Majesty, you. Hana, catching his implication, turned to look at him. Then she saw Lin Shun's pupils shift to blue and his hair stood on end. A presence far more terrifying than Hanasiya's erupted from him, like a storm sweeping in all directions. The Saiyans, already awed by Hanasiya's aura, could no longer withstand the pressure of Lin Shun's unleashed power. Many fell to their knees, submitting to this overwhelming force. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. After the flash, Lin Shen's hair had turned completely golden. A Super Saiyan. Your Majesty, you can transform into a Super Saiyan too. Of course, how else would I assert my authority? Lin Shen smiled faintly. After his combat power had broken through 1 million through rigorous training, he had surpassed the limitations of his previous pseudo-Super Saiyan form, gaining the ability to become a true Super Saiyan. However, the form he assumed now was merely the standard Super Saiyan, not the legendary Super Saiyan form unique to his lineage as a descendant of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Like Hanazia, this form multiplied his power by 20 times. Lin Shen had once thought this multiplier was limited because his true Super Saiyan form was the legendary variant, not the ordinary one. But now seeing Hana, he understood that in this world the Super Saiyan transformation's power multiplier was indeed 20-fold with an inherent ceiling. Yet Lin Shen seemed far from reaching that limit. His combat power now stood at a full 20 million, nearly double that of Hanazia. Hana, let's spar in the upper atmosphere. Since becoming a Super Saiyan, I haven't had a chance to test my skills against anyone. Excellent. Your Majesty, I'll fight you for 300 rounds. No sooner had she spoken than Hanazia shot into the sky like a rocket with Lin Shen following close behind. The two ascended like blazing comets, stopping only when they reached the stratosphere of Planet Vegeta. There was no starting signal, yet both moved simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Even in close quarters combat, thunderous roars echoed across the heavens. Two golden energies clashed and roared, shaking the very air. On the ground, the Saiyans were utterly stunned by the battle unfolding beyond their comprehension. Was this the legendary power of a Super Saiyan? Father! King Vegeta, standing in a daze, suddenly heard his son's voice beside him. He turned to see his son Vegeta standing there, his face etched with despair. Vegeta, Father, will I ever reach His Majesty's level in this lifetime? The young Vegeta's face was filled with hopelessness. King Vegeta took a deep breath, unsure of what to say, and could only grip his son's shoulder. Once King Vegeta had held high hopes for his son, believing that in time, even if Vegeta couldn't surpass Lin Shen, he would at least exceed his father and become the second strongest Saiyan after Lin Shen. But now he realized his wishful thinking. Lin Shen and his kind had already reached heights that were utterly unattainable. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, two bolts of lightning continued to collide, each impact sparking dazzling flares and generating fierce gales. These wind blades, if unleashed on the ground, could instantly slay Saiyans, with combat power under 1,000. Such was the terrifying nature of a battle between Super Saiyans. Even with Lin Shen and Hanazia deliberately holding back, they could still devastate the world with a mere gesture. The two fought for nearly half an hour until Hanazia was panting heavily, at which point Lin Shen ended the bout. Let's stop here for now. Lin Shen reverted to his base form and cracked his neck, eliciting a series of sharp pops. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Hanazia was inwardly astounded. She had thought that becoming a Super Saiyan would make her nearly invincible. Yet not only could Lin Shen also transform, but his power seemed far superior to hers. Though they had only exchanged physical blows, Hanazia could sense that Lin Shen had likely used less than half his true strength. Was this truly the caliber of His Majesty? Even as a Super Saiyan, she still couldn't match him. With that thought, Hanazia reverted to her base form and drifted over to Lin Shen. When the two returned to the ground, they found all the Saiyans prostrating themselves in reverence. Seeing their fearful expressions, Lin Shen had an idea. He raised his voice and declared, "Everyone, you have just witnessed the power of a Super Saiyan. But do you know? Hanazia became a Super Saiyan because of me. I enabled her transformation." What? Shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd, followed by expressions of longing. If Lin Shen could make Hanazia a Super Saiyan, did that mean he could do the same for others? Noticing their reactions, Lin Shen smiled slightly and proceeded to paint a tantalizing vision for all the Saiyans. In my view, becoming a Super Saiyan is not an insurmountable feat. If you have sufficient resolve, each of you may one day have the chance to become that legendary figure. It all depends on your own efforts. We can become Super Saiyans too. As expected, the expressions of many shifted upon hearing his words. Not only Hanazia, but even they had a chance. Lin Shen observed their astonished faces and remained silent, a knowing smile playing on his lips. As long as the Saiyans remained obedient and served him diligently, granting every Saiyan the ability to become a Super Saiyan was hardly a difficult feat. After all, he possessed the system. Time flowed by, and another year had passed. In the western capital, Lin Shen walked out of the 100x gravity chamber with a disgruntled expression. He realized that he had once again encountered a bottleneck in his training. Over the past 3 months, while Lin Chen's combat power had been slowly increasing, strangely enough, he remained utterly unable to fully transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chen had no idea what the reason was. No matter what he did, he could only transform into the ordinary Super Saiyan form. As for the legendary Super Saiyan form exclusive to the legendary Saiyan bloodline, he simply could not achieve it. Lin Chen checked his status panel. Host Lin Chen. Combat power 128000. Bloodline legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills instant transmission key control junior martial arts genius talent. Seeing his combat power, Lin Chen recalled another oddity. After breaking through the 1 million mark, the growth rate of his combat power had slowed down. Logically speaking, with Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, shouldn't his combat power be skyrocketing like a rocket? Why, after all his arduous training, had his combat power only increased by a little over 200,000? How could this be acceptable? Thinking carefully, during the same one-year training period in the original Cell Saga, Gohan had grown from a combat power of a few 100,000 to several million. Looking at his speed, and then at his own, Lin Chen felt that there was something wrong. It seemed that in this world, once combat power exceeded 1 million, further improvement became difficult. This could also be seen from Broly. Possessing the same legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, Broly's combat power increased daily even without training and at a rate faster than Lin Chen's. But Lin Chen remembered visiting the Guardian 3 months ago and discovering that Broly's combat power had only increased to over 800, far from the exaggerated levels in the original story. Lin Chen was utterly perplexed. Just then, the roof of the 100x gravity chamber behind him suddenly collapsed. The tremendous noise startled Dr. Briefs and his family. Staring at the ruined gravity chamber, the whole family was dumbfounded. Tights walked over and asked with concern, "Lin Chen, what's wrong?" "Me. I'm fine." Lin Chen snapped back to reality. Turning to look at the gravity chamber, he said apologetically, "Sorry, doctor, it seems the 100x gravity chamber is no longer sufficient." "What?" The cigarette fell from Dr. Brief's mouth. "Do you mean you've already adapted to 100x gravity?" "Actually, I got used to it 3 months ago." "Doctor, could you please try to make a gravity chamber with a higher multiplier? How about one with a maximum of 500x gravity?" Lin Chen said. 500 times. Lin Chen, with 500x gravity, your 200-pound body would weigh 50 tons. Can you handle that? "No problem, I can adapt slowly. But at 500x gravity, Earth's materials probably can't withstand such density." "Lin Chen, I can start developing the gravity chamber, but you'd better find some new high-density metals for me, otherwise I'm afraid it can't be done." "Alright, I'll have the people from Planet Vegeta prepare them." After promising Dr. Briefs, Lin Chen also made a decision. Since the gravity chamber was temporarily unusable, he should consider alternative training methods. Ding! Detected the host's strong desire to increase power, triggering the ultimate choice. Choice 1, seek guidance from the North Kai, learn any Kai technique. Reward, Evil Spirit Bomb. Choice 2, seek guidance from Master Roshi, learn any of Master Rose's techniques. Reward, Instant Transmission Kamehameha. Choice 3, seek guidance from the Guardian, learn any divine technique. Reward, Gigantification. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned by this triggered ultimate choice. Given his current junior martial arts genius talent, choosing to learn some techniques seemed somewhat unappealing to him. But Lin Chen quickly realized that these rewards were likely techniques he would not be able to learn through his own talent in the near future, or perhaps ever. He understood the reward for choice 2 best. It was probably the technique Goku would later create after learning instant transmission, combining it with the Kamehameha. The reward for choice 3 seemed to be an innate talent of the Namekians, not an ordinary technique. Like the Namekian ability to regenerate cells, Lin Chen likely couldn't learn it through normal means. As for the first choice, Lin Chen had never seen it before. System, what does Evil Spirit Bomb mean? Ding! Host, the orthodox Spirit Bomb only absorbs a small amount of life energy. The Evil Spirit Bomb, disregarding the safety of the energy donors, absorbs all their life energy. Therefore, the Evil Spirit Bomb is far more powerful, but each use requires a longer absorption time and will create a zone of death afterward. So that was it. Lin Chen began to understand. If the orthodox Spirit Bomb was about borrowing power from others, then the so-called Evil Spirit Bomb was about directly stealing their life energy for one's own use without any regard for their lives. Thus, with the same number of energy donors, the power of the Evil Spirit Bomb would likely be several times that of the ordinary Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb, as Goku's ultimate comeback technique in the original story, was undeniably powerful. If the Evil Spirit Bomb was even stronger, wouldn't learning it be a surefire way to turn the tables? Lin Chen's interest was piqued. But, after careful consideration, Lin Chun decided to choose choice 2. Although the evil spirit bomb was powerful, it required a long charging time, like the ordinary one. Moreover, using it once would drain the life energy of everyone nearby. If Lin Chun used it on Planet Vegeta, all his men would die before he even defeated the enemy. He wasn't trying to become a great demon lord, it was better to learn Master Rose's techniques. As for the reward for the third choice, while gigantification could increase combat power, its drawback was obvious. It made one vulnerable to being entered through the mouth. Lin Chun thus directly passed it over. Forget it, system, I choose choice 2. Ding. The host has made a choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible. After making his choice, Lin Chun said to Tights, Tights, I need to go on a trip to meet a martial arts master. A martial arts master? Tights asked curiously. Yes, his name is Master Roshi, also known as the Turtle Hermit. The Turtle Hermit. I know him. Lin Chun, can I come with you? I also want to train in martial arts under the Turtle Hermit. Hearing that Tights also wished to cultivate, Lin Chun was momentarily stunned. He then raised his hand, pulled her close, and gave her a kiss. Silly girl, what martial arts do you want to practice? Over the past year of cultivation on Earth, the relationship between Lin Chun and Tights had advanced by leaps and bounds, and they had already confirmed their bond. Yet they had not married, nor had Tights raised such a request. It's not that I forbid you from training, but if you truly wish to, why didn't you come to me in the first place? Asked Lin Chun. Tights smiled and said, You're not even from Earth. What could you teach me? Master Roshi has a reputation far and wide. Seeking him out was the right choice. Lin Chun pondered for a moment and nodded. Fair enough. Just as they reached this decision, Bulma, who had been nearby, suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin Chun, I want to learn martial arts too. Bulma, both Lin Chun and Tights exclaimed in surprise. Tights put her hands on her hips. Bulma, what are you causing trouble for? I'm not causing trouble at all. Sister, I just want to practice martial arts. Bulma explained. In truth, however, she simply wanted to spend a few more days with Lin Chun. Though still a little girl, Bulma's heart was beginning to bloom. In the original story, she had been a bit of a flirt from the very start. Now, though she was younger than in the original tale, Bulma had already been captivated by Lin Chun. But her sister Tights had gotten together with him, first forcing the young girl to suppress her feelings all along. Lin Chun hadn't considered this angle. He simply thought it wouldn't hurt for Bulma to train a bit. The original story never mentioned her having any talent in martial arts. Still, if Bulma could cultivate a little, she would have some means of self-defense when she went on adventures with Goku in the future. Moreover, given Lin Chun's strength, he certainly wouldn't be staying long at Rose's place. If Tights gave up early, so be it. But if she persisted, having Bulma around would keep the sisters from getting bored. So Lin Chun convinced Tights and agreed to bring Bulma along. After bidding farewell to the briefs couple, Lin Chun led the two sisters flying together toward Rose's island. Since he didn't know the exact location of Rose's home, Lin Chun couldn't use instant transmission to get there directly. Fortunately, he recalled that Rose's house was on a vast ocean, so he simply flew there with the sisters. This time, Lin Chun also brought along a new battle power scouter made by Bulma. This device was an improved version based on the Saiyan's portable scouter design. Though slightly larger than the original, it had no upper limit for detection. In other words, this scouter wouldn't explode if the target's battle power exceeded its limit. To calibrate its accuracy, Lin Chun had specially made several prototypes for Bulma. Master Roshi could sense Ki, but in a non-combat state, he was just an ordinary old man. If Lin Chun tried to locate him by sensing Ki, it would be extremely difficult. But with Bulma's new scouter, Lin Chun quickly found Rose's location. Bulma, this scouter of yours is fantastic. Is it eh? Blushing at Lin Chun's praise, Bulma said, Brother Lin Chun, I've put 100 more in the capsule I gave you. Use them as you need. My father has the design too. If you ever need more, just have him make them for you. At that moment, on a small island amidst the vast ocean, Master Roshi was sitting in front of the TV, holding a roll of tissue paper to stem his nosebleed, while watching a sexy yoga instructor's class on screen. Beside him, a sea turtle was basking lazily under the window. Suddenly, Roshi jolted upright, rushed out of his chair, and hurried out of the room. Master Roshi, what's wrong? The sea turtle asked, chasing after him in confusion. An incredibly powerful Ki is approaching us. Sweat beaded on Master Rose's face. The aura he sensed was hundreds, even thousands of times more immense than that of the nightmare-inducing demon King Piccolo he had once encountered. Who could it be? How could anyone possess such terrifying power? Here they come. As he spoke, Rose's muscles instantly bulged. The approach of this unknown formidable being triggered an instinctive defensive reaction in him, like an animal sensing danger. Just then, three figures descended from the sky and landed on the sandy beach. Wow! So this is Master Rose's place. What a remote island. No wonder no one knows where he lives. The previously tense Rashi instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, his serious expression replaced by a lecherous grin. Hello, beautiful ladies. What brings you here? Rose's eyes locked onto the Tights sisters, focusing intently on Tights herself, who was dressed in cool, figure-hugging attire. But the next moment Rashi suddenly noticed Lin Chen stepping out from behind the sisters. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. So the terrifying aura he had sensed earlier was emanating from this man. Lin Chen glanced at the scouter, which showed Rose his battle power as a mere 20. He mused that Rashi indeed kept his ki suppressed in daily life. Without Bulma's scouter, he would never have been able to detect Rose's faint ki, only 20 in strength, amidst this boundless ocean. Master Rashi, greetings, Lin Chen said with a friendly smile. What business do you have with me? Rashi asked nervously. Lin Chen replied, Master Rashi, my name is Lin Chen. This is my girlfriend Tights and her sister Bulma. We're from West City, and we've come to become your disciples. Disciples? Rashi was stunned. Young man, you're far stronger than I am. Why would you need to become my disciple? Lin Chen answered, of course. You are known as the god of martial arts, proficient in countless techniques. Compared to you, I only know brute force, nowhere near your level. Furthermore, it's not just me. Tights and Bulma also wish to learn from you. Ahem. Rashi coughed, feeling a bit smug. He hadn't expected to be so famous that even someone of such terrifying strength wanted to become his disciple. If he ever ran into Master Shin, he'd have quite the story to brag about. Becoming my disciple isn't impossible, but I have conditions. Before Rashi could finish, a flash of white light appeared. Lin Chen raised his hand and fired a ki blast toward the distant sea. Rumble. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the ocean. Lin Chen turned around, looking innocent. Master Rashi, what were you saying? Huh? Why are you kneeling on the ground? Rashi sniffled. Welcome to the Turtle School. On a desolate, uninhabited island adrift in the vast ocean, Lin Chen stood beneath the scorching sun, arms raised high as he bore aloft a boulder weighing several dozen tons. Suddenly, he hurled the colossal stone skyward, then pressed his palms together, summoning a deep cerulean radiance from their center. Came. Huh. Me. Just before Lin Chen uttered the final syllable, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear high above the waves, hovering level with the ascending boulder. Ha! As the last word tore from his lips, a blinding beam of deep blue energy erupted from his palms, swallowing the stone whole. That brilliant ki wave cleaving the heavens reflected vividly in the eyes of Master Rashi and his two companions below, gazing upon a blast far thicker and vastly more potent than any he himself could muster. Master Rashi's nose began to drip anew. Tightening their grips on the twin turtle shells strapped to their backs' ties, and Bulma leapt and cheered. Brother Lin Chen is incredible. High above, Lin Chen observed the aftermath of his technique and felt profound satisfaction. Truly worthy of a system-bestowed ultimate art, the instant transmission Kamehameha. Not only did it replicate the Kamehameha's legendary capacity to unleash a strike far exceeding one's peak combat power, but its integrated instant transmission was markedly more agile than Lin Chen's current Jibito-style variant. Jibito's version, designed solely for the Grand Kai's interstellar travel, was inherently sluggish in execution. Against a vastly weaker opponent it sufficed, but against an evenly matched adversary it was utterly impractical in actual combat. Yet the instant transmission embedded within this new technique was forged for battle, precise, instantaneous, and unrestricted. So long as the destination lay within his line of sight, he could appear there without hesitation or delay. It enabled devastating counterattacks, striking where least expected. Returning to solid ground, Lin Chen smiled at Master Rashi. Master Mateto, how did my Kamehameha fare? Lin Chen sighed. Master Rashi, I told you plainly. I have nothing left to teach you. And yet you refused to believe me. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Lin Chen, through subtle encouragement, had coaxed Master Rashi into repeatedly demonstrating techniques, thereby mastering not only the Kamehameha, but also the afterimage fist and others. Indeed, the beginner martial arts prodigy talent proved exceptionally effective. Lin Chen had already completed his own training, but for Tais and the others the path of cultivation had only just begun. With no further arts left to learn, Lin Chen naturally saw no reason to linger any longer at Master Rashi's island. Just as Lin Chen pondered whether to pay a visit to the North Kai, his ever-present battle power detector emitted a sudden communication alert. The original model served not only to detect battle power and life signatures, but also functioned as a sophisticated communicator. Its transmission capability far surpassed Earth's technology. Real-time dialogue remained possible even across distances spanning tens of thousands of light-years. Bulma had faithfully replicated this feature in her upgraded units, and the incoming call now lighting up Lin Shen's screen originated from Planet Vegeta. Of the 100 detectors Bulma had initially produced, Lin Shen had entrusted most to King Vegeta and his forces. As more and more Saiyans surpassed the 300 power threshold, the outdated Frieza force detectors, salvaged from fallen troops, had become obsolete. These new units met the Royal Army's urgent needs and were deployed exclusively to squads undertaking peacekeeping missions across the galaxy. Beep. Lin Shen accepted the call. King Vegeta, what's the matter? Your Majesty, came the voice, tense and urgent. The Galactic Patrol just relayed intelligence. Queen Hanahasia's mission may be ambushed by Frieza force operatives. Frieza? At last, he's made his move. Lin Shen frowned. Since the Saiyans had formed the Galactic King's peacekeeping forces, skirmishes with the Frieza force had occurred repeatedly. Once the tyrannical sovereign of the cosmos, Frieza and his legion had long been the Galaxy Kings and the Galactic Patrol's gravest fear. The patrol had remained helpless against the Frieza force's planetary invasions and civilization-eradicating campaigns, until the Saiyan peacekeeping forces emerged finally, granting them the strength to strike back. Thereafter, fully half of all Saiyan deployments from Planet Vegeta centered on confronting the Frieza force. From halting invasions to liberating colonized worlds, Saiyan and Frieza forces had clashed over a dozen times. Through these engagements, the Saiyans confirmed a critical truth: Frieza, the same Frieza Lin Shen had defeated in orbit around Planet Vegeta, had not perished. Instead, he had been rescued by loyalists under his father, Lord Coolar. Yet grievous as his wounds were, Frieza had spent years convalescing, unable to rise, let alone fight. To restore his son, Lord Coolar had reassembled the Coolar army and waged relentless campaigns alongside Frieza's remnants, scouring the stars for technologies and methods capable of reviving him. Only recently had reports confirmed that Frieza had regained both mobility and combat capability. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen had expressly instructed Bardock henceforth Queen Hanasia herself would personally oversee every peacekeeping operation. Though Saiyan might had grown exponentially, only Hanasia, who could ascend to Super Saiyan, possessed the raw power to confront a cosmic Emperor Hedon. Yet, Lin Shen recalled Dragon Ball power analyses he'd once read. Frieza's ultimate form boasted over 100 million battle power, while Hanahasia's Super Saiyan transformation barely reached 1 million. A quiet unease settled upon him. Without delay, Lin Shen bid farewell to Master Roshi and his companions, then activated instant transmission, vanishing instantly for Planet Vegeta. Upon arrival, Lin Shen realized the situation was far graver than he'd imagined. In the Saiyan Command Center, he found King Vegeta pacing pale and distraught. What's happened? Yes, Your Majesty, replied the king, voice strained. We've just received confirmation Queen Hanasia and her entire squad have gone completely silent. No signals, no distress calls. King Vegeta added, heavy with dread, we're urgently contacting the Galactic Patrol for verification, but it's highly likely Queen Hanasia and her warriors have already been slain by Frieza. Hanasia dead. Hanasia dead. Lin Shen was stunned. His princess, the one who could transform into a Super Saiyan, had been killed by Frieza. It was then, as Lin Shen arrived, that Bardock and Paragus also rushed over. Paragus said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, do not grieve too much. This is merely a speculation from the Galactic Patrol. The situation has yet to be verified. Perhaps their communication device malfunctioned. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow, but he was not so optimistic. After all, Hanasia's battle power was only a little over 10 million, far from comparable to the Frieza he knew. In the Dragon Ball world, Lin Shen knew, although Frieza never mentioned his final form's battle power, the common belief was that in his final form, unleashing 100% of his power, his battle power was around 1.2 billion. If this world's Frieza possessed the same battle power, then Hanasia naturally stood no chance against him. Even Lin Shen himself, at his current limit, could only reach a battle power of over 20 million after transforming into a Super Saiyan. 20 million against 1.2 billion. This was a battle he was destined to lose. Yet Lin Shen had already decided to go and see Hanasia. If they were still alive, he would bring them back to Planet Vegeta immediately. If Hanasia and the others were already dead, he would avenge them. Even knowing he was no match, he remained resolute. Recalling how in the original story Son Goku, with a mere few million in battle power, dared to challenge the great demon King Frieza alone, how could Lin Shen, bearing the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, retreat? Fighting to the death was the true bearing of one who possessed the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Which planet did Hanasia go to? Give me the coordinates. Your Majesty. Bardock grabbed Lin Chun. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. You are the king of us Scions, you must not act rashly. Bardock, stand down. Lin Chun shouted. But not only did Bardock refuse to yield, even King Vegeta advised, Your Majesty, the situation is unclear. Please wait until the Galactic Patrol finishes their investigation before making a decision. Lin Chun glanced at him and said, King Vegeta, do not forget besides Frieza we Scions have another far more powerful enemy. If we cower before Frieza, how will we ever contend with that one in the future? Send me the coordinates. King Vegeta was taken aback. He knew well that the great enemy Lin Chun spoke of was none other than the god of destruction Beerus. Indeed, compared to Beerus, what was Frieza? With this thought, King Vegeta finally bowed his head and said, I understand, Your Majesty. Soon King Vegeta sent over the coordinates of the planet Hanasia, and her team had headed to. Their mission was to go to a planet called Tivis. The civilization on this planet was even more primitive and backward than Earth's, but it produced a special metal highly suitable for spaceship construction. According to intelligence the Galactic Patrol had obtained beforehand, a group of space pirates had set their sights on this metal planning to destroy the planet's civilization and claim the metal resources for themselves. Since the pirates were all members of high battle power races, the Galactic Patrol couldn't handle them and called for Saiyan reinforcements. However, shortly after the Galactic Patrol received a tip that there was another scheme behind this attack. The space pirates were merely bait. Not far from Planet Tivis, Frieza's army was lying in ambush. After obtaining the coordinates of Planet Tivis, Lin Chun immediately sensed them and teleported over. At that time, Planet Tivis, or rather the region of space where Planet Tivis should have been. The planet named Tivis had vanished, leaving only massive rock fragments like an asteroid belt drifting aimlessly in the empty darkness. A huge grotesque figure stood before the debris, laughing wildly. What a beautiful firework. Foolish Saiyan monkeys. Such a splendid firework to accompany you to your graves. You should thank me in the afterlife. Half flesh, half machinery, Frieza maintained his third form, the one resembling a grotesque alien, as he laughed, a cruel glint flashing across his face. Though the battle had left him battered and his wounds still throbbed with pain, in the end, he had the last laugh. Even a Super Saiyan as powerful as that was no match for him in the end. Now you wild monkeys should know. I, Frieza, am the mightiest in the universe. In a region of space some distance from Frieza, a disc-shaped mothership of the Frieza Force floated silently. The aliens aboard the ship all wore expressions of relief at having survived. None of them had imagined that a meticulously planned ambush would nearly backfire on the Frieza Force. Fortunately, their leader Frieza had ultimately proven superior. Who would have thought there was a legendary Super Saiyan among those Scions? Indeed, no wonder Lord Frieza was nearly killed by Scions back then. Those Scions are truly terrifying. It's a good thing Scions can't survive in space. That female Super Saiyan was too careless, otherwise Lord Frieza might have died again this time. What a pity, all the combatants on the planet perished with those Scions. Yeah, everyone shut up. On the ship, a purple-skinned alien with 2 black horns on his forehead shouted. His voice silenced the others immediately. This alien was none other than the top fighter in the Frieza Force aside from Lord Frieza himself, Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force. Captain Ginyu, his face cold and hostile, glared at the others. Don't you all know Lord Frieza's temper? If he heard what you just said, we'd all die here. I barely managed to survive. If anyone tries to drag me to hell with them, I'll kill them first. Captain Ginyu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. This ambush on the Scions everyone had thought was foolproof. Lord Frieza, reborn through advanced technology, had retained his memories and clearly recalled how back then the Scions had defeated him by sneaking an attack in their great ape form. Thus Frieza was brimming with confidence in his revenge plan. What they hadn't anticipated was that the Scions whom the Frieza Force hadn't encountered in years had changed and become far more powerful than before. In the past, although the Scions called themselves a warrior race, they were always regarded as a joke within Frieza's army. The battle power of most Scions rarely exceeded 10,000. If not for their ability to transform into giant apes, the Scions would have been treated as mere foot soldiers within the army. But this time, when hundreds of Frieza's soldiers launched an attack on the fewer than 10 Scions stationed on Planet TV, those Scions displayed a performance completely different from the past. A mere handful of Scions had routed Frieza's forces, and even the Ginyu Force which had joined the assault was nearly annihilated. Rikum Birder G. Skuldo. 4 of Jinyu's subordinates were instantly killed in battle by a female Scion. If Frieza, who had been watching from the sidelines, hadn't noticed something unusual about that female Saiyan and intervened personally, even Jinyu would have been nearly killed. The subsequent battle also revealed to Jinyu why that female Saiyan was so powerful. It turned out she was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan. Even Lord Frieza in front of her was beaten, without any chance to fight back. He underwent 2 transformations, his power level skyrocketing off the charts, yet he was still battered and bruised. Fortunately, in the end, a furious and humiliated Frieza, catching her off guard, unleashed his ultimate technique, the Planet Destroyer, to obliterate Planet TV. Otherwise, Lord Frieza, who had only recently been revived, would have been beaten to death again by the Super Saiyan. Damn it, those accursed Saiyans. Now I have to recruit new members for the Jinyu force. I wonder if I can find soldiers as outstanding as Rikum and the others. Jinyu gritted his teeth. Just then, the energy detector on the bridge suddenly emitted a beeping alarm. Jinyu looked up and asked, "What's going on?" "Captain Jinyu, a high-energy reaction has been detected ahead." "What? Where?" "It's right near Lord Frieza. It seems to be a Saiyan." Lin Shun exited the state of instant transmission and appeared at the location of Planet TV. But the next moment, he suddenly felt his feet find no purchase, and a suffocating sensation instantly enveloped his entire body. Panicking, Lin Shun held his breath, and then realized he was floating in the vacuum of space. Where was Planet TV? Lin Shun looked around and immediately understood what had happened. No wonder everyone, including Hanazia, had lost contact. Planet TV had been destroyed. And in this place, the only one capable of instantly destroying a planet and preventing even a powerhouse like Hanazia from escaping was Frieza. Where was Frieza? Thinking this, Lin Shun sensed a colossal energy aura nearby. Turning his head, he saw Frieza not far away, wearing an equally astonished expression. Scanning Frieza from head to toe, Lin Shun understood that Frieza had indeed survived back then. Now he was a mechanical Frieza rebuilt using alien technology. But compared to the original story, this mechanical Frieza was in his 3rd form, not the final form as depicted in the original. Oh ho ho. Frieza's signature sneer suddenly drifted into Lin Shun's ears. Because Planet TV had just been destroyed, some gas still lingered in this region of space. Though not oxygen and unbreathable, it could still transmit sound. Well, look who it is. Isn't this the Saiyan who nearly killed me back then? Frieza sneered, then his expression turned icy as he roared at Lin Shun. "You damned monkey. You dare to swagger before me. Die." With that, without another word, Frieza pointed a finger at Lin Shun, and a purple beam shot forth. Enemies meeting face to face, their eyes burning with hatred. Frieza had nearly died at Lin Shun's hands before, and now seeing him, he didn't bother to wonder why Lin Shun had appeared. He immediately unleashed his killing move. This deadly technique, which had slaughtered millions in the past, struck Lin Shun, heat erupting in a dazzling flash of light. Within the brilliance, a cold smirk curled on Frieza's lips. "Damn monkey, now I've finally avenged that humiliation. Next up is Planet Vegeta. All Saiyans will die." "Die? The only one who will die today is you, Frieza." Suddenly a voice pierced Frieza's mind. The next moment, Lin Shun's figure emerged from the flash. Seeing his appearance, an expression of terror involuntarily spread across Frieza's face. Golden hair. The Saiyan before him, like the female Saiyan earlier, had transformed with golden hair. You're also a Super Saiyan." "No, impossible. How can there be so many Super Saiyans in this world? That's just a legend. How can it be real?" Death beam. As his words faded, Frieza again gathered 3 purple beams between the fingers of his right hand and fired them at Lin Shun. But this time Frieza watched in shock as Lin Shun, with a glare and a casual wave of his hand, swatted away his ultimate technique. With a thunderous roar, the deflected beam struck a drifting meteor, exploding in a blinding flash. "What? How could my death beam?" "Frieza, is this all you've got?" Using his ki to substitute for his voice, Lin Shun called out to Frieza in the void. "Use your full power. I will avenge Hanazia and the Saiyans you slaughtered." "Full power? A wild monkey of a Saiyan." Frieza's lip twitched. He again conjured 3 purple beams with his right hand and shot them at Lin Shun. Lin Shun raised his hand, swatting them away as easily as shooing a fly. 3 flashes of light soon erupted in the distance. Ding! Beginner martial genius talent activated, learned technique, death beam. Seeing his beginner martial genius talent trigger again, Lin Shun remained impassive, letting out only a cold sneer. "You've had your turn to strike. Now it's mine." With that, his smile vanished, and he charged straight at Frieza. Before Frieza could react, Lin Shun's fist slammed into his head. Frieza shot away like a cannonball, crashing into a rock the size of a building, then blasting through it, and into another. He continued like this, smashing through rock after rock, until he finally came to a halt after colliding with the seventh. What's going on? What's going on? Why is he so powerful? Why is a Saiyan this strong? Frieza screamed, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. Aboard Frieza's spaceship, Captain Jinyu and his team held their breath. Why? Why are there two Super Saiyans appearing? Are the Saiyans already this powerful? Can Lord Frieza win? These Saiyans are truly terrifying. Nonsense. Lord Frieza just killed a Super Saiyan. This one will be no exception. As an alien uttered these words, the ship fell silent. Then someone stammered, by the way. This Saiyan, why isn't he dead? Since when can Saiyans survive in space? At that voice, everyone on the ship gasped. Right? Outside was the vacuum of space and Planet TV was already gone. If so, how was that Saiyan surviving in space? At that moment, Frieza on the battlefield also realized this. He stared in shock at the approaching Lin Chun, enraged. Why? Why aren't you dead? Since when can Saiyans survive in a vacuum? An ordinary Saiyan can't, but am no ordinary Saiyan. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chun said calmly, transmitting his voice through the surrounding energy. The legendary Super Saiyan. Ridiculous. Do you think I believe such nonsense? Frieza waved his hand dismissively. Yet at that moment his supervision noticed a faint luminous shroud enveloping Lin Chun's entire body. Frieza guessed it was some kind of energy barrier. Frieza was not mistaken. These energy shields were the innate bloodline instinct of Lin Chun's legendary Saiyan heritage. Since the vacuum can't kill you, I'll kill you with my own hands. The moment Frieza finished speaking, his figure abruptly appeared before Lin Chun, landing a heavy punch to Lin Chun's stomach. But to Frieza's surprise, his fist felt as if it had struck a block of iron. Lin Chun showed no reaction at all while Frieza's own fist throbbed with pain. Is that all the strength you have? Frieza, don't you have another transformation? Use it. Or do you intend to die again, without even unleashing your full power, just like last time? Lin Chun spoke coldly, yet a flicker of anger burned in his eyes. This time Lin Chun was truly furious. Not because Frieza had killed Hanazia, but because Frieza hadn't slain her in an honorable duel, instead he had destroyed the planet. How dare you kill my woman in such a manner? Come, Frieza, use all your power. For those you have slain, I will defeat you with honor this time. A mere Saiyan is worthy of my full power. A surge of malevolent energy exploded. Frieza's body radiated white flame as his fists began to rain blows upon Lin Chun. Though no sound could be heard in the vacuum, the shockwaves from Frieza's fists reverberated through the space. Go, Lord Frieza. Lord Frieza is invincible. Aboard Frieza's ship, the aliens cheered excitedly as Frieza continued his assault. Only Jinyu among them all showed a look of dread, stepping back repeatedly. As the most powerful warrior on the ship, Jinyu could see that although Frieza was attacking relentlessly, the Saiyan remained completely unharmed. The gap between them was utterly overwhelming. The Super Saiyan was terrifying indeed. How is this possible? How? After throwing thousands of punches, Frieza realized he had not even scratched Lin Chun. My battle power is 3 million. Why can't I break through your body, eh? At Frieza's words, Lin Chun frowned slightly. Just then Frieza halted his attack and distanced himself. Fine, you wretched monkey. Since you want my full power, you shall have it. Prepare for terror. My final form boasts over 100 million in battle power. In the next instant, a blast of malevolent energy erupted and Frieza's body began to undergo a new transformation. Yet to Lin Chun, this change seemed rather grotesque. He could see Frieza's body twisting and deforming, with some flesh turning outward. Lin Chun was unaware that Frieza himself was extremely reluctant to undergo this final transformation. However, his reason differed from the original Frieza's. The original Frieza disliked transforming into his final form because it made controlling his power difficult. But this Frieza avoided it because the transformation inflicted immense pain. When Frieza was killed by Lin Chun, he was in his first form. Thus, when advanced technology was used to reassemble his body, it was restored to that same first form. Although the technicians ensured the mechanical body wouldn't hinder his transformations, a mechanical form was ultimately not his original flesh. Each transformation caused him great agony due to the remnants of his body. The pain was most excruciating when assuming his final form. Hence, even when facing Hanazia earlier, Frieza had only transformed to his third form. When he found he still couldn't defeat her, he chose to destroy the planet rather than undergo his final transformation to secure victory. But now faced with Lin Chun, who could survive in a vacuum, Frieza had no choice but to endure the pain and undergo the final transformation. As As the energy shroud around him exploded completely, a smaller, more compact Frieza appeared before Lin Chun. Panting heavily, cold sweat beading on his face, Frieza said, "You've waited long enough, Saiyan. This is the ultimate form you wished to see." Frieza raised a finger and sneered at Lin Chun. "Let me tell you in advance, my current battle power is over 100 million. Hearing this, Lin Chun's confusion finally cleared. A smile spread across his face. 100 million. Frieza, I never knew you were such a braggart. Huh. Frieza was taken aback, his face darkening. What do you mean? Frieza, can you tell me how you know your own battle power is over 100 million? As far as I know, the highest detection limit of the Frieza Force's scouter was only 2 million. So where did you get that 100 million figure? Lin Chun laughed. This? Frieza's expression stiffened. Lin Chun continued, Frieza, if I'm not mistaken, that supposed 100 million battle power was just your own boasting, wasn't it? In truth, you don't even know your own battle power. That 100 million is nothing but a fabrication of yours, right? As for your real battle power, unfortunately, it's only 11 million, roughly a tenth of what you guessed. Utter nonsense. Frieza roared in anger. Yet a pang of guilt gnawed at his heart, for in truth Lin Chun's words were absolutely correct. Frieza's estimation of his own combat power in his final form was nothing more than pure conjecture. In reality, ever since the invention of the scouter, the maximum combat power it could detect was barely over 2 million. This value sufficed for over 90% of beings in the universe, but it proved utterly useless for the Frost Demon clan. For once they reverted to their final, or more precisely original, form, the combat power of the Frost Demon clan far exceeded the scouter's detection limit. Thus Frieza, his father, and their ilk had only ever possessed a rough estimate of their own strength. Frieza, for instance, believing his final form to be dozens of times more powerful than his third form, had guessed his combat power to be around 120 million. But in truth, Frieza's judgment was off by an astronomical margin. When Lin Chun heard Frieza boast that his third form had a combat power of 3 million, he sensed something amiss. According to the scouter, Bulma had built Frieza's third form possessed a mere 2,400,000. Later, when Frieza transformed into his final form, Lin Chun discovered that his combat power had only increased to 11 million, a far cry from the over 100 million Frieza had claimed. He initially thought Bulma's scouter was malfunctioning, but when he used his own system to check Frieza's combat power, the result was also 11 million. That 100 million figure Frieza had always boasted about was indeed a bluff. Lin Chun had originally intended to avenge Hansia and engage Frieza in a life-or-death struggle, but now it turned out that Frieza's true strength was barely half of his own. Nonsense! 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 Frieza bellowed in humiliated rage. How could my combat power be only 11 million? Lin Chun pointed at the scouter on his head. Frieza, let me tell you something. My scouter is a state-of-the-art device created by a genius. It has no detection limit, and it tells me your combat power is merely 11 million. What? Frieza exclaimed in shock. And by the way, my combat power exceeds 20 million. That female Super Saiyan you killed earlier had a combat power of 12 million. So you're too weak. You damn monkey. How dare you call me Frieza weak? Damn it, damn it. I am invincible. Frieza suddenly bent his left arm, spun half a turn to gather power, and the next moment a terrifying energy wave like a flame was unleashed by Frieza. Boom, boom, boom. Every blast struck Lin Chun. But this was not the end of Frieza's hands, wave continuously hurling wave after wave of fiery energy blasts at Lin Chun. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered the technique Flame Wave. The dark cosmos was illuminated by crimson flames for nearly a full minute. When Frieza finally stopped panting heavily, a sinister grin crept across his face. Talking trash about me being weak. Now you know my power, don't you? Sorry, you're too weak. Suddenly a voice rang out and Frieza felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body freezing for a moment. His pupils contracted sharply, a chilling dread surging from the soles of his feet to his brain. When Lin Chun emerged from the smoke and dust, he saw a terrified Frieza, catching a glimpse of fear flickering in his eyes. Lin Chun sighed. A Frieza like this. If Hansia hadn't been unable to survive in a vacuum, she might have been able to defeat him too. What a pity, this Frieza was far too evil and cunning. Meanwhile, Frieza's eyes darted around rapidly. For the first time in his life, he tasted the flavor of fear. Faced with the threat of death, panic seized him. I have to get out of here right now. I need to go to my father. I can't beat him now. Only father can protect me. Once he realized victory was impossible, Frieza's mind turned entirely to escape. Scum will kill you. Frieza let out a shout, raised his hand, and conjured a violet-black energy sphere brimming with surging power. He thrust his finger forward, and the sphere shot toward Lin Shun. Ding! Beginner martial genius talent activated technique, learned planet destruction sphere. Just as the system notification rang in Lin Chen's mind, Frieza's body transformed into a streak of light darting in the opposite direction. There Frieza's spaceship awaited. Though Frieza could survive and move in space, traversing interstellar distances was far faster by spaceship than by physical power alone. As the ship grew larger in the distance, Frieza muttered to himself, "Once I reach Father, I will train hard. Those damned Saiyan monkeys. I will never lose to you." Born a natural prodigy, Frieza had never trained a day in his life. He believed that with his innate talent, a little training would surely allow him to surpass that Saiyan. Soon he was almost at the spaceship. Through the porthole, he could see his terrified subordinates inside. But then he noticed his men pounding on the windows in terror, frantically pointing behind him. Behind him, Frieza turned his head and saw a blue radiance dazzling as the sun suddenly appear in the space behind him. Lin Shun brought his palms together, his gaze fixed on the distant Frieza, silently mouthing "Ka, me." As he reached the word "me," Lin Shun vanished from his spot, narrowly dodging the energy sphere Frieza had hurled. The next instant, Lin Shun materialized behind Frieza, who shuddered and turned in disbelief. "How did you?" Frieza's mouth opened, but his words were cut short. Lin Shun shouted the final syllable. "Huh." With a mighty cry, he thrust his hands forward. The blue energy wave erupted, roaring forth with an unstoppable, devastating momentum. "I cannot die." Knowing escape was impossible, Frieza roared, spreading both palms in a futile attempt to push back Lin Chen's Kamehameha. But his palms held against the energy wave for only a brief moment before being consumed and obliterated by the terrifying power. The next moment, even Frieza himself vanished into the blue light. Boom. The violent and brutal energy appeared and vanished in the cosmos with astonishing speed. Soon all returned to tranquility. Lin Shun gazed forward with an icy stare. 1,000 meters away, a mutilated corpse floated in the void of space. It was none other than the once almighty Galactic Emperor Frieza. However, his current body was reduced to less than a quarter of its original form. Frieza's lower half was completely gone, his arms were missing, and the mechanical repairs on his head had been utterly obliterated. Yet despite this, Frieza's life force still lingered. Having taken Lin Chen's instant transmission Kamehameha delivered in Super Saiyan form, he and Frieza still clung to life, a testament to his terrifying vitality. Lin Chen now somewhat understood why Cell, who also possessed Namekian regenerative abilities, could revive even after losing his entire upper body, while Piccolo could be killed outright by Nappa's energy blast. The difference lay in the extraordinary life force of Frieza's Frost Demon race. Lin Chen drifted before Frieza looked down at him and raised his right hand to deliver the final blow. As if sensing his impending doom, Frieza's face twisted into a pleading expression. "Please, I beg you. Save me. Forgive me. Save you. I'm not Son Goku. I don't have his misplaced mercy." Lin Chen sneered. Though Frieza didn't understand who Son Goku was, he grasped that Lin Chen had no intention of sparing him. Thus fear morphed into despair, which then ignited into fury. "Scion, this time, you win. But at least, I've taken many Scions with me. And that female Scion, she must be your mate. Haha, when I get to hell, I'll teach them a proper lesson. Fool, they won't be joining you in hell." Lin Chen said coldly. "What?" Frieza was stunned. "After you die, I'll find the Dragon Balls and revive Hansha and the others. I can even restore this very planet Tivis. Dragon Balls. So off to hell with you." Lin Shun pointed a finger, and a golden beam of energy identical to Frieza's death beam shot forth, severing Frieza's remaining right arm. "Death beam. How do you know my technique?" "A mere trick. I learned it after seeing it once. Frieza, die by your own attack." With that, Lin Chen fired 5 more death beams, each one vaporizing what remained of Frieza's body. As the final beam struck Frieza's head, his scream of "I don't want to die" echoed through the void. Thus, the most heinous Galactic Emperor in the Dragon Ball world met his definitive end. This time, Frieza's body was completely shattered and evaporated beyond the reach of even the most advanced technology to revive him. Having dealt with Frieza, Lin Shun turned his gaze toward Frieza's spaceship in the distance. He slowly spread his fingers toward it. The Frieza Force soldiers aboard immediately erupted in panic. "Run! Get out of here! Please, it was Lord Frieza who provoked you. Why target us insignificant grunts?" The alien crew wept profusely. Yet just as the colossal ship began to move, an energy wave tore through the heavens, surging forward with overwhelming force. The spaceship exploded and disintegrated in the blast, its occupants incinerated by the searing heat. Lin Shan suddenly furrowed his brow. Just before Frieza's mothership exploded, he thought he caught a glimpse of a small spherical escape pod fleeing. Should he give chase? Lin Shan pondered for a moment, then dismissed the thought. It was merely a minor underling of the Frieza force unworthy of his effort. His priority was to revive Hansha and the others. With that, Lin Shan used instant transmission and vanished from the area. However, Lin Shan was unaware that the small escape pod carried not a trivial lackey, but Captain Jinyu. This elite commander under Frieza, upon witnessing Lin Shan's brutal slaughter of his master, had reacted faster than anyone else. He immediately fled to the spherical pod used by combatants, thus narrowly escaping death. Now watching his former mothership disappear in the shockwave, Jinyu wore a look of sheer relief, gasping for breath. Good thing I escaped in time. Science. I never imagined they possessed such terrifying power. But just you wait, Saiyan. I will surely revive Lord Frieza. The Frieza force will make a triumphant return. Captain Jinyu roared. Thanks to the ship's advanced surveillance equipment, while Lin Shan revealed the secret of the Dragon Balls to Frieza, everyone aboard the mothership, including Jinyu, had also heard the information. At the time, the others paid it no mind, but Jinyu recalled a legend he had once encountered. Legend spoke of a mysterious race in the universe, known as the Namekians, who possessed the miraculous ability to create wishing orbs. It was said that gathering 7 of these orbs could grant any wish. The Dragon Balls that Saiyan mentioned must be those very wishing orbs. So the legend was real. Such things truly existed. Just wait. Jinyu will obtain the Dragon Balls, revive Lord Frieza and the Jinyu force. Then the time for our revenge will come. Captain Jinyu shouted inside the pod. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers from the original location of Tivis, a spherical spaceship of the same model as Frieza's mothership began to accelerate, heading away from the planet. Lord Frieza's life signs have ceased. As an alien reported this, a collective gasp filled the ship. What? Lord Frieza is dead. Is the Super Saiyan truly that powerful? At that moment, an egg-shaped hovercraft drifted before the crew. A voice somewhat reminiscent of Frieza's emanated from within. Silence. That fool Frieza was always too naive. He had already suffered at the hands of a Saiyan before, yet he failed to learn his lesson. He brought this upon himself. Upon seeing the figure on the hovercraft, all the aliens knelt in reverence. For the one seated there was their master, the Galactic Emperor Frieza's elder brother Cooler. A short figure with a blue face, purple skin, and white hair said to Cooler, "Great King Cooler, should we go over and take a look? Lord Frieza might not be dead yet. After all, last time he also." "No need. Frieza must pay for his folly." Salza were leaving. The subordinate named Salza hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." Although Cooler's temper was much milder than the capricious and tyrannical Frieza, it did not mean anyone could defy his orders. Upon hearing Cooler's command, the crew on the ship immediately began bustling about, turning the vessel around and heading back to the territory of Cooler's army. However, these individuals had no idea that their leader, Great King Cooler, had already darkened his expression, his face pulled into a long, grim line. In truth, the reason Cooler had not ordered the ship to approach earlier was not because he wished to leave Frieza to his fate, but because he was afraid. An enemy who could survive in the cosmos and effortlessly defeat Frieza. Such a foe might be more than even Cooler could handle. He dared not draw near, fearing that the one who slew Frieza might still be lingering, nor did he dare to stay terrified that figure might notice them. He, the illustrious Cooler, was fleeing in sheer terror, a scenario he had never once imagined in the past. An intense sense of humiliation forged a resolute determination within him. Damn it, our frozen demon clan is the mightiest in the entire universe. Saiyan, you wait for me. Cooler will surely break through the limits of the frozen demon clan. The day my 4th transformation is complete will be the day we meet. Then I shall avenge Frieza and uphold the dignity of the frozen demon clan. Meanwhile, Lin Shan had already returned to Planet Vegeta and recounted what he had witnessed to King Vegeta and the others. While King Vegeta and the others lamented the deaths of Queen Hannah and her companions, they also rejoiced and cheered over Lin Shan's complete annihilation of Frieza. Your Majesty, links, now that Frieza is dead, the threats we face have greatly diminished. I believe we can unleash our full potential and make a grand move. King Vegeta suggested. What do you intend to do? Lin Shan asked. Are you still thinking of conquering the universe? Of course not. King Vegeta quickly shook his head. Having spent so much time with Lin Shan, he understood that his sovereign was utterly unlike the Saiyans of old. Though he harbored ambition, it was fundamentally different from Frieza's. Moreover, Lin Shun had repeatedly told everyone, including King Vegeta, that the future of the Saiyans could not follow the old path of conquest and destruction through brute force. King Vegeta then said, "Your Majesty thinks now that Frieza is dead, his forces will inevitably splinter. He once conquered and controlled hundreds of planets. Their inhabitants like us Saiyans were under Frieza's thumb. Since your Majesty wishes to make the Saiyans a righteous army, why not liberate all those planets? Liberate the planets." As Lin Shun pondered King Vegeta's words, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host faces a new choice, triggering the Supreme Choice system. Choice 1: liberate over 70 of Frieza's army's territory. Reward: 50 bottles of frozen demon serum. Choice 2: liberate over 70 of Frieza's army's territory and over 50 of Coola's army's territory. Reward: 20 bottles of frozen demon serum, 1 vial of 100 SL reagent. Choice 3: liberate the South Galaxy controlled by Frieza's army. Reward: 1 legendary Super Saiyan 2 form experience card. This mission allows only one choice from 3. Multiple selections are prohibited. Seeing that a choice had been triggered, Lin Shun immediately signaled King Vegeta to wait, as he needed time to consider. He then examined the 3 options provided by the system. Some of the rewards this time were items Lin Shun had never encountered before, requiring clarification. System: what exactly is frozen demon serum? Ding! Responding to the host, frozen demon serum can transform any intelligent race into the frozen demon clan. Caution! This frozen demon clan refers to the primal frozen demons, not mutants like Frieza's lineage. Primal frozen demons. So that meant beings like chilled Frieza's ancestor. Lin Shun recalled that such frozen demons seemed to lack the transformation abilities of Frieza and his kind, thus their combat power was lower, but still likely over 400. Thus, this serum seemed somewhat useless for their Saiyans. However, if Lin Shun ever wished to recruit aliens from other races as subordinates in the future, these serums could prove handy. Yet compared to the frozen demon serum, Lin Shun was far more intrigued by the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form experience card from Choice 3. System: what function does this experience card serve? Ding! Responding to the host, the experience card allows the host to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form for 1 hour. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. Now that was quite intriguing. Lin Shun was well aware that the legendary Super Saiyan the system referred to was likely the transformation he had yet to master. This transformation was a unique form only attainable by those like Lin Shun and Broly, who possessed the power of the legendary Super Saiyan within them. And legendary Super Saiyan 2 was an even stronger evolution of this form. In the original story, even the base legendary Super Saiyan form boasted nearly infinite power. A further transformation was something Lin Shun had never even heard of. Since Lin Shun could not yet even master the legendary Super Saiyan form, the chance to experience an even stronger variant made his heart itch with curiosity. Choices 1 and 2 could both enhance Lin Shun's strength, but Choice 3 only offered a 1-hour power boost. Which should he choose? After a moment's thought, Lin Shun suddenly noticed something else. Liberate the South Galaxy controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan. Wait. Wasn't the South Galaxy controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan mentioned in this choice a plot from the Dragon Ball movies? And the legendary Super Saiyan in that movie, wasn't that another version of Broly? Having lived so long in this world, Lin Shun knew that the Broly of his world should be the one from Dragon Ball Super. So why did the mission ask him to kill another Broly? What was going on? System: what is the name of the legendary Super Saiyan in Choice 3? Ding! Responding to the host, his name is Broly. It really was him. But that's not right, System. Isn't Broly on Earth? How is he in the South Galaxy? Lin Shun was now filled with questions. Ding! Reporting to host, the target is Broly from a parallel timeline, not the one in the host's current timeline. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Shun was taken aback for a moment. A Broly from a parallel timeline. Damn, good thing I asked, or how would I ever complete this choice? Lin Shun knew that the Dragon Ball world was an immensely vast one. It encompassed the concept of multiple universes. In total, there were 12 universes. The universe Lin Shun inhabited was one of these 12. The relationship between different universes was akin to different nations, with vast differences between them. Take the Saiyans, for instance. In Lin Shun's universe, they were originally a warlike and brutal race. But in another universe, they might be a peace-loving people, and in a third, the Saiyan race might not exist at all. Beyond this multiverse, Lin Shun also knew that this world contained the concept of parallel timelines. A so-called parallel timeline refers to a world within a universe that, due to some reason, is both similar and dissimilar to the original. Using himself as an example, Lin Shun was acutely aware that the world he currently inhabited was certainly a parallel timeline of some universe. In this timeline, because of his arrival, the Saiyan homeworld of Planet Vegeta had been spared from destruction by Frieza. Besides this world, there should be another one where Lin Shun had not transmigrated. In that world, since Lin Shun never appeared, Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, just as in the original story. And now the system had given Lin Shun a mission to go to a parallel timeline and deal with another Broly. The problem was, how was Lin Shun supposed to get to the parallel timeline the system demanded? System, how am I supposed to complete this third choice? Will you send me to that parallel timeline? Ding. Reporting to host, the host must find a way to complete the mission on their own. However, the system can hint that within this universe there exists a method to travel to the target timeline. System, then I choose option 3. After thinking it over, Lin Shun couldn't suppress his curiosity and chose this seemingly most difficult path. After all, the Frost Demon Serum offered by options 1 and 2 was of little help to Lin Shun, whose subordinates were primarily Saiyans. However, he was quite interested in that legendary Super Saiyan 2 form experience card. He wanted to see what it was all about. Ding, host has made a choice. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Due to the high difficulty of this mission, the time limit has been extended to 3 years. Having confirmed his new objective, Lin Shun issued new orders to King Vegeta and the others. From that day forward, the Saiyans would begin attacking the former territories of the Frieza force, liberating the planets once ruled by Frieza. Although this would not yield any system rewards, the attacks on the Frieza forces territories would allow the Saiyans to accumulate some combat experience. The lesson of Hanasiya had proven that possessing immense power alone was sometimes insufficient. 5 years of peace had caused many Saiyans to forget the brutality of battle. While the Saiyan army was striking out on all fronts, Lin Shun returned to Earth. Since the system's mission had a 3-year time limit, he planned to first resurrect Hanasiya and the others. Upon returning to Earth, he first visited Kame House. When he arrived, he saw Master Roshi teaching martial arts to Tights and Bulma. Master Roshi, Tights, Bulma. Lin Shun greeted them, shared a moment of affection with Tights, and then stated his purpose directly. You want this ball of mine? I've studied this thing for years and can't figure out what it is at all. Master Roshi raised the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck with a puzzled expression. Yes, this object is actually called a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total. If you gather them all, you can have 1 wish granted. What? So miraculous. Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise, but he still handed the Dragon Ball to Lin Shun. Since you're this powerful and still need this, you must have something urgent. Take it. Thank you, Master Roshi. Taking the Dragon Ball, Lin Shun bid them farewell and used instant transmission to leave again. However, after Lin Shun left, a gleam of wonder shone in Bulma's eyes. So what Brother Lin Shun said before about the Eternal Dragon was real. Having taken Master Rose's Dragon Ball, Lin Shun next arrived at Mount Pozu. Young Goku, still living alone in the mountains, was out hunting. Lin Shun silently apologized and took his 4-star ball. Immediately after he arrived at the lookout, Brother Lynx. The first to come out and greet Lin Shun was Broly, who had been living there for over a year. He wore a robe similar to Camus, and his height had begun to increase, making him almost unrecognizable to Lin Shun. Yo, Broly. Looking at the kind-faced Broly before him, a stark contrast to his past self, and then thinking about the other Broly he was tasked to deal with, Lin Shun felt a sense of pride. He had managed to transform even Broly like this. Broly, how are things here? Excellent. I owe it all to Brother Lynx for bringing me here. Every day, I learn all sorts of new knowledge from Mr. Popo and Cammy, Broly replied. Lin Shun smiled, then looked up at Cammy, who was approaching. After exchanging greetings, Lin Shun stated his purpose. Cammy, I've come to ask if you could help me find the remaining Dragon Balls. I already have 2 here. Lin Shun showed the 2 Dragon Balls he had collected. Cammy glanced at them, but said, Mr. Lin Shun, I recall telling you before that You don't know where the Dragon Balls are, do you? Lin Shun interrupted Cammy. Cammy, help me this once, and I can take you to see your homeworld. Namek. Cammy's eyes widened. The last time Lin Shun brought Broly here, Cammy had learned that he was originally an alien from another planet. As an orphaned alien, he had always longed to return to his homeworld and see it. But Cammy immediately frowned and shook his head. No, I am the guardian of Earth. I cannot leave the lookout for too long. Lin Shun quickly interjected, Don't worry, it won't take long. I can use instant transmission to take you to Namek in an instant. This time Cammy was finally tempted. If it was only a few hours, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Thus, driven by the desire to go home, Cammy no longer prevaricated with Lin Shun. He immediately instructed Mr. Popo to gather all the remaining Dragon Balls. So, this is Planet Namek. The moment the Guardian laid eyes on his ancestral homeland, his body trembled uncontrollably. A soul-deep sense of familiarity made him take a deep breath. Even the air seemed to carry a scent he recognized. "Come, Guardian, let me take you to meet the Grand Elder." Lin Shun patted the Guardian on the shoulder, then led him flying toward the Grand Elder's dwelling. Soon the Guardian encountered the first Namekian he had ever seen in his life aside from King Piccolo. They were greeted by Nail, the Grand Elder's guard. He bowed to Lin Shun and said, "Long time no see, Mr. Lin Shun. The Grand Elder sent me to welcome the Namekian wanderer home." What followed was a harmonious scene of reconnection. The Guardian learned from the Grand Elder that he was the child of a Namekian named Katats, who had sent him to Earth during the great climate catastrophe on Namek. Throughout this, Lin Shun stood silently to the side, observing everything. After the Guardian and the Grand Elder finished reminiscing, the Grand Elder turned to Lin Shun and said, "Mr. Lin Shun, have you come for the Dragon Balls?" "Yes, Grand Elder. I wish to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish." "Do I need to undergo the trial again?" "Haha, Mr. Lin Shun, the Namekian Dragon Balls are always at your service." The Grand Elder possessed a certain gift of prophecy and had long foreseen that Lin Shun might aid the Namekian people. As time passed, he also noticed that with each meeting, Lin Shun had grown significantly stronger. Forming a good relationship with such a powerful being, the Grand Elder deemed it worthwhile. With the Grand Elder's permission, Lin Shun used his instant transmission to gather all 7 Dragon Balls from Namekian villages scattered across the planet. Once the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls were assembled, the Guardian also brought out the 7 Earth Dragon Balls he had carried. "Did you create these Dragon Balls? You truly are a remarkable Namekian." The Grand Elder praised upon seeing the Earth Dragon Balls. "Thank you for your kind words, Grand Elder." "Then, Lin Shun, shall we begin?" "Yes." Lin Shun nodded. "Shinran, arise. Grant my wish." The Guardian called out loudly. Then Nail recited the summoning incantation in the Namekian language. In the next instant, the sky over Namek plunged into darkness. The 14 Dragon Balls emitted a golden radiance simultaneously. Then 2 dragons, one large, one small, rose from the golden light. The Earth Shinran and the Namekian Purunga appeared at the same time and place, a scene that had never occurred even in the original story now unfolding before Lin Shun and the others. Yet the first thing Lin Shun said upon witnessing this spectacle was, "Guardian, your Shinran is rather small." A bead of cold sweat dripped from the Guardian's brow as he replied sheepishly, "Yes, compared to the Grand Elder, I still have much to learn." The Grand Elder chuckled and comforted him. "It's fine. Appearance is but an illusion. What matters is that your Shinran brims with power." "That is good. Thank you, Grand Elder." The Guardian expressed his gratitude, then said to Lin Shun, "Lin Shun, state your wish." Lin Shun nodded and first addressed Nail. "Mr. Nail, for my first wish, please ask the Namekian Purunga to restore Planet TV." Then he turned to the Earth Shinran and said, "Please revive all the lives on Planet TV that were destroyed by Frieza." This was why Lin Shun had summoned the dragons of 2 planets simultaneously. Lin Shun intended to revive more than just Hanashia. The Namekian Purunga could not restore multiple lives at once. To revive people, he needed the Earth Shinran. However, the Earth Shinran could only grant one wish at a time, and to revive the people of Planet TV, the planet itself had to be restored first. Thus, Lin Shun had collected the Dragon Balls from both planets this time. As he voiced his wishes, the Namekian Purunga and the Earth Shinran both glowed brightly in their eyes. Purunga spoke first. "Saiyan, your wish has been granted. Planet TV is restored." Then the Earth Shinran added, "Your wish is fulfilled, Saiyan. Thank you for allowing me to meet my kindred. Farewell." With that, the Earth Shinran's coiled form dissolved back into 7 Dragon Balls ready to scatter across the world. But since they were on Namek, Lin Shun had no intention of letting the Dragon Balls fly off randomly. Retrieving them later would be troublesome. So before the Dragon Balls could depart, Lin Shun leaped high into the air and caught all 7 in one motion. At that moment on Planet TV, many people rose from the ground in bewilderment, including Hanashia and the Saiyans who had perished. Frieza. The moment she revived, Hanashia screamed, but then realized she was on Planet TV. Strange. Where are Frieza and the others? Princess Hannah. Nearby, several Saiyans who had also just been revived gathered around, asking each other what had happened. Many remembered that they should have been dead. Hearing their words, Hanashia suddenly realized she too had died. That cunning Frieza, when he couldn't defeat her, had suddenly destroyed Planet TV. So why were they all alive again? And Planet TV restored? While Hanashia and the others were filled with confusion, some alien beings on the planet scrambled aboard nearby spaceships and fled into space. These aliens were combatants of Frieza's army. They had landed on the planet to ambush the Saiyans, but were killed along with TV by Frieza. Now revived, though they didn't understand what had happened, they recognized the Scions nearby. That female Scion had even beaten Lord Frieza mercilessly. If they didn't flee now, were they waiting to be killed again? Meanwhile on Namek, Nail said to Lin Chen, "Mr. Lin Chen, your first wish has been granted. What is your second wish?" "The second wish? I haven't quite decided yet." Lin Chen chuckled sheepishly. Hearing this, the Guardian and the others present facepalmed. Speaking of which, Lin Chen's initial purpose for summoning the dragon was to revive Hanasia and the others. Since the Namekian dragon could not revive multiple individuals at once, he had to summon Earth's dragon as well. But aside from resurrection, Lin Chen had truly not considered any other wishes. What wish should he make? Without prior preparation, Lin Chen had to think on the spot. "I've got it. Purunga, my second wish is to reinforce Planet Vegeta, making it impervious to destruction from external forces." Lin Chen had learned from Hanasia's lesson. Even Super Saiyans sometimes cannot save a planet in time. Though Frieza was dead, countless unknown and formidable enemies still lurked in the universe. In the Dragon Ball world, planets are easily destroyed. Even those with a mere combat power of tens of thousands possess the ability to annihilate a planet. Lin Chen feared not powerful foes, but rather that someone in the future might, in a fit of madness, launch a sneak attack on Planet Vegeta in his absence and blow up the entire planet. That would be catastrophic. "That's simple," Purunga declared with a thunderous voice as his eyes lit up. Moments later he announced, "The second wish has been granted. The third and final wish, speak it now." Lin Chen, state your third wish, Nail also urged. "My third wish is to obtain the Elder's potential development technique," Lin Chen declared loudly. Lin Chen had coveted this ability for a long time. Though the Elder's potential development was not as potent as the old Kaishin's later technique, it was still quite useful in the early stages. With this ability, Lin Chen could elevate the overall strength of the Scions. This also served as compensation for not having chosen a mission that could boost his power earlier. This wish is easily granted. As Purunga's eyes glowed red once more, Lin Chen sensed something merging into his mind. Immediately he saw that his personal attribute panel had changed. Host Lin Chen. Combat Power 136000. Bloodline Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills Instant Transmission Chi Control Junior Martial Genius Talent Junior Potential Development Technique. Techniques: Planet Destruction Ball, Death Beam, Flame Wave, Split, Kamehameha, Afterimage, Fist. Scion, all your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, Purunga ascended into the sky and transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls scattering across Namek. The sky brightened once more, and resplendent sunlight bathed the land, radiating a warmth and serenity. Seeing his wishes fulfilled, Lin Chen smiled contentedly. He casually retrieved a fruit from the spirit tree from his system space and handed it to Nail. It's a fruit from the spirit tree. It can boost combat power, but its main effect is to strengthen the body, restore vitality, and enhance mental energy. Take it to the Elder, it will extend his lifespan, Lin Chen said. Really? Thank you. Nail replied gratefully. Lin Chen had a premonition that he might soon need the Namekian dragon again, so giving the Elder a spirit tree fruit was also a way to foster goodwill. While Lin Chen was summoning the dragon and making his wishes, a circular spaceship landed on a planet in a corner of the universe. This planet was called Planet Cold No. 1. As the name suggested, it was the stronghold of King Cold, Frieza's father. As soon as the ship landed, a group of aliens surrounded it. "You and the ship come out and submit to inspection." Though the ship bore Frieza Force identification signals, its arrival was completely unannounced, so the Cold Force soldiers remained on high alert. Compared to the Frieza Force, the Cold Force troops were far more disciplined. Soon the hatch opened, and a purple figure emerged. "Don't attack. I am Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force under the Frieza Force." "Captain Jinyu." The aliens were taken aback, but quickly recognized the renowned captain. "Captain Jinyu, this is King Cold's territory. What business does the Frieza Force have here?" "I have urgent news for King Cold. Lord Frieza has been killed," Jinyu stated coldly. Soon in King Cold's palace, the ruler, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's second form, received the tragic news of his son. In his fury, King Cold could barely contain his aura. "What? My son Frieza is dead." Feeling the air tremble around him, Jinyu knelt fearfully on one knee. "Forgive me, King Cold. Lord Frieza was slain by a Saiyan who appears to be the legendary Super Saiyan." King Cold waved his hand dismissively. "Super Saiyan? Ridiculous. That's just a legend." "It's no legend. My lord, we encountered 2 Super Saiyans this time. One of them could even survive in the vacuum of space. Lord Frieza was beaten to death by that Saiyan with his bare hands." "And you?" While Frieza was being killed, what were you doing? King Cold glared at Jinyu. My lord. I'm sorry. At the time I was aboard Lord Frieza's ship. Their battle was beyond our ability to assist. But my lord, I know something. Jinyu intended to tell King Cold about the Dragon Balls which he had overheard. With the 7 Dragon Balls they could revive Frieza. However, before Jinyu could finish, whoosh, a death beam pierced Jinyu's body. King Cold's expression darkened. Since you couldn't help my son, why should you continue living? Guh. King Cold. Jinyu lay on the ground, unable to believe that this was his end. He had come to bring King Cold news that could resurrect Frieza. He had been utterly loyal to the Frost Demon clan. Why? Why? King Cold walked away without looking back, leaving a command to his men, burn that corpse immediately. He disgusts me. Yes. A lizard-like alien saluted, then carried Jinyu's body toward the palace's incineration chamber. But just as the alien entered the incineration room with Jinyu's body, a voice suddenly echoed in the chamber. Switched. A violet light flared briefly in the room, then all returned to calm. Moments later, the lizard alien emerged, but his face bore the signature smirk of Captain Jinyu. I won't die so easily. A few days later on planet Cooler No. 001. By now, Captain Jinyu was no longer among the living as far as the world knew. Yet no one realized that on the day of his death, the soul of the fallen Captain Jinyu had been replaced by that of an unknown alien warrior. Meanwhile, the real Captain Jinyu, now under a new identity, sat alone in a bar on the planet, drowning his sorrows in solitude. Jinyu could not calm himself, still seething over how he had come to report to Cooler with loyalty, only to be mercilessly slain by him. After all, he had always taken pride in being a member of the Frieza Force, never imagining that this very pride and devotion would nearly bring about his demise. Damn you, King Cold. I have served your Frost Demon clan with utmost dedication and respect, and this is how you repay me. If I couldn't swap bodies, I would be dead by now. The truly foolish one is your idiot son Frieza, yet you blame me. I won't accept this. I won't. Jinyu slammed his fist down, shattering the table before him. Just then a burly alien in the bar approached, hoisting Jinyu into the air. Hey punk, you dare wreck the bar's property. Pay up now or die. Pak. Jinyu spat contemptuously at him. But he had forgotten that he was no longer the Captain Jinyu with a battle power of 1200. The alien scouter beeped a few times, and he sneered. Haha, a fool with a battle power of only 500 pretending to be a big shot. With that, he grabbed Jinyu by the head and dragged him into the alley behind the bar. The patrons paid no mind. This was King Cold's territory. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, reigned supreme. But moments later, a sound echoed from the alley. Swap. A flash of violet light flickered. Soon after, the burly alien emerged from the alley. But now within that alien's body resided Jinyu's soul. A battle power of only 1000. Still a piece of trash. Jinyu spat disdainfully. At the same time, a thought began to fester in his mind, born from this conflict. I can't go on like this. I need a stronger body. I must become powerful. I will never let anyone control my fate again. I will. Suddenly, Jinyu froze, his gaze locked onto a colossal statue in the distance. It was a statue of King Cold. Jinyu's eyes turned cold, and a sinister smile spread across his face. Haha, how could I forget? The perfect body is right before me. King Cold, you betrayed me, humiliated me. Stealing your body is your own fault. Haha. Soon mysterious attacks on planet Cooler No. 001 stirred up a storm. One after another, elite members of the Cooler Force were ambushed and killed. These attacks were bizarre. The victims were all killed at close range, yet their bodies bore no signs of struggle. As the death toll rose and the battle powers of the fallen increased, fear spread across the planet. King Cold, already enraged by his son's death, flew into a fury upon learning of this. Useless fools. The intruder must be someone with high battle power. Use the scouters to find him. Yes, sire. Under King Cold's orders, the entire Cooler Force mobilized, scouring the planet for suspects. Anyone not part of the force with a battle power above 100 was detained and interrogated. Yet the culprit remained at large. When he heard the report, Cold raged again, leaving his subordinates trembling in fear. They'll give you 3 more days. If you don't find the killer by then, you'll all die. Yai, sire. Just as Cold's underlings hurried away, a personal guard returned. King Cold, I have something to report. Oh. King Cold frowned slightly, then forced a smile. Very well, speak. The guard stepped forward, glancing at the attendants in the room. Your Majesty, I believe I know the killer's true identity. Is that so? Tell me. Your Majesty, could you dismiss them? I wish to reveal it to you alone. Cold waved a hand. The attendants filed out and closed the door. Now speak. Who is the killer? Asked Cold. The killer is me. With that, the guard lunged forward, hurling an energy blast at King Cold. Boom. The spot where King Cold stood erupted in a massive explosion. The shockwave rippled through the palace, felt by all. The attendants outside immediately sensed the blast from Cold's room. They shouted and tried to open the door, but found it locked from within. Quick, find a way in. As they scrambled, the guard, now possessed by Captain Ginyu, charged into the smoke. Though he knew a single energy blast couldn't harm King Cold, he still rushed forward. The next moment, Cold seized him by the neck from within the haze. Haha, King Cold sneered. Who would have thought my own guard was the killer? What possessed you to attack me? Attack you? Ginyu grinned. I just wanted to get closer. What? Cold's expression shifted. The next instant, he saw the captive open his mouth and shout swap. At those words, a name flashed through Cold's mind, a name belonging to someone who should be dead. He vaguely recalled his son mentioning this person. Father, I recently discovered a fascinating being. His race is rare in the universe. They have little battle power, but can swap bodies with other life forms. Before I met him, he had already swapped bodies with dozens of beings. I never imagined such an interesting creature existed. I plan to make him captain of a special forces unit. Cooler has his armored squadron, so I want my own elite team. Oh, that sounds intriguing. What's his name? Ginyu. Ginyu. So this man was Ginyu. Ayart. Bang. When the guards outside heard King Cold shout from within the room, they dared not delay any longer and immediately blasted the door apart with a shockwave. King Cold. As they rushed into the room, what they saw was King Cold holding one of his personal guards in his grasp. But that guard's head was already lolling to one side, clearly dead. King Cold, hee. You useless fools. He is the culprit behind the recent series of attacks. King Cold tossed the corpse to the ground. Clean this up and burn this bastard's body. With that, King Cold strode out of the room. Yais. The attendants knelt on the floor watching him leave. Then, gazing at the corpse on the ground, they wondered, this guy was the king's personal guard. How dare he attack his majesty? No idea. Probably lost his mind. Being a personal guard and still not grasping King Cold's terror. What a fool. These attendants had no idea that the King Cold they spoke of was actually the corpse on the floor. The one who had just walked out was Ginyu, who had already taken over King Cold's body. When Ginyu returned to the room reserved for King Cold and closed the door, he could no longer hold back his laughter. Huh? Power. I can feel the power. Is this the body of the Frost Demon clan? The energy within this body surges and overflows as if it's about to explode. Right? The Frost Demon clan can also transform. King Cold, like Frieza, has always been suppressing his own power. If I transform further, wouldn't I become invincible? Suddenly Ginyu calmed down. No, I am not invincible yet. Even if I assume my final form, I might still be no match for a Super Saiyan. I must become stronger. I need to grow even more powerful. This body can still be trained. It has plenty of potential to unlock. Right? And the Dragon Balls. I'll use them to achieve immortality. As long as I have eternal life combined with this Frost Demon body, Captain Ginyu will surely rule the entire universe. Just wait, Saiyans. Once I surpass the limits of the Frost Demon clan, I will come for you. The mightiest emperor of the universe is neither Frieza nor you Saiyans. It is I, Ginyu. Jocko, does that Zuno really know everything? Of course. Lord Zuno is the most incredible being in the universe. His knowledge might even surpass that of your Shinron, Jocko said while piloting the spaceship. At that moment, Lin Shun and Tights were aboard Jocko's spaceship. Their destination was a mysterious planet somewhere in the cosmos. On this planet lived an extraordinary being named Zuno. According to Lin Shin's memory, Zuno was an omniscient, incredible person who knew everything in the universe. The reason he sought Zuno was to learn how to travel to parallel dimensions. So after returning to Earth, Lin Shun had Tights contact Jocko. Although he had instant transmission, he didn't know the location of Zuno's planet, so he needed Jocko to guide the way. As for Tights, upon hearing about Zuno, she wanted to see for herself. An omniscient alien. What could be more interesting than that? Originally, Bulma had insisted on coming too, but Lin Shin knew the girl's true intentions and flatly refused. Zuno's planet was quite far from Earth, and they had been flying for several hours, gradually losing their patience. Jocko, how much longer? Tights asked boredly. About 2 more hours. Jocko estimated. What? 2 hours? Your ship is way too slow. Lin Shin's instant transmission is so much more convenient. Annoyed, Jocko retorted, come on. This ship was awarded to me by the Galactic King for the TV Star campaign. I earned it with my life. Huh? TV Star? Lin Shin mentioned it. So Jocko, you died back then. Hey, what's the afterlife like? Tell me. Tights asked curiously. No idea. Jocko turned his head away. Tights grabbed his shoulder. Huh? Don't be stingy. Tell me I can use it in my new book. Jocko looked puzzled. New book? Isn't Galactic Patrolman Jocko finished? It's finished. My new serial is my Saiyan boyfriend, and it's #1 on the bestseller list for new books. Way better than Galactic Patrolman Jocko did. Then I won't say a thing. Jocko turned away again in a huff. Amid their banter, which sounded like a comedy routine, they finally arrived at Zuno's planet. Like Zuno himself, the planet Zuno was also quite peculiar. It was small, only a few times larger than the Chaos planet, and looked like a giant wooden box enveloping a world. The planet's surface was gaudy and colorful, with only Zuno's palace upon it. The palace had a Japanese-style aesthetic, but a massive escalator in front gave the entire structure an oddly surreal feel. The three took the escalator to the corridor before the palace, where a long queue had already formed. As they steadied themselves, several alien samurai-like figures approached, holding small notebooks. Seeing these warriors, Tights asked, "Hey, these guys look weird. Which one is Zuno?" "None of us are Zuno. We are attendants serving Lord Zuno," the samurai aliens said in unison. Then they surrounded Lin Shun. Lord Zuno said uninvited guests were coming, so we came to check. Uninvited guests? Tights asked in confusion. Yes, Lord Zuno does not see people without an appointment, said one attendant. What? Jocko, why didn't you tell us? Tights fumed at Jocko. Flying for hours only to be denied an audience would anger anyone. Jocko was also stunned. It was his first time on Zuno's planet, and he had never heard of such a rule. At that moment, the attendant flipped open his notebook and said, "If you make an appointment now, you can be scheduled for 5 years from now. How about it? Would you like to book?" 5 years. Jocko said awkwardly, I'm a galactic patrolman. Can't you make an exception?" No. Zuno's attendant refused without hesitation. What should we do? Gak found himself at a loss. Simple. Lin Shun chuckled as he stepped forward. I have an appointment. Let me see Zuno. You? Zuno's attendant paused, flipping through his ledger. What's your name? Let me check. Lin Shun. My Saiyan name is Lynx. Lin Shun. Lynx. After scrutinizing the list, the attendant said apologetically, Sorry, but you're not on the appointment list. Before he could finish, a golden radiance suddenly flared before his eyes. The next moment, Lin Shun had transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a ki blast toward the corridor outside. Ridiculous. Planet Zuno is shielded by Lord Zuno's power. You can't possibly harm this planet. Boom. The ki blast struck a distant forest, pierced through the ground, and shot out from the other side of Planet Zuno. Witnessing this, all the guards and guests stood wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Excuse me, have you found my name? Found it. Lin Shun, right. Please come in. The queued guests immediately parted to both sides, clearing a path for Lin Shun. Let's go. Without reverting to his normal state, Lin Shun strode deeper into the corridor, his golden hair blazing. Tights was about to follow when Gak grabbed her. Tights, is that a Super Saiyan? Tights replied, yeah. Don't you think it's cool? His hair even turned gold. Lin Shun said it can later turn yellow, green, red, and blue. She glanced at Gak and added, You're not planning to arrest him for causing destruction, are you? Gak quickly shook his head. Of course not. We're comrades after all. Ha ha. Soon they arrived at a grand hall deep within the building, where a man dressed like a Japanese samurai sat atop a bowl-shaped flying craft. This was Lord Zuno, the planet's master. Beside him, an attendant whispered in his ear, evidently reporting the earlier commotion outside. As Lin Shun approached, Zuno immediately frowned. So you're the one who broke the rules and forced your way in. What got a problem with that? Lin Shun asked. Zuno did not reply, instead gazing ahead with a mysterious expression. Just then, another attendant standing beside Zuno announced, Present your tribute. In truth, Zuno's tribute requirement was minimal. A single kiss sufficed for one answer, and beautiful women could ask even more questions. But as the proud king of Science, Lin Shun would never stoop to such a demeaning act. What tribute? This, Lin Shun raised a finger, gathering a planet destruction sphere in his palm. This was one of Frieza's most formidable techniques, its power capable of annihilating an entire planet with ease. As a being of mysterious power, Zuno instantly recognized the threat, nodding frantically. Enough. You may ask one. No, 3. No, ask as many questions as you like. Excellent. Lin Shun flicked his hand, extinguishing the planet destruction sphere. Then listen carefully. My question is, how do I travel to a parallel dimension? Zuno cleared his throat and began reciting like a mantra. Traveling between parallel dimensions can be achieved through the following methods. First, using a time machine. In theory, a true time machine doesn't exist. Every use of a time machine actually shifts you to a parallel dimension. Second, becoming a Supreme Kai and using the time rings exclusive to the Supreme Kais. When a parallel dimension emerges in the world, a green time ring is born. Using the corresponding ring allows access to that dimension. Before Zuno could finish, Lin Shan interrupted, "Wait. Zuno, I want to know how to reach a specific parallel dimension." Lin Shan realized his question might have been flawed. Zuno's answer wasn't what he sought. "In the parallel dimension I want to reach, a legendary Super Saiyan has conquered the entire southern galaxy. I need to know how to get there." Zuno paused, then surprisingly replied, "Is that legendary Super Saiyan in that dimension named Broly?" "You know that?" Lin Shan was astonished and incredulous. He hadn't expected Zuno to possess such knowledge. "Of course I do. My vast knowledge comes from a special ability akin to a great prophecy. Nothing in existence escapes my awareness," Zuno answered. "Impressive." Lin Shan genuinely felt admiration for this comical figure. "So can you answer my question?" "Naturally. To reach the dimension you speak of, there are two methods. First, seek the aid of the Time Supreme, Kai Chrono. The Time Supreme Kai is the overseer of all parallel dimensions. She possesses the ability to observe and freely enter any parallel dimension. However, I must add that the Time Supreme Kai transcends all universes existing beyond the Grand Minister's jurisdiction. Unless she summons you, no mortal can ever meet her." Lin Shan then asked, "And the second method?" "The second?" Zuno's words suddenly faltered, his body beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Zuno's attendants, witnessing this for the first time, rushed forward in panic, but Zuno raised a hand to signal them to stay back. The second method is to find the Metal of Tumulps." "Metal of Tumulps? What is that?" Lin Shan asked. "It is an extremely rare metal in the universe, also known as time metal. The Supreme Kai's time rings are forged from this metal. Incidentally, this metal has become extinct in our universe." "That's no problem. I can have Shinron conjure it." "Then what? What should I do after obtaining this metal?" Lin Shan pressed on. Zuno replied, "Possessing the time metal is the first step. Next, you must bring the time metal to a place abundant with temporal energy, where the power of time can infuse the metal." "And that?" Before Lin Shan could ask, Zuno continued, "Black holes are such places. To infuse temporal energy into the time metal, simply throw it into a black hole." "That's it." Lin Shan frowned. This method sounded far from reliable. Zuno nodded. "Indeed, that's all. But in truth, this only opens a dimensional portal. It cannot control which dimension the portal leads to." However, Zuno suddenly grew solemn. "My ability tells me that if a Saiyan named Lynx performs this act, it will open a path to the specific dimension he seeks." "Me?" Lin Shan was somewhat surprised. Why could he open the path to a designated space? "Hey, are you talking nonsense? Lin Shan doesn't have any superpowers. How could he possibly do that?" Tais shouted from the side. Zuno didn't even glance at her. "You have no tribute, so you cannot ask questions." "What? You fat bastard, I..." "Whoa." Before Tais could finish, Gaku covered her mouth. Tais was not Lin Shan. How could she speak to Lord Zuno like that? Zuno said, "Unless it's a different person with the same name, it must be you. You possess a special power. If you take the time metal to a black hole, you can open a path to a designated space. Could it be?" Lin Shan narrowed his eyes, slightly beginning to grasp Zuno's meaning. The special power Zuno mentioned likely referred to the system within Lin Shan's body. In other words, if he took the time metal to a black hole, his system might help him travel to another timeline where Broly existed. "System, is that what it means?" Lin Shan asked silently in his mind. Ding. Response to host: the system is prohibited from revealing related information before the new function's activation conditions are met. Not being able to say it meant it was a tacit confirmation. Lin Shan smiled and said, "All right, I understand. Thank you." With that, he prepared to leave. But just as he turned, a thought struck him. He looked back and asked, "By the way, is there any way to gain power comparable to a god of destruction in a short time?" "Your questioning opportunity is already used up." Zuno began habitually, but soon noticed the energy sphere glowing on Lin Shan's finger. "The first method is to undergo an angel's training. An angel's tutelage can make you stronger quickly. The second method, there is none. Power can only be cultivated through one's own effort. There is never a shortcut to reach the top." Zuno closed his eyes, sighed, then suddenly opened them again, looking at Lin Shan. "No, if it's you, perhaps there is a way to reach the top instantly." "You really do know everything." Lin Shan smiled, then turned to Tais and the others. "Let's go. We're heading back to Earth." Watching the spot where Lin Shan and his group had vanished, the omniscient Zuno finally breathed a sigh of relief. His attendant asked angrily, "Lord Zuno, who is that Saiyan? Should we seek the Supreme Kai to deal with him?" "Forget it. He is not someone we can handle, not even the Supreme Kai can. Then Zuno solemnly instructed his attendant to close the gates, announcing a temporary closure for the day. After returning from Zuno's planet, Lin Chen began preparations for his upcoming journey through time and space. Although Zuno said the time metal Timule PS no longer existed in this world, Lin Chen knew that if he summoned Shinran, he could surely obtain a piece. However, the dragons of both planets had been used not long ago. Lin Chen would have to wait at least 130 days before he could make a wish to the Namekian dragon. Though he had to wait 130 days, of this period felt just right for Lin Chen. After all, he was about to travel to another parallel dimension. Even though Lin Chen could now transform into a Super Saiyan, he couldn't guarantee a safe return. The 130 days were perfect for Lin Chen to train diligently. Thus, in the following time, Lin Chen trained alternately on Earth and Planet Vegeta. Sometimes he would train hard in Earth's 500x gravity chamber. Other times he would spar with Hanazia, honing his skills through Super Saiyan combat. Yet even this intense training felt insufficient to Lin Chen. After all, he was about to face the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who shared his bloodline. This Broly, though similar in appearance to the one Lin Chen knew, was a completely different person. He embodied nearly all the negative emotions of the Saiyans, and due to the side effects of his bloodline, he had long lost his sanity, driven only by battle and slaughter. In the story, Lin Chen knew Goku and the others had gathered the power of 4 Super Saiyans, but still couldn't defeat the mighty Broly. It was only by channeling the energy of all the Z fighters into Goku alone that they barely managed to overcome him. Lin Chen understood clearly that with his current state, it would be difficult to simultaneously handle even 4 Hanazias, let alone Goku's 4 Super Saiyans. If he couldn't enhance his strength, soon his journey to the parallel dimension would likely end in disaster. Time passed, and the day when Namek's dragon would recover was drawing near, yet Lin Chen felt he was still lacking. Compared to over 100 days ago, his combat power had indeed increased, but this rate of improvement was far from enough for the challenges ahead. Hanazia, lacking talent in combat, was already weaker than Lin Chen. Sparring with her could no longer provide him with new insights. What if I fight the Broly of this world? A thought suddenly crossed Lin Chen's mind. Though the formidable enemy he would face was the Broly from another world, this world also had a Broly. If he fought this world's Broly, might it help him deal with the other Broly? With this thought, Lin Chen immediately went to the Temple of the Gods, found Broly, and stated his purpose. Brother Lynx, you want to fight me? Yes. I may soon face a powerful enemy and need to enhance my strength. Hanazia can no longer help me, so I thought of you. Lin Chen looked at Broly with some excitement. Although Broly was suppressing his aura, showing a mere 500 on the Scouter, Lin Chen's system clearly displayed Broly's combat power at a staggering 1.2 million. Lin Chen knew that Broly had never trained since birth, yet he still had a combat power of 1.2 million. Truly worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Broly's legendary Super Saiyan lineage was somewhat different from Lin Chen's. According to the Dragon Ball universe's settings, Broly's lineage was from Dragon Ball Super, while Lin Chen's was from the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. In terms of power amplification, Broly's bloodline was far stronger than Lin Chen's. Thus, fighting Broly would surely benefit Lin Chen. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, Broly seemed reluctant upon learning his intention. Brother Lynx, I don't want to fight, not even with you. Broly, it's just practice. Brother Lynx, have you forgotten why I came to Earth in the first place? Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. Indeed, hadn't Broly come to Earth with Lin Chen to escape the endless challenges from the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta? And now Lin Chen was acting just like those Saiyans, wanting to fight Broly. Wouldn't that make him no different from them? I'm sorry, Broly. I didn't consider your feelings. Realizing his mistake, Lin Chen immediately apologized. But then he also felt troubled. If he couldn't fight Broly, how could he improve his strength? Lin Chen, if you wish to enhance your strength, perhaps I can offer you some assistance. Just as Lin Chen was at a loss, of voice suddenly sounded from the side. Lin Chen turned his head and saw that it was the Celestial who had spoken. Celestial? You can help me, eh? To be precise, not me, but Mr. Popo. The Celestial smiled. Mr. Popo. Lin Chen looked over at Popo, whose expression was nearly unreadable. Could he really help him? Popo's coin-like pupils were utterly placid as he gazed at Lin Chen with an innocuous expression. Since the Celestial has said so, Popo is willing to offer you some guidance. How do you intend to guide me, Mr. Popo? By the way, I don't have much time. Lin Chen did not refuse outright. Though on the surface he truly couldn't fathom what someone with a mere few hundred in battle power could teach him, he knew that Mr. Popo was far from simple. Perhaps he did indeed have something valuable to impart. Popo roughly knows your strength. Conventional methods won't help you much, so Popo intends to guide you in something else. As for the time issue, how about Popo takes you to a place? Celestial, is that all right? Popo turned to ask the Celestial. The Celestial nodded. Mr. Popo, you wish to go there? Very well, take Mr. Lin Chen along. All right. On the other side, Broly also spoke to Lin Chen apologetically. I'm sorry, Brother Lynx, I can't help you this time. It's all right, Broly. You're a good child. Combat truly isn't suited for you. Turning a battle prodigy into this. Lin Chen wasn't sure if it was a blessing or a curse. But at least for Broly, this kind of life was what he desired most. Then Lin Chen followed Mr. Popo as they made their way deep into the Celestial Temple. He trailed behind Popo, winding through several corridors, descending step by step toward the temple's base. By now, Lin Chen had already guessed where Popo was taking him. Mr. Popo, are you taking me to the hyperbolic time chamber? You know of the hyperbolic time chamber? Popo turned back to ask, his face still as impassive as ever. Yes, in fact, I have one myself. It's currently on Planet Vegeta. Lin Chen's hyperbolic time chamber was now situated on Planet Vegeta, serving as a training ground for young Saiyans with potential. The gravity inside the hyperbolic time chamber was nothing compared to that of Planet Vegeta, but its vast, empty space posed a great test of one's mental fortitude, perfect for tempering the will of the young Saiyans. Hearing that Lin Chen also possessed a hyperbolic time chamber, a flicker of surprise finally crossed Mr. Popo's face. But he merely opened his mouth slightly, said nothing more, and continued leading the way. Finally, after a long detour, the two arrived at the very bottom of the temple, before a golden door. We're here. Popo pushed open the door. Since you already know about the hyperbolic time chamber, Popo won't explain much. 1 year in the chamber is 1 day outside. If we train here, it shouldn't waste your time, right? Not at all, not at all. Lin Chen smiled and walked inside. Soon before them lay a vast white space, sweltering low pressure and with 10 times Earth's gravity. Without wasting time, Lin Chen soon began his training under Popo's guidance. It was only then that he understood the meaning of the Celestial's words. What Mr. Popo intended to teach Lin Chen was the mastery of Ki. Mr. Lin Chen, although you now possess immense power, your utilization of that power is quite poor. If you were to unleash your full strength now, would it be easy for you to destroy a planet? Mr. Popo asked. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. This was also why whenever he wanted to spar with Hannah, he only did so on Planet Vegeta. That planet had been reinforced by Shenron. If they were on any other planet, a full power bout between Lin Chen and Hannah could easily destroy the entire world. This is precisely because you have yet to master the release and restraint of power. A true master, even with the strength to annihilate heaven and earth, can prevent their power from harming others. Lin Chen nodded in deep agreement. He recalled that in the story of Dragon Ball Super, the god of destruction Beerus had once fought on Earth. With Beerus' power, a being who could destroy a planet with a snap of his fingers, he fought for a long time on Earth without causing it any harm. In fact, in the later stages of the Dragon Ball story, some believed that the power system had collapsed. Little did they know that this was because the top-tier fighters had already achieved perfect control over their strength. The earlier scenes of tearing apart the Earth or piercing planets were things these masters could now avoid. Mr. Popo continued, Popo has heard from Broly that your training has always emphasized strength and physique. This is indeed effective for short-term power boosts, but to grow stronger, strength and physique alone are far from enough. So in the time to come, Popo will teach you the mastery of Ki. Listen carefully. Lin Chen nodded. It was only after hearing those words that he understood why he had felt as though he had hit a bottleneck. It turned out that his control over Ki had failed to keep pace with his body and power. It was as if he wielded a mighty weapon, but his body couldn't keep up, unable to use it freely. Had he not heard Mr. Popo's advice today, he might never have known where his problem lay. Just those few words alone made the trip into the time chamber with Mr. Popo worthwhile. But what astonished Lin Chen even more was what happened next. Mr. Popo actually asked Lin Chen to transform into a Super Saiyan and then spar with him in that form. Mr. Popo, are you sure? One punch from me and you might die. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. You can try? Popo is actually quite strong. Hearing this, Lin Chen recalled that in the original Dragon Ball story, Mr. Popo had indeed sparred with Super Saiyans before. Though they were children, they were still Super Saiyans. With that thought, Lin Chen smiled slightly. All right, Mr. Popo, here I come. Whoosh. The next moment, Lin Chen's figure appeared directly in front of Mr. Popo, his right fist hurtling toward Popo's face. Out of caution, Lin Chen only used half his strength in that punch, but he pushed his speed to the limit. Strangely, however, Popo simply tilted his neck and dodged what seemed like a certain hit with ease. What a... Lin Chun was utterly astonished. Here, your punches are far too indecisive. And here your movements are overly elaborate. A true attack must be clean and swift. And here as well, all superfluous. You must restrain your chi when attacking. With a fighting style like this, the enemy won't be dead before you run out of breath yourself. Control your heart, feel the flow of your energy. Popo's strength was truly unfathomable. Despite sensing no powerful aura from him, Lin Chun, already in his Super Saiyan state, could not even touch Mr. Popo's body. While evading Lin Chun's attacks, Mr. Popo even had the leisure to observe his movements and offer guidance. This calm and collected demeanor was driving Lin Chun insane. How could he possibly do this? As Lin Chun swept his leg, Mr. Popo dodged it with ease. Just as he was about to press his attack, Mr. Popo raised his hand and said, "Mr. Lin Chun, your heart is troubled. Stop for a moment and compose your mind." Gasping for air, Lin Chun looked at Popo and asked, "Mr. Popo, who exactly are you? Didn't Popo say he was very strong?" Observing Popo, Lin Chun couldn't help but activate his system's ability. System, what is Mr. Popo's battle power? Soon Lin Chun saw Mr. Popo's status panel. Popo, battle power 1000. 1000? Are you kidding me? With my base battle power of over 1,000,000, how could I possibly be outmatched by someone with a power level of 1000? At that moment, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike through Lin Chun's mind. Mr. Popo, could you be an angel? Angels were the teachers, servants, attendants, and overseers of gods of destruction. The strength Mr. Popo displayed was in Lin Chun's eyes only explainable if he were an angel. However, Mr. Popo's face showed no change in expression upon hearing this. Angel? What is that? Seeing this, Lin Chun did not press further. If Mr. Popo was truly on the level of an angel, he must be hiding some great secret. Given his current strength, it was best for Lin Chun not to provoke him. Following this, under Popo's guidance, Lin Chun continuously adjusted his control over his chi, striving to reach a state of handling weight with ease and complete mastery. Time flew by. Soon Lin Chun had nearly spent a full year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Over the year, while Lin Chun's battle power hadn't seen a dramatic surge, the aura he exuded had gradually begun to change. On this day, only a single day had passed in the outside world since Lin Chun entered the time chamber. The lookout was as tranquil as ever. Broly sat cross-legged at its edge, gazing down at the world below. This was an ability exclusive to the Guardian, yet Broly had managed to learn it during his time on the lookout. When bored, he would use this power to observe the lower world and pass the time. Suddenly, Broly's expression shifted. He stood up and murmured to himself, "This energy, it's Brother Link's. He's out." Sure enough, not long after Lin Chun and Mr. Popo emerged from the entrance of the lookout. The Guardian, who had arrived upon hearing the news, couldn't help but comment, sensing Lin Chun's aura. "Your power hasn't changed much, but your energy is much more stable than before." "Yes, all thanks to Mr. Popo." Saying this, Lin Chun turned and bowed to Popo. "Mr. Popo, thank you for your guidance this past year. You still have a long road ahead. Don't forget that power is not everything," Mr. Popo said. Lin Chun nodded, bid farewell to Broly, and then used instant transmission to return to the lower world to make final preparations for his departure. At this point, Lin Chun's status panel had changed. Host Lin Chun. Battle power 156000. Bloodline legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills instant transmission, beginner martial arts, genius talent, beginner potential development, technique, perfect chi control. Techniques: planet destroyer ball, death beam, flame, splitter wave, Kamehameha, afterimage technique, instant transmission, Kamehameha. Over the past year, aside from a 3.0 increase in battle power, Lin Chun's greatest gain was the change in his skill section. The chi control skill had evolved into perfect chi control. Though it was just 2 additional words, Lin Chun knew this change had increased his true combat strength by a full 30%. Now that the Dragon Balls on Namek had almost fully recovered, it was time for Lin Chun to prepare to execute the system's mission. However, since he was going to a parallel timeline, Lin Chun didn't know how long he would be gone. There were things he needed to arrange properly. He had to settle things for both Tights and the others, as well as Planet Vegeta. By the time all this was done, another 3 days had passed. On Namek, as the Elder's voice echoed, dark clouds gathered on the horizon, plunging the eternally bright planet into darkness. Then, amidst thunder and lightning, the massive form of the Namekian dragon Purunga appeared in the sky. "He who has gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wish." Purunga's voice boomed across heaven and earth. "All right, Lin Chun, state your wish," Nail said to Lin Chun. Lin Chun nodded and voiced his wish. "I wish for the Medal of Time, Tamuleep's medal." After Nail translated Lin Shen's words, Purunga was silent for a moment before speaking. The metal of time, Tamuleep's metal, is a metal only the Supreme Kais can use. What do you intend to do with it? I have my own purposes. Can you not create it? Lin Shen replied. Purunga declared, I can, but the metal of time is a divine item. To obtain it, you must consume 3 wishes. 3 wishes? Agreed. For this summoning, Lin Shen had no other desires besides the metal of time. 3 wishes it was then. The next moment, an unremarkable piece of silver metal appeared before Lin Shen. Despite its plain appearance, when he picked it up, he felt a strange power emanating from it. This power was peculiar. Lin Shen dared not touch it for long and attempted to toss the metal into his system space. However, just as the metal of time was about to enter the space, it suddenly bounced out on its own. The metal of time was repelling his system space. Was it because the temporal power within the metal was incompatible with the system space? After a moment's thought, Lin Shen could only take out a box, place the metal inside, and carry it in his hand. Nail, I'm leaving. I'm going to a very distant place. If there's an emergency on Namek, you can contact Planet Vegeta. With that, Lin Shen used instant transmission and departed from Namek. In the cosmos, black holes are not uncommon. These invisible entities, like traps in the universe, are meticulously marked on interstellar charts by every race that masters the art of space travel. After obtaining the time metal, Lin Shen's next destination was Planet Vegeta. He did not linger there, only confirmed the location of the nearest black hole to Planet Vegeta, then directly used instant transmission to arrive under the starry sky near that black hole. Even Lin Shen, who could transform into a Super Saiyan, could not resist the power of a black hole, so he teleported to a spot still a great distance away. The moment he exited the instant transmission state, Lin Shen immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and deployed an energy barrier to protect himself. The black hole. Over there. With a brief perception, Lin Shen detected the black hole's presence. In a certain direction, he sensed nothing at all. A black hole attracts all matter, including energy. Therefore, wherever Lin Shen sensed nothing, that was naturally where the black hole resided. After flying for an hour, Lin Shen gradually began to feel the black hole's immense gravitational pull. Going further would be dangerous. Thus he halted and, following Zuno's information, produced the time metal. Throwing the time metal into the black hole will open a space-time gate. Can my system control the destination of that gate? Lin Shen muttered, hesitated briefly, then hurled the time metal toward the black hole. I hope that Zuno wasn't lying to me, or else I'll make him pay. Under Lin Shen's watchful gaze, this precious metal, now extinct in the universe, drifted slowly into the depths of the black hole. Suddenly, a crystalline shimmering light rose from the metal. Then Lin Shen saw the originally block-shaped time metal abruptly, pulled by a powerful force, bending into bizarre lines. After that, the time metal seemed unable to withstand the strain, shattered under the gravitational pull, and vanished. Was the time metal which Lin Shen had obtained at the cost of 3 wishes gone, just like that? Lin Shen was about to curse Zuno's unreliability when he suddenly saw blood-red spatial cracks, like gaping maws, appearing where the time metal had vanished. These cracks grew larger, eventually spreading into a massive rift just large enough for Lin Shen to pass through. Could this be the space-time gate? As Lin Shen was confirming, a voice rang in his mind. Ding! Space-time gate confirmed. Activating space-time travel function. Please consume time points to select your desired destination. Indeed, everything was exactly as Zuno had said. When the space-time gate opened, Lin Shen's system manifested a new function. And from the prompt, this new function would allow Lin Shen to choose which world to travel to. However, system, what are time points? Ding! Reply to host. This time you travel to a parallel dimension. It will cause interference with the target timeline. To offset this interference's impact on space-time, the system requires a special energy called time points. As long as the host corrects the history of the current timeline, you will obtain time points. Lin Shen frowned. Correct the history of the current timeline. What does that mean? However, this time the system did not answer, but gave Lin Shen a countdown. Ding! Reminder to host. The newly appeared space-time gate is unstable. Please consume time points to confirm the destination within 1 hour, or the gate will close. Damn it! Seeing the countdown before him, Lin Shen scratched his head in frustration. This system loved to cause trouble. If it knew about this function, why didn't it tell me sooner? Now it gives me just 1 hour. Where am I supposed to get any time points? Wait. Lin Shen's gaze suddenly sharpened. The next moment, he used instant transmission to return to Earth, to the Temple of Kami. At the temple, Kami was observing the mortal world when he suddenly sensed Lin Shen's presence behind him. He turned in surprise and asked, Mr. Lin Shen, why have you returned? Lin Shen waved his hand. Never mind that. Cammy, what about the Dragon Balls I gave you after returning from Namek last time? The Dragon Balls. I've kept them safe. I created them to give humanity a motivation to realize their dreams, but alas, humans. Alright, Cammy, just bring out the Dragon Balls quickly. Lin Shin said urgently, his tone so stern that it startled Cammy. Oh. Seeing this, Cammy had Mr. Popo fetch the Dragon Balls, but they were still in their stone form. Lin Shin frowned and asked, Cammy, can you tell me which star number each of these stones corresponds to? Yes. This is the 1-star ball, this is the 2-star ball, this is. Lin Shin committed them to memory, then picked up all the stones and tossed them into his system space. Cammy, I'll send these Dragon Balls down to the mortal world. Goodbye. With that, Lin Shin vanished before Cammy and the others once more. Watching Lin Shin come and go like the wind, Cammy was dumbfounded. Mr. Popo, what is Lin Shin trying to do? Mr. Popo replied. Cammy, it seems Lin Shin said he wants to return the Dragon Balls to the mortal world. At that moment on Mount Pausa, Lin Shin appeared at Goku's house. Once again, young Goku's home was empty. Lin Shin didn't linger. He took the Stillstone 4-star ball from his system space and rolled it under Goku's bed. Next, Lin Shin went to Kame's house, which was also deserted. Again, he didn't stay long, just placed the 3-star ball somewhere and left. Then Lin Shin repeatedly used instant transmission to place the remaining Dragon Balls at locations like Ox King's castle. After all 7 were taken care of, a prompt appeared in his mind. Ding! History has been corrected. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 time point. Just as he expected, Lin Shin clenched his fist. So-called correcting history meant simply steering the course of events in this world toward the original Dragon Ball storyline. Originally, because of the events on Planet TV, Lin Shin had Cammy collect all the Dragon Balls on Earth, which might have prevented the story of Dragon Ball from ever occurring in this world. But now that Lin Shin had returned the 7 Dragon Balls to their rightful places, the story of the Dragon Ball world could continue to unfold. By relying on instant transmission, when Lin Shin returned to the space-time gate, only half an hour had passed. This high-density, rapid use of instant transmission was a first for him. Thus, upon his return, Lin Shin was utterly exhausted, panting heavily. After a moment of respite, he gazed at the unchanged space-time gate and asked in his mind, System, can I now determine the target of the space-time gate? Ding! Responding to host, please confirm the time-space you wish to travel to. Then let me go to a time-space where I can complete choice 3. The next moment, Lin Shin suddenly sensed a force shooting out from his body, striking the space-time gate. Subsequently, the blood-red space-time gate began to shift in color, gradually transitioning from its original crimson to a shade of blue. When the color of the space-time gate finally stabilized into a deep blue, the system emitted a prompt, Ding! The space-time gate has been locked. Please cross over as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lin Shin prepared to move, but then a thought struck him. By the way, system, how do I return after I go over? This matter needed to be clarified first. Ding! Responding to host, after crossing the space-time gate, a coordinate will be left at the original location. To return, the host only needs to go back to that spot. But once reopened, the space-time gate will vanish. For the next use, you will need to consume time points again. So these time points are essentially a round-trip ticket usable once. With that thought, Lin Shin hesitated no longer and plunged headfirst into the space-time gate. This was somewhere in the universe. The time was unknown. In the originally silent darkness, a blood-red fissure suddenly appeared in the space that should have been empty. This fissure spread outward, finally, setting into a rectangular space gate large enough for a single person to pass through. Whoosh! A figure suddenly darted out from it, and immediately the space gate formed by the fissure began to shrink rapidly in the blink of an eye, condensing into a blood-red sphere, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. So this is the parallel time-space with another Broly. The figure emerging from the space gate was Lin Shin, who had traversed time and space. Gazing at the dazzling stars around him, Lin Shin raised an eyebrow, then promptly used instant transmission, heading toward the coordinates of Planet Vegeta as he remembered them. Arriving at the location where Planet Vegeta should have been in the original world as expected, Lin Shin did not see the planet that had been moved by Shenron. Where Planet Vegeta should have been, there was now only a void. This is indeed another world. Since that's the case, he'll go find Broly. I recall his story takes place in the South Galaxy. In Lin Shin's memory, the tale of the legendary Super Saiyan's rampage occurred in the South Galaxy. This story originally came from the Dragon Ball movie Broly, the Legendary Super Saiyan. That movie tells how before Planet Vegeta's destruction, King Vegeta, fearing that Paragus' son Broly would pose a danger to Prince Vegeta, attempted to kill him. Unexpectedly, neither Broly nor Paragus died. Instead, relying on Broly's power, they escaped and arrived in the South Galaxy. Afterward, Paragus used Broly's strength to ravage the South Galaxy and established new Planet Vegeta, plotting revenge against the surviving Saiyans Vegeta and the others. Now that the system required Lin Shun to liberate the South Galaxy from the control of the legendary Super Saiyan, he naturally had to head to the South Galaxy to find Broly and his father. After a moment of concentration, Lin Shun suddenly froze. Wait, where is the South Galaxy? Even in his original world, Lin Shun had never been to the South Galaxy, and his instant transmission could not be performed without knowing the destination's location. What to do? Lin Shun scratched his head. Got it. The next moment, he once again used instant transmission, but this time his destination was Earth. He remembered that in the story, Paragus had specifically gone to Earth to take revenge on Vegeta. If he timed it right, he might be able to go along with them. The only question was whether the timeline of this world had already progressed to the point of the legendary Super Saiyan story. But even if it hadn't, it didn't matter. Lin Shun could directly find the god of this world and have him take him to the other world, then go to King Kai's planet to find out the location of the South Galaxy. When he appeared on Earth, Lin Shun immediately noticed that this world's era was likely many years later than his original one. Because he often visited West City, whenever he used instant transmission to come to Earth, he would first stop there. This time was no exception. But when he appeared above West City, he saw that the city below was much more prosperous than in his original world. The streets were filled with many billboards he had never seen before. From this, he deduced that the era of this world was later than his own, and the story of Dragon Ball had likely already begun. He just didn't know the exact year in the age calendar. After a moment of thought, Lin Shun cleared his mind and began to sense the auras on the entire planet. Soon he detected several powerful presences. Among them, a few were clearly Saiyan auras, and one felt familiar. Was this Vegeta? Indeed, Vegeta was on Earth, and there was no sign of battle. This meant the timeline of this space-time was likely after the defeat of Frieza. He just didn't know if it had already reached the point of the legendary Super Saiyan story. With that in mind, Lin Shun used instant transmission to appear near Vegeta's location. This was a cherry blossom forest. As soon as Lin Shun materialized, his aura was detected by everyone present. Who's there? In an instant, Lin Shun was surrounded by a group of people. Seeing these familiar faces, Lin Shun couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Vegeta, future Trunks' son Gohan, as well as Master Roshi, Bulma, Oolong, and others. The timeline of this space-time was indeed many years later than his own. Judging by this, the androids had probably already appeared. Hello there. Lin Shun waved cheerfully at the group, but his greeting did not ease the vigilance of those before him. Vegeta stared intently at Lin Shun, his gaze first sweeping over Lin Shun's battle suit, then landing on the tail coiled around his waist. He exclaimed, "A Saiyan. You're a Saiyan." "Yes, I'm a Saiyan. Call me Lynx or my Earth name, Lin Shun." "Impossible." Hearing Lin Shun admit he was a Saiyan, Vegeta waved his hand and declared, "The only Saiyans left in this world are Kakarot, me, and our sons. How could there be another Saiyan?" Seeing Vegeta's disdainful expression, Lin Shun had to admit that compared to this grown-up Vegeta, the little Vegeta from his own world, who begged to become his disciple, was far more endearing. "You're both right and wrong. However, I am indeed not a Saiyan from your world. I come from another dimension." Another dimension. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Most could not comprehend Lin Shun's words, but they had forgotten that Bulma, a super genius, was present. Holding baby Trunks in her arms, she squeezed through the crowd. "Another dimension? Could you be a Saiyan from a different parallel dimension, just like Trunks?" "Bulma, stay away from him. This man is still suspicious," Vegeta shouted as he saw his wife approaching. Trunks also said nervously, "Mom, be careful. It's fine. He doesn't seem to be lying." This world's Bulma, just as carefree as the Bulma from Lin Shun's world, said to future Trunks, "I don't think he's lying. Remember, Trunks, aren't you from a parallel dimension?" Trunks stood there dumbfounded. What his mother said made sense. He himself was from a parallel future, so the appearance of a Saiyan from another parallel dimension didn't seem impossible. Hey, how did you get to our world? Do you have a time machine too?" Bulma continued, her curiosity piqued. Lin Shun replied, "I ended up here due to an accident, not through any time machine. My battle power detector happened to sense strong individuals here, so I came to take a look. I never expected to meet all of you." Judging by everyone's demeanor, Lin Shun realized they were holding a cherry blossom viewing party. The timing of his arrival was just before the events of Super Battle began. In the plot of Super Battle, Paragus appeared during a cherry blossom viewing party. Lin Shun suspected Paragus might show up at any moment, so he didn't intend to explain too much. Fortunately, aside from Bulma, most of the people present were either obsessed with training or solely focused on food and beautiful women. Bulma, with her easygoing nature, didn't press further when Lin Chen didn't elaborate. Thus, everyone quickly stopped dwelling on Lin Chen's origins. On the contrary, Gohan and the others warmly invited Lin Chen, a wanderer from another dimension, to join their cherry blossom viewing party. Gohan even said he would introduce Lin Chen to his father when he arrived. The cherry blossom party resumed. Everyone lay on the grass and started singing karaoke. The proud Vegeta retreated to a corner, leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, resting. Everything was exactly as Lin Chen remembered from the plot of Super Battle. Knowing that Paragus would arrive soon, Lin Chen decided not to rush to find Broly, opting instead to let the story unfold naturally. Moreover, being able to chat with these familiar characters was a rare experience for Lin Chen. After all, many of these people in his own dimension were either not yet born or were still children. Lin Chen was most familiar with them as they were now. As Krillin began to sing, Lin Chen took the opportunity to ask Gohan about the situation in this dimension, using his curiosity about the Saiyans on Earth as an excuse. Lin Chen soon discovered that this parallel dimension was indeed quite different from the Dragon Ball world he knew. If the original Dragon Ball world he knew was considered the main world, then his own world was a parallel version of it. And this current world was also a parallel dimension different from the main one. In this world, the Cell games never occurred. Although the androids and Cell had appeared, the story diverged from the main Dragon Ball timeline after Cell absorbed Android 17. In this world, to defeat Androids 17 and 18, Vegeta and Goku had entered the hyperbolic time chamber and attained power beyond Super Saiyan. As a result, when Cell reached his second form, Vegeta did not allow him to absorb Android 18 as he had in the main timeline. Instead, he directly eliminated him. From that point on, the story changed. Because perfect Cell never existed in this world, the Cell games never happened. Humanity remained unaware of the terrifying monster that had once threatened their existence, so the world stayed peaceful, just as Lin Chen saw now. So that's how it is. After listening to Gohan's explanation, Lin Chen finally solved a mystery that had long puzzled him. When he had watched Super Battle, before, he couldn't understand why, with the Cell games looming just 10 days away and a formidable enemy like Cell awaiting them, Vegeta and the others would travel all the way to the southern galaxy. And why, on the brink of doomsday, people on Earth were still queuing up to enroll their children in cram schools. It turned out that Cell had long been dead. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask Trunks, "Trunks, was your father a savior?" The latter lowered his head, blushing, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Bulma laughed and said, "Even if he is a savior, he's still a lousy singer. Do you know why he's hiding over there? It's because he thinks he can't sing as well as Krillin and feels embarrassed." Ha ha ha. The others burst into laughter. Bulma. Vegeta suddenly jumped out from behind a cherry blossom tree, his face flushed with anger. Just then the sky above them darkened, and a massive spaceship suddenly appeared before them. "Here they come." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The others stood up on high alert. "Trunks, what's on that ship?" Gohan asked. "Yes, it seems there's a Saiyan aboard." Trunks nodded. "What's going on today?" Another Saiyan appears. "Lin Chen, is he your friend?" Vegeta asked, regaining his arrogant demeanor. "No, I don't know this spaceship or the Saiyan on it," Lin Chen replied. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the spaceship finally landed on the grass not far away. Soon a group of aliens clad in purple armor emerged from the ship and rushed toward them. As these unidentified aliens charged directly toward them, everyone adopted a wary stance. Only Vegeta wore a disdainful smirk, for he could sense that these space beings were nothing but weaklings. And indeed it was true. Beep, beep, beep. Under Lin Chen's scouter, the combat power of those aliens was uniformly around 1,000, mere grunts. Yet just as these individuals rushed before Vegeta, they all dropped to their knees in unison, shouting, "We pay our respects to Prince Vegeta." Vegeta said, "Who are you? What do you want?" "We have been searching for you, Prince Vegeta." A voice that sounded somewhat familiar to Lin Chen rang out. A Saiyan stepped out from behind these space beings. It was Paragus of this world. "You are a Saiyan?" Vegeta sneered. "Yes, I am Paragus." Paragus knelt on one knee before Vegeta. "Prince Vegeta, we have come specially to escort you to New Vegeta to become its king." New Vegeta? Vegeta was taken aback. Paragus said, "Indeed, this is a new planet I have established. As you well know, after our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, I have always wished to rebuild it so that the glory of the mightiest warrior race, the Saiyans, might once again resound across the universe. But this endeavor is beyond my power alone. It can only be realized under your leadership." Vegeta scoffed dismissively and turned to leave. The glory of the Saiyans was a thing of the past to him. He had no interest in it whatsoever. Seeing this, Paragus had to play his trump card. "Prince Vegeta, Even if you have no desire to rebuild the Saiyan Empire, are you not interested in dealing with the legendary Super Saiyan? The legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta halted. Yes. Recently, a legendary Super Saiyan has appeared in the southern galaxy wielding terrifying power and destroying countless planets. Lately, several planets near New Vegeta have fallen victim to his attacks. If this continues, even the hard-won New Vegeta may be destroyed. Your Majesty, as the King of Saiyans, do you not wish to put this rampaging Saiyan in his place? A legendary Super Saiyan. Interesting. Vegeta turned around. Fine, I'll go take a look. As Vegeta headed for the spaceship, Trunks immediately stepped forward. Dad, don't listen to him. What legendary Super Saiyan? Aren't we already Super Saiyans? What? Paragus was stunned. Huh. Trunks suddenly unleashed his aura, transforming directly into a Super Saiyan. Lin Shin took the chance to check Trunks' combat power. He had already used his system to scan everyone's power levels earlier, and although they were from parallel timelines, the power systems seemed quite similar. Even the mighty Vegeta had a base combat power of only 1.5 million, about the same as Lin Shin's. This was the level of power from the Cell era, confirming that Lin Shin's earlier estimations were correct. The true combat power of the Dragon Ball world was not as inflated as in the original story, where later characters casually reached hundreds of millions or trillions. As strength increased, the rate of power growth slowed. For instance, Vegeta, after the battle with the androids and having the strength to defeat Cell's second form, had a base combat power of only about 1.5 million. However, Lin Shin could not yet rest easy. After all, in this world, the system could not gauge the power after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Lin Shin feared that the power boost of a Super Saiyan in this world might differ from his own. If so, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, seeing Trunks' combat power scanned by the system, Lin Shin was relieved. 22 million. Trunks' base combat power was 1 million. A power of 22 million meant that his transformation into a Super Saiyan provided a 20-fold increase, just like in Lin Shin's world. See, my dad and I can both transform into Super Saiyans. So what's so scary about your so-called legendary Super Saiyan? Trunks declared. Paragus stared at Trunks in shock, then at Vegeta, but quickly regained his composure. You must be Prince Trunks of King Vegeta's bloodline. Regrettably, you do indeed resemble the legendary Super Saiyan, but from what I know, you still fall short of that one. What? Oh. Vegeta smiled faintly and said, Paragus, what do you mean by that? Your Majesty, Vegeta, the Super Saiyan ravaging the southern galaxy, appears to be the legendary warrior who, according to Saiyan lore, appears only once in 1,000 years. He is the embodiment of destruction, knowing only slaughter. I have heard testimonies from survivors of his attacks. That Saiyan's appearance differs from your transformation. Most importantly, the legendary Super Saiyan's aura is yellow-green. Not the golden aura you have. Interesting. Paragus, take us to New Vegeta at once. I want to see for myself what this so-called legendary Super Saiyan really is. With that, Vegeta strode without hesitation toward the spaceship. What legendary Super Saiyan? Could it possibly be stronger than Cell? He was now the invincible Super Vegeta of the universe. Nothing could frighten him. Dad. Trunks tried to dissuade him, but Paragus blocked him. Prince, why not come along too? Trunks hesitated. Just then Lin Shin stepped forward. Trunks, let's go take a look together. I'm quite curious about this legendary Super Saiyan as well. Mr. Lin Shin. Lin Shin. Paragus was startled. Are you also a Saiyan? Yes, Lin Shin said, arms crossed. I'm a wandering Saiyan. Are you welcoming? Of course. The newborn Saiyan kingdom welcomes every Saiyan without a home. Paragus laughed. And so Lin Shin boarded the spaceship with Vegeta? Worried about Vegeta, Trunks had no choice but to follow. Also joining them were Master Roshi, who had forcibly boarded while drunk and belligerent, and Son Gohan, Krillin, and Oolong, who had been accidentally dragged along by him. New Planet Vegeta, located in the southern galaxy. Paragus' spaceship, utilizing some unknown alien technology, took only a day to travel from Earth to this place. Aboard the spaceship, Paragus fawned over Vegeta, flattering him to the extreme. Master Roshi couldn't help but say to Trunks, Trunks, this Paragus doesn't seem like a good man. You must be careful. Trunks nodded. Meanwhile, Lin Shin sat in a corner, continuing to gather information from the naive and carefree Son Gohan. Gohan, who is stronger, Vegeta, or your father Goku? After Cell was defeated, Uncle Vegeta always wanted to spar with Dad, but Dad never had time, so I don't know. Gohan frowned, tilting his head in thought. Probably. My dad is still a bit stronger, even though Uncle Vegeta defeated Cell. So, Goku's power level should be higher than Vegeta's. Lin Shan began to feel a bit worried. As things stood, Vegeta could at least transform into the second grade of Super Saiyan. With his current base power level of 1.5 million, Vegeta's limit was likely even stronger than Lin Shan's. And Goku had probably already reached the level of Super Saiyan full power, meaning he was even stronger than Vegeta. But even so, in the original story, they were still helpless against Broly. Was such a formidable enemy, one he could handle? As Lin Shan pondered, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's self-doubt, triggering the ultimate choice. Choice 1: use strategy to defeat Broly and Paragus without bloodshed, preventing Broly from becoming the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward power level 1000000. Choice 2: defeat Broly together with Goku and the others. Reward power level 300000. Choice 3: defeat Broly alone. Reward power level 500000. A pure power level choice mission. Needless to say, Lin Shan would choose the highest reward. System: I choose 3. Admittedly, choice 1 was the easiest. Lin Shan had already thought of a bloodless method. That was to immediately subdue Paragus, seize the controller in his hand, and ensure that Son Goku never met Broly. By achieving these 3 points, waiting a few days would bring a comet crashing into new Planet Vegeta. Broly would be severely injured, though not killed, and Paragus Group would fall into hell along with the comet. The task would be easily accomplished. As for choice 2, it was similar to the original story. Back then, the 4 Super Saiyans along with Piccolo had a fierce battle before finally defeating Broly. Adding Lin Shan now would increase the odds of victory. However, whether it was choice 1 or choice 2, both felt like cowardly options to Lin Shan. As the king of the Saiyans, one who would even challenge the gods in the future, if he backed down here, what courage would he have left to face the divine? Moreover, although he seemed no match for Broly at the moment, Lin Shan knew he still had one ultimate trump card. Ding! The host has made a choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Wait, system, I need to confirm, does defeating Broly alone count if it's a tag team battle? Or do I have to fight Broly entirely by myself? Lin Shan had to be certain. It would be terrible if when he acted, Son Goku suddenly jumped in and threw a few punches, causing him to fail the mission. Reply to host: Broly possesses infinite power. The host only needs to ensure no one helps during the fight for it to count as a solo defeat. Any battles Broly had before do not affect the mission. Hearing this, Lin Shan felt relieved. The spaceship then landed on new Planet Vegeta. Looking around the planet was a scene of reconstruction, with towering buildings rising from the ruins. Many short green-skinned aliens were moving stone materials to build new skyscrapers. But Lin Shan knew that all this was just a facade created by Paragus to deceive Vegeta. As soon as they disembarked, Paragus led the group to a distant palace. There, a ragtag army of villains from across the galaxy shouted Vegeta's name, welcoming his arrival. And among the crowd, Lin Shan spotted his target, Broly of this world. Compared to the Broly of his own world, this Broly appeared much weaker, with a timid, lackluster expression perpetually on his face. But Lin Shan knew it was all a disguise. Beneath Broly's calm exterior lay a violent heart. Unlike the Broly of his world, this Broly was pure evil, devoid of any kindness. King Vegeta, this is my son Broly. I hope you will give him your guidance in the future, Paragus said with a sycophantic smile. Vegeta glanced at Broly without much interest. Indeed, from Vegeta's perspective, the Broly before him had a power level barely stronger than Son Gohan's. But Lin Shan, using his system, could see that Broly's base power level had already reached 1.6 million, surpassing both him and Vegeta. However, Broly's power was currently suppressed by the energy restraining device shaped like a headband on his forehead, so Vegeta couldn't sense it and thought Broly was just weak. Hello, I'm Broly, Broly greeted politely. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement and continued walking toward the palace. Just then a soldier suddenly reported, "Report. The legendary Super Saiyan has appeared on planet Mamakato." What? Vegeta stopped and immediately said, "Let's go. I want to see this legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, follow me." The two then walked out of the palace. Trunks wanted to advise his father, but Vegeta retorted, "If you're scared, just stay." Leading Broly, Vegeta stepped out of the palace. As they were about to head to the spaceship, Broly, passing by Lin Shan, suddenly stopped. "Broly," Paragus called out, seeing his son not following Vegeta. He noticed Broly's gaze fixed on Lin Shan, his expression gradually changing. Lin Shan understood the reason. Broly had sensed the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline within him. Two individuals sharing the same rare lineage sensed the identical power within each other. The bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, a unique lineage appearing only once in a millennium, was in truth the true royal bloodline of the Saiyans. And there could only be one king. Broly, bearing this royal blood, instinctively felt hostility toward Lin Shun. But Lin Shun, undaunted, stared back impassively. The scene fell into silence, an intangible aura clashing between them. Lin Shun and Broly simply stared at each other. A faint spark of electricity seemed to flicker between their gazes. Broly's expression grew increasingly grim, a surge of anger coloring his face. "Who are you?" Broly gritted out. "My name is Lin Shun. You can also call me Lynx. I am a Saiyan." Lin Shun said. Lynx. The same power within their bloodlines resonated with each other. Broly, already prone to extreme emotional instability due to his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, felt his competitive spirit surge uncontrollably upon sensing this kindred power teetering on the brink of losing control. Broly. Paragus, sensing Broly's change, rushed over in panic, a controller in his hand lighting up. "Broly, calm down." As Paragus acted, the headband on Broly's forehead also glowed. After a moment, Broly regained his composure and chased after Vegeta. As the spaceship ascended, Trunks immediately ran over. "Mr. Lin Shun, that man seemed very dangerous." "Yes, I could sense an evil aura," Son Gohan added. "Vegeta went with him. Will he be alright?" Krillin asked, looking up at the now vanished spaceship. "Don't worry, Vegeta should be fine," Lin Shun said. From the earlier situation, it seemed that besides himself, Broly only lost control upon seeing Son Goku. Speaking of which, what grudge did that guy have against Son Goku anyway? Just because he was annoyed by Goku's crying as a baby, he held a lifelong hatred. Lin Shun felt a sense of relief that when the system had integrated the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline into him, it had purged its side effects. Although it made his legendary Super Saiyan form less powerful than the original, at least he didn't have to worry about losing his sanity like Broly did. After Vegeta and the others left, Krillin and the rest suggested exploring the planet. Having nothing else to do, Lin Shun joined them. On new Planet Vegeta, while the area near the palace was bustling, flying a short distance away revealed a dilapidated and abandoned space city. What happened here? Yeah, why build a Saiyan nation in a place like this? Krillin and Gohan were utterly confused. Perhaps Paragus never intended to build a Saiyan nation at all, Lin Shun said. What? Trunks' eyes widened. Over there. At that moment, Krillin suddenly pointed to a construction site in the distance within the ruined city. What is that place? Looks like a mine. No, it's an energy plant, right? It seems they're extracting energy from underground and sending it to the palace. No wonder that's the only green area on the planet. At the site, many short-statured aliens could be seen being enslaved under the watch of Paragus men. Familiar with Dragon Ball's plot, Lin Shun knew these aliens were likely the natives of the nearby planet Shamo. They had been captured by Paragus to build this new Planet Vegeta. But in truth, everything here was a deception, from the name New Planet Vegeta to the lavish palace. All designed to make Vegeta linger on this planet for a few more days. Lin Shun looked up at the sky. Though invisible to the naked eye now, a comet was rapidly approaching New Planet Vegeta from outer space. In less than 2 days, the comet would collide with New Planet Vegeta, and all Saiyans on it would perish under its impact. And this was the true goal of Broly's father, Paragus. Paragus could have simply had Broly kill Vegeta and the others, but his elaborate scheme stemmed from his fear of Broly's power, fearing he would lose control during battle. Unfortunately, Paragus' plan was ultimately flawed, for he had overlooked one person, Bardock's son Kakarot. That is Son Goku's influence on Broly. As Lin Shun recalled the plot, Son Gohan, unable to bear the suffering of the Shamo people below, stepped in to save them. A group of weaklings with power levels in the thousands was naturally no match for Gohan and the others. At that moment, Son Goku, tracking Broly's energy, suddenly teleported there. Daddy. Huh. Gohan. Krillin. What are you all doing here? And another Saiyan. Goku looked at Lin Shun curiously. Dad, this is Lin Shun, a Saiyan from another world. Son Gohan said. Another world. After Gohan's explanation, Goku readily accepted Lin Shun. Hello, Lin Shun. I feel like you're really strong. Want to spar sometime? Sure, Lin Shun replied with a smile. Krillin and the others shook their heads. Sorry, Lin Shun. That's just how Goku is. He wants to fight anyone strong. It's fine. I'd also love to test myself against a strong opponent. We can talk later. Mr. Son Goku, are you tracking the legendary Super Saiyan? How did you know? Goku asked, puzzled. Because we're also looking for the legendary Super Saiyan. Son Gohan explained their situation. After hearing it, Goku frowned. I was tracking the legendary Super Saiyan's energy. Could that person be Paragus? As Goku finished speaking, Paragus' voice rang out nearby. So you're here, too, Kakarot. You're Paragus. Everyone turned to see Paragus standing at the edge of the construction site with a group of soldiers apparently drawn by the commotion. Paragus looked at the familiar face before him and smiled. That's right. How about dinner together? Kakarot, you look exactly like your father Bardock. Sure, Goku was utterly defenseless when it came to food, so the group went to the palace for a grand feast. During the meal, Goku told everyone that the energy he sensed wasn't Paragus. Just as everyone began to suspect the legendary Super Saiyan might be another Saiyan they hadn't met, Vegeta returned from his search. The satiated group immediately approached him, eager to ask if he had found the legendary Super Saiyan. Yo Vegeta. Kakarot. Did you come here just for me to kill you? Still the same as always. I'm here looking for the legendary Super Saiyan. Then you've wasted your time. Because once the legendary Super Saiyan is found, it'll be the one to kill him. Go back. With that, Vegeta walked away. Son Goku chuckled, that Vegeta always trying to act cool. But at that moment, Goku suddenly froze. He turned his head and saw Broly following Vegeta out of the spaceship. The destined rivals had finally met again. Kakarot. Broly recognized Goku's appearance at a single glance. In this world, Broly and Goku were born on the same day, and their cultivation pods had been placed side by side. Back then, Goku had been terrified by the immense battle power he sensed from Broly, bursting into loud cries. His cries in turn instilled fear in Broly, leaving the latter with a deep-seated shadow regarding Kakarot. Now with Goku appearing before him, Broly's aura instantly began to swell uncontrollably. This aura exuded an overwhelming pressure, putting everyone who could sense it on high alert. This energy. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan I've been tracking? Goku immediately recognized Broly's aura. He had previously been tasked by King Kai to investigate the legendary Super Saiyan wreaking havoc in the southern galaxy. And the residual aura he had felt on the most recently destroyed planet belonged to none other than the Broly before him. Not good. Paragus was startled and immediately activated the controller, trying to calm Broly down. Vegeta hadn't gone far. If he were alerted, Paragus' entire plan would be ruined. Broly, calm down. Broly. Kakarot. The headband controller on Broly's forehead lit up temporarily, suppressing the surge of his energy. Yet to Paragus' bewilderment, although Broly's energy ceased to rise, it also failed to subside. What's going on? Damn it. Paragus suddenly recalled that during the day when Broly had encountered Lin Shun, he had nearly lost control once, though Paragus had quickly managed to suppress him with the controller. But perhaps the controller had already been nearing its limit back then. Curse it. Why did this have to happen now? Paragus, what are you doing? Vegeta, who had already left, finally sensed Broly's energy and hurried back. He stared at Broly, who was emitting a golden aura resembling that of a Super Saiyan, and was taken aback. Paragus, what's wrong with Broly? Vegeta, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan we've been looking for. Goku shouted. What? King Vegeta, that's not true. How could Broly be a Super Saiyan? He's just... Paragus tried to argue, but Trunks flew over as well. Dad, Mr. Son is right. There's something wrong with this Paragus. He's lying to you. Everything on this planet is a lie. Those cities over there are nothing but ruins. This man is full of deceit. Dad, you have to be careful. I. Paragus stammered, but suddenly Broly, who had been suppressed all along, felt his energy surge once more. Kakarot. Broly's battle power erupted like a volcano, skyrocketing in a straight line. His hair stood on end, turning a vivid purple. The legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Lin Shun, sharing the same bloodline as Broly, immediately recognized the change in him. He hadn't anticipated that Paragus' controller would begin to fail at this very moment. Due to Lin Shun's appearance, the course of events seemed to take an unexpected turn. The decisive battle, which should have occurred the next day, appeared to be drawing near. Bang! With a dull thud, the controller in Paragus' hands suddenly shattered. Seeing this, a wave of despair washed over him. Paragus, who had been trying to maintain his facade, finally gave up. Damn it. Fine. Vegeta, you idiot, just as foolish as your father. You really deceived me. That's right. Paragus waved his hand dismissively. What is there to cherish on this wretched planet? Especially since it's about to be destroyed by a comet. My true objective is the Earth you now inhabit. I intend to use it as the base for my and Broly's empire and rule the entire universe. As long as you all perish along with this planet by the comet, Broly and I will have no more obstacles. Though the plan has changed, the outcome will be the same once you're dead. Go, Broly. Without needing Paragus' command, Broly was already advancing with heavy steps towards Son Goku. Kakarot. Without the controller's suppression, Broly's energy continued to expand. Soon he transformed from his pseudo-legendary Super Saiyan state into a full-fledged Super Saiyan. Although the headband controller on his forehead was still active, causing his hair to remain a blue-green rather than turning gold, the aura he unleashed was unmistakably that of a Super Saiyan. Lin Shun could even perceive that Broly's battle power had now reached 32 million, far surpassing his own. However, this level of strength was still insignificant before Vegeta, who had once slain Cell. The legendary Super Saiyan. Ridiculous. Vegeta snorted coldly, transforming into a Super Saiyan himself, his battle power skyrocketing to 30 million. But Vegeta's transformation was not yet complete. His aura continued to surge. Suddenly, Vegeta's energy seemed to explode, unleashing a wave of immense power that whipped up a fierce gale, brushing against everyone's faces. Alright, let me see just how powerful the legendary Super Saiyan really is. Battle power 52. 5 million. Lin Shun, standing nearby, clenched his fists, a hint of envy stirring within him. Vegeta had undoubtedly mastered the second grade of Super Saiyan transformation, which granted a staggering 35-fold increase in power. Although his base battle power was inferior to Lin Shun's, Vegeta's transformation allowed him to surpass Lin Shun. No wonder Vegeta remained so confident upon witnessing Broly's transformation. Broly, I'm your opponent. With a roar, Vegeta vanished in a blur and reappeared beside Broly, sweeping his leg across Broly's neck. Yet Broly seemed unfazed, his body not even swaying as he continued walking straight towards Son Goku. What? Vegeta was astounded. How could Broly act as if nothing had happened after his full-powered strike? What's with that guy, eh? On the other side, Son Goku's expression turned grave. He took a hit from Vegeta without any effect. In that case, come at me. Kakarot. I'm not Kakarot. I'm Son Goku. Kakarot. Seeing that Broly completely disregarded him, Vegeta soared into the sky and fired an energy blast at Broly without any regard for Goku's proximity. Vegeta, stop. Boom. The energy blast struck Broly with pinpoint accuracy, causing the space to tremble. However, the resulting shockwave sent everyone present flying backward. Huh. What legendary Super Saiyan? I am the true legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed maniacally, about to turn his attention to Paragus to deal with the one who had made a fool of him. But his gaze suddenly froze as he looked back at the center of the explosion. Broly stood there completely unharmed. The blow Vegeta had just delivered carved a deep crater into the ground. The spreading shockwave nearly obliterated the nearby palace. Even Son Goku had to resort to instant transmission, briefly escaping to a distance. Lin Shun and the others positioned further away also took to the sky. Yet having borne the brunt of such a devastating attack, Broly emerged completely unscathed, his aura showing no sign of weakening. No far from diminishing, Broly's energy was still surging. How is this possible? Sensing the staggering power radiating from Broly, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad, everyone be careful. Perceiving the change in Broly, Son Goku called out a warning to the group. A cold sweat trickled down Lin Shun's face. Through his perception, he saw Broly's battle power beginning to climb once more. 55. 5 million. 60 million. 65 million. 70 million. As Broly's power ascended, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. A flicker of agony suddenly crossed Broly's face. Roar. Crackle, crackle, crackle. From somewhere in the sky, countless bolts of lightning materialized. These streaks of light pierced the air, detonating midair before shattering into myriad lightning bolts that fell vertically, striking the ground. Boom. In an instant, many of Paragus' foot soldiers who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion were struck by these bolts and vaporized on the spot. Watch out. Son Goku shouted, shielding Gohan and the others from a descending bolt. Lin Shun swept his hand through the air, dispersing a flash of lightning. My. Son Goku glanced at Lin Shun. The sudden burst of energy from him had caught his attention. But soon all eyes were drawn back to Broly. At that moment, Broly's golden aura began to transform, shifting from its original gold into a yellowish-green hue. Vegeta recalled a remark Paragus had made when they first met. The aura of the legendary Super Saiyan is a yellowish-green. This guy is already a Super Saiyan. Could he possibly have another transformation? Vegeta's grim suspicion was proven correct. Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly suddenly roared like a wild beast, his muscles bulging violently. A cruel, savage aura swept outward from him. The next moment, the color in Broly's pupils faded. A surge of yellowish-green energy erupted. Soon, everyone present felt an overwhelming, bone-chilling presence. Ha! You're all doomed. No one can save you now. This Broly is beyond control. He won't stop until he's destroyed the entire universe. Watching Broly complete his final transformation and become the legendary Super Saiyan, Paragus cried out in despair. Broly's long hair floated, and his pupilless eyes gleamed with bloodlust. His form had become immensely muscular, resembling a demon god. The legendary Super Saiyan. Overwhelmed by Broly's pressure, Vegeta involuntarily reverted from his Super Saiyan state, landed on the ground, and collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Well, what's happening? Vegeta, can you feel it? Paragus crawled out of a crater, laughing bitterly. It seems your pure Saiyan blood has sensed it. The legendary Super Saiyan. This is the true bloodline of the Saiyan royal line. Before him, all Saiyans are instinctively suppressed. Vegeta tried to resist, but found himself utterly unable. A fear he had never known before took root in his heart. This terror and despair were sensations Vegeta had only felt when facing Frieza. He never imagined he would experience them again today. We're going to die. This thought plagued not only Vegeta. Son Goku and Lin Shun, both pure-blooded Saiyans, also felt that same overwhelming bloodline suppression. So, this is the true legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Shun gritted his teeth, struggling to keep himself upright. He had never imagined Broly's power could be so immense. At this moment, Broly's battle power had reached 80 million. The multiplier for the legendary Super Saiyan form was a staggering 50 times, not the mere 20-fold increase of the ordinary Super Saiyan form in this world. Could he truly defeat such an opponent alone? Lin Shun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Kakarot. Broly glared at the face he loathed, a cruel grin spreading across his features. I will grind you to dust. With those words, Broly stomped the ground, collapsing it, and lunged directly at Lin Shun. Dad! Son Gohan cried out, wanting to help his father, but Son Goku grabbed him. Run, Gohan. Even the battle-hungry Son Goku, affected by the bloodline pressure, recognized the gap between himself and Broly. His will to fight evaporated, and he could only flee with Gohan in his arms. Broly gave chase. Seeing this, Trunks called out to Lin Shun before following. Mr. Lin Shun, please take Mr. Krillin and the others and hide. Lin Shun nodded, pulling Krillin and the others away in the opposite direction from Broly. According to his initial plan, Lin Shun would not intervene at the start of the battle. He would only step in after Son Goku and the others had been defeated. Otherwise, he couldn't complete the third option's task. But could he truly defeat Broly alone? In the distance, Son Goku and Gohan constantly dodged Broly's pursuit. A stream of green energy spheres rained down behind them, shattering the earth. Several times Son Goku and Gohan were nearly caught, but his instant transmission technique saved them at the last moment. However, after a brief chase, Broly suddenly stopped. He let out a sinister laugh, gathered a green energy sphere in his hand, and hurled it toward a nearby construction site. A green flash erupted, followed by countless screams. The lives of numerous Shamo slaves sleeping at the site vanished in the blaze of light. Kakarot, if you don't fight, I'll destroy this entire planet. Bastard. I won't let you. Son Goku's eyes blazed with fury. He landed with Gohan, and with a low roar transformed into a Super Saiyan. Beside them, Son Gohan and Trunks also landed and transformed. Facing the astonishing pressure emanating from 3 Super Saiyans, Broly merely let out a cruel laugh before charging forward relentlessly. Boom. A shockwave erupted instantly. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Shun departed with Klin and the others, thunderous explosions continuously echoed from the distant sky. Mr. Lin Shun, will Goku and the others be alright? Klin asked, carrying Master Roshi on his back. I don't know. That Broly is truly terrifying, Lin Shun replied. Then aren't you going to help? You're a Saiyan too, aren't you? Asked Oolong, who was being carried by Lin Shun. I will go, but first you must board the spaceship and leave. Because this planet is about to be destroyed. When Lin Shun informed Klin and the others about the approaching comet, they were all greatly alarmed. What? Then what about Goku and the others? Idiot, doesn't Goku know instant transmission? We're the ones who need to worry. Hurry up and run. Upon landing, they quickly ran towards Paragus' spaceship. At that moment, Lin Shun also saw Paragus fleeing towards the same ship. You go ahead. He'll stop that Saiyan. Lin Shun vanished and reappeared in front of Paragus. Seeing Lin Shun, Paragus halted immediately. If you want to escape with me, follow me. Otherwise, get out of my way. Aren't you going to stay with your son? Lin Shun asked. Broly is no longer under my control. Now he's just a hindrance. Lin Shun sighed and shook his head. Paragus, in this world you have indeed been pushed too far by reality. Let me give you release. What? Paragus was stunned for a moment, then immediately grasped the implication of Lin Shun's words. He released his aura, but before he could attack, a hand was already pressed against his chest. Paragus, you are a pitiful man. I lament the fate you have suffered in this life. But rest assured, the you from another world is doing very well. What are you talking about? Whoosh. A crystalline, brilliant white-blue beam pierced through Paragus' heart. This man whose life had been steeped in misery and whose character had been twisted to selfish extremes by external forces died at Lin Chen's hands. In truth, dying by Lin Chen's hand was a stroke of luck for Paragus. Because had Lin Chen not intervened, Paragus' ultimate fate would have been to be crushed to death inside his spaceship by his own son Broly and then cast into the comet to perish. Seeing Paragus die at Lin Chen's hands, Klin and the others said nothing, but neither did they feel any sympathy for him. After all, if not for Paragus' manipulation, countless lives in the South Galaxy would not have perished at Broly's hands. This man's hands were stained with blood debts no less than Frieza's. Returning to Klin and the others, Lin Chen then charged into the spaceship, eliminating all of Paragus' subordinates before emerging to say to Klin, "Mr. Klin, this ship is yours. Leave as soon as possible. I'm going to check on Mr. Goku." "All right." Klin nodded, then his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked towards the direction of Goku's battle. Over there, the energy signatures of Goku and the others were rapidly weakening. "Damn, something's happened to Goku and the others." Klin turned to Lin Chen and said, "Mr. Lin Chen, I'm counting on you. I'm just an earthling, I can't intervene in a fight like this anymore." "I understand. Leave it to me." Lin Chen nodded, took his leave, and immediately flew towards the battlefield. En route, Lin Chen could sense that the energy of Goku and the others was growing weaker and weaker, as if they were on the verge of collapse. However, just as Lin Chen was about to accelerate, another unfamiliar energy signature suddenly burst onto the scene. This key. Is it Piccolo? Indeed, when Lin Chen arrived at the ruined city that had become a battlefield, he saw Piccolo feeding senzu beans to Goku and the others. Revived, the 4 Z fighters surrounded Broly, and Lin Chen entered the scene at that very moment. Broly glanced at him and sneered contemptuously. "No matter how many come, it makes no difference. In my eyes, you're all trash." "A Saiyan." "Goku, who is he?" Piccolo asked. "He's Lin Chen, a wandering Saiyan." Goku replied, then asked, "Mr. Lin Chen, can you give us a hand? This guy is incredible. Sorry, I don't like cooperating. If you all lose, I will step in." Due to mission constraints, Lin Chen could only answer thus. Goku was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, and Piccolo, unaware of Lin Chen's true power, paid him no mind. After all, they were facing an unprecedented monster. If Lin Chen's strength was insufficient, his intervention would only be a hindrance. "Goku, no more talk. The 4 of us will attack together," Piccolo shouted. "All right. Just accept your death and spare yourselves the pain. Why don't you understand? The bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan causes one to gradually lose their sanity as their energy continuously surges." But because Broly's energy had been suppressed by Paragus in the past, he had not yet completely lost his wits. Although a rampaging Broly is unstoppable and fearless, a rational Broly is even more terrifying and despair-inducing. After recovering their strength with senzu beans, Goku and the other 3 launched another coordinated assault. The combat power of the 3 Super Saiyans was all over 20 million, and this Piccolo, having fused with Kami, also possessed a power level exceeding 30 million. Yet the combined attack of the 4 could not even scratch Broly. Even more despairing was Broly's seemingly inexhaustible stamina. The Super Saiyan transformation is in fact a form meant for short bursts of combat. The higher the transformation level, the greater the strain on the body. Thus, Super Saiyans are not suited for prolonged battles. However, Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form seemed to be completely free of this drawback. From the beginning of the fight, Goku and the others had already consumed 1 senzu bean and gained Piccolo and a revitalized determined Vegeta as fresh reinforcements. 4 Super Saiyans plus a Super Namekian could not diminish Broly's energy by even a fraction. Boom. Ugh. With a grunt of pain, Vegeta was slammed into a massive boulder by Broly's palm. A crater as if struck by a giant meteor appeared on the boulder's surface, with countless wide cracks spreading out, gradually covering the entire rock. Pinned at the center of the crater, Broly grabbed Vegeta's head and smashed it against the stone several times. Vegeta then lost consciousness and reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta's fall signaled the end of the battle. Apart from Lin Chen, who was spectating, no one else was left standing. "Is that it? Trash is still trash." Broly released his grip, letting Vegeta slide to the ground. Then, as if to flaunt his power, he let out a wild roar. In the midst of his roar, a golden aura suddenly erupted from Broly's entire body, blazing like fierce golden flames, exuding unparalleled arrogance. But at that moment, a figure appeared before Broly. "Broly, hold off on celebrating your victory for a moment. Don't forget I'm still here." The figure that appeared before Broly was none other than Lin Chen. However, when Broly saw him, a trace of disdain crept across his face. "What trash is this? Lin Shun did not speak. Instead, he responded by transforming directly into a Super Saiyan. As his surging aura erupted, Son Goku and the others who could no longer fight lifted their heads. Lin Shun. He can become a Super Saiyan too, exclaimed Goku in shock. Mr. Lin Shun. Trunks felt a glimmer of hope rise within him. This fool, why didn't he help earlier? Piccolo said, his face filled with anger. As for Vegeta, he strained to lift his head, took one look, then closed his eyes in exhaustion. It's useless, we're all going to die. Broly showed no panic at Lin Shun's transformation. Instead, he revealed a cruel smile and pointed a finger at him, saying, even if you can transform, trash is still trash. Whether I'm trash or not, you'll find out soon enough. Lin Shun's body vanished in an instant, and the next moment he appeared right beside Broly. Lin Shun put force into his leg and suddenly lashed out with a fierce kick aimed at Broly's chest. The violent power stirred up a shockwave and a piercing sound of air being torn, creating a terrifying spectacle. But as the kick landed, Broly didn't even assume a defensive stance. He simply received Lin Shun's blow with his chest. Did you even use any force? Broly revealed a manic grin. Lin Shun's expression shifted. He spun around and rained a flurry of punches onto Broly's body. Each punch was delivered with full force. If these blows had struck a planet, they might have directly shattered the planetary core beneath the mantle. Now as the fists landed on Broly, they still produced booming thunderclaps. Each impact sent tremors rippling through the air. Are you done? Broly suddenly let out a disdainful snort. Lin Shun's face changed drastically in an instant. His attack ceased abruptly, and he swiftly retreated. Almost at the same moment, a green energy sphere abruptly coalesced in Broly's palm. Blaster Bomb. Broly swung his hand, and the green energy sphere hurtled furiously towards Lin Shun. This green energy sphere also possessed homing properties. Even though Lin Shun leaped into the sky attempting to escape, it was too late. He could only brace his arms in front of him and endure the strike. Boom. The explosion roared and smoke billowed everywhere. Is he dead? Huh. Broly was suddenly taken aback. Then he saw that within the smoke a green light had also begun to glow. Blaster Bomb. A green energy sphere almost identical to the one Broly had just unleashed flew out from the smoke and hurtled straight towards Broly. But unlike Lin Shun, Broly merely waved his hand, lightly deflecting the energy sphere. It flew upwards and exploded above his head. Your techniques aren't so hard to learn after all. Lin Shun emerged from the smoke, smiling at Broly. Hee-haw. What about this one then? Broly suddenly let out a loud laugh. Light flickered in his hand as he hurled another green energy sphere. The small sphere shot forward rapidly. Lin Shun knew this kind of attack was unavoidable, so he once again raised his arms to brace for the impact. But just then the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Elementary martial arts genius talent activated. Learn technique, gigantic meteor. Gigantic meteor. Damn it! Lin Shun immediately dropped his defense and brought his hands together. At the same time, the small energy sphere in the distance suddenly expanded, its diameter swelling to several dozen meters. If this strike hit the ground, it would likely annihilate the entire planet. Just as Lin Shun was about to be engulfed by the energy sphere, his figure flickered. When he reappeared, he was already behind Broly. Kamehameha. A brilliant azure beam pierced the air. Terrifying energy surged forth, directly engulfing Broly's body. What? He can use the Kamehameha too. Wasn't that Son Goku's instant transmission just now? Who is that Saiyan anyway? Seeing the techniques Lin Shun displayed, Goku and the others were all astonished. The fact that Lin Shun could transform into a Super Saiyan had already shocked them, but they never expected he could also execute Goku's signature moves. No wonder he wanted to fight alone. Mr. Lin Shun is incredibly strong, Trunks said, somewhat excited. But Vegeta gritted his teeth and said no. It's useless. The gap is too vast. Vegeta's words were not wrong. Having taken Lin Shun's instant transmission Kamehameha, he and Broly unexpectedly turned around within the energy wave. He sneered at Lin Shun. What do you think you're doing? As soon as he spoke, Broly charged directly against the current of Lin Shun's Kamehameha, as if wading through a river. What a... Bang! Broly slammed his fist into Lin Shun's face. The domineering force of the punch transformed into a transparent shockwave, blasting Lin Shun away like a cannonball. He finally crashed into a tall building with a thunderous boom. Rumble. The skyscraper, unable to bear the impact, collapsed in a heap. Lin Shun flew out from the settling dust, panting heavily. He gulped down the remaining bits of senzu bean residue in his mouth. If not for the senzu bean, that punch would likely have rendered him as helpless as Goku and the others. Haha, looks like you can take a hit better than them. Let's play a little longer then. With a wild roar, Broly charged towards Lin Shun. Lin Shun too steeled his resolve and surged with power. Two dazzling streaks of light traversed the sky, which was gradually brightening. They collided, unleashing a violent commotion. Bang! 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 Intense booming sounds erupted sporadically across the sky, the result of their fists clashing heated. Under the collision of these two astonishing forces, new Planet Vegeta began to tremble violently. The chaotic energy triggered earthquakes across the planet, causing mountains and rocks to crumble and collapse. Nearby, the 5Z fighters, having regrouped, watched Lin Shun stand against Broly alone. They could only stare helplessly. Their injuries were too severe. Though they had finally recovered some of their ki, they were still far from being able to fight. No good. Even though Lin Shun is strong, he's no match for Broly. Though they were far away, none of them were ordinary people. Even if they couldn't see the distant battle, they could clearly discern the situation through their ki sensing. Before Broly, Lin Shun's ki was continuously weakening. Broly's ki, on the other hand, showed no sign of diminishing. In fact, it was still rising. The outcome of this battle was painfully clear. Piccolo, do you have any more Senzu beans? We need to go help him, Goku said. Piccolo shook his head. Those were the last of the Senzu beans. There are none left. Just then Gohan noticed something strange. Dad, why is Mr. Lin Shun's ki fluctuating so wildly? That's strange. Huh. The others listened and looked into the distance. They found that the situation was indeed as Gohan had described. While locked in combat with Broly, Lin Shun's ki would periodically plummet to rock bottom, but in the blink of an eye it would surge back up again. It's a Senzu bean. That Saiyan has Senzu beans. The Namekian's eyesight and hearing were far superior to ordinary beings, so Piccolo, who was observing the battle, was the first to uncover Lin Shun's secret. Earlier, the five of them together were no match for Broly in a single encounter, so naturally Lin Shun alone could not have lasted that long. Fortunately for this battle, Lin Shun had deliberately obtained a large number of Senzu beans from the Kirin in his own world just in case. Although it might seem that the number of Senzu beans in the original story was not particularly large, in reality, there were at least a dozen jars of Senzu beans on Kirin Tower. The reason why Senzu beans later became scarce was because Yajirobe, a freeloader on Kirin Tower, began eating them as a regular meal, drastically reducing their stock. In Lin Shun's world now, Yajirobe had not yet reached Kirin Tower, and Kirin, having formed a partnership with Lin Shun, had expanded the cultivation of Senzu beans. Thus, Lin Shun alone carried at least several hundred Senzu beans. Lin Shun actually has Senzu beans. Why didn't he give us any? Goku asked in confusion. Gohan thought for a moment and said, Dad, could it be that Mr. Lin Shun intends to use Senzu beans to boost his combat power? Boost combat power. Oh, I forgot about that method. Every time a Saiyan recovers from the brink of death, their combat power receives a tremendous boost. Goku and Vegeta had relied on this trait in the past to rapidly elevate their strength on several occasions. But Vegeta sneered disdainfully, foolish. That only applies to ordinary Saiyans. Our bodies have already undergone countless refinements. This method can no longer enhance our power much. If Lin Shun were here, he would certainly give Vegeta's words a thumbs up. From the start of the battle until now, Broly had nearly killed him several times, and he had consumed over a dozen Senzu beans. Yet the increase in his combat power was almost negligible. Even after the multiplicative boost of the Super Saiyan transformation, it amounted to only a few 100,000, utterly insignificant. However, Lin Shun only learned this today. In his original world, after fusing with the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, he had never before come so close to death. Swish, a ray of light suddenly streaked across the horizon, carving a massive chasm 100 meters wide. Then an energy sphere expanded and erupted with a roar, blasting a crater a kilometer in diameter. The colossal orb of energy lingered for a long time before slowly dissipating. Just as it began to fade, Broly heard a sound. Ka, me, huh, me, huh. The next moment, Lin Shun suddenly appeared before Broly once again, thrusting his hands forward to unleash the shockwave. A thick pillar of light engulfed Broly. But as the light faded, Broly tilted his head and sneered at Lin Shun. Didn't I say it's useless? Death Beam. Lin Shun pressed two fingers together, beginning to execute Frieza's signature technique. Beams of golden energy interwove to form an impenetrable net, descending like a heavenly snare toward Broly. Each energy ray contained terrifying power, capable of piercing flesh with the slightest misstep. Yet when these rays struck Broly, they couldn't even break his skin, let alone penetrate his body. Before the beams could hit Broly, they were blocked by a golden-green barrier. A barrier. Lin Shun's pupils contracted sharply, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. Then how about this? Planet Destruction Sphere. What a... In the distance when they saw Lin Shun raise a finger to the sky and a purple energy sphere coalesce, Goku and the others were stunned. None of those present were unfamiliar with whose signature move this was. How does he know Frieza's techniques? Never mind that. Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks. Grab hold of me. Frieza's Planet Destruction Sphere, as the name implied, could easily obliterate a planet. There was no time to reach a spaceship, so Goku could only try to gather everyone and use instant transmission to escape. Don't touch me, Kakarot. I won't accept your help. Vegeta thrust out his hand and pushed Goku away. Dad. Vegeta. Amid the chaos, Lin Shun finally hurled the Planet Destruction Sphere at Broly. Lin Shun showed no mercy this time. Even if the planet were destroyed, he could survive in space. As for Goku and the others, he could always find the Namekian Dragon Balls of this universe to revive them. In short, facing an enemy as formidable as Broly, there could be no hesitation. Seeing the Planet Destruction Sphere hurtling toward him, Broly grinned cruelly and reached out to swat it away. Bang! But the moment Broly's body touched the sphere, his expression changed. Frieza's Planet Destruction Sphere concentrated all its energy into a single point. Thus, this technique contained virtually all of Lin Shun's power. Even Broly, caught off guard, found himself momentarily unable to withstand it. The planet-destroying sphere pressed directly onto his body. Under this astonishing force, Broly shot backward like an arrow released from the string, plummeting toward the ground. Rumble. Broly was effortlessly driven deep into the earth, continuing his descent without losing momentum. As he hurtled downward, his face finally showed unprecedented fury. Until now, he had never suffered such a great loss. Bastard. Suddenly, Broly's descending form came to an abrupt halt. Then he arched his body forward and thrust his palms upward, pushing the Planet Destruction Sphere into the sky. Swish! The sphere shot up like a rocket, bursting out of the ground and soaring without pause, eventually breaking through the atmosphere. Moments later, a second sun seemed to appear in the heavens. A blinding, dazzling light stung everyone's eyes, and a deafening roar spread in all directions, nearly rendering them deaf. After a long while, the smoke cleared and the storm subsided. Lin Shun looked down at the ground, his pupils contracting sharply as cold sweat unconsciously trickled down his forehead. Broly slowly rose from the crater, breathing heavily. His body still bore no visible wounds, and his aura hadn't diminished in the slightest. In fact, it had grown even stronger than before. His combat power had increased by a full 5 million over its initial level. This is bad. I may have overestimated myself this time. At that moment, Lin Shun began to regret his earlier choices. If he had known the legendary Super Saiyan was so invincible, he would have chosen the bloodless mission when selecting his task. So I too can shoot myself in the foot. Lin Shun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just as Lin Shun was sinking into despair, Broly's body floated upright, emanating a yellow-green aura as he approached Lin Shun. His eyes fixed on Lin Shun, a cold glint flickering within them, a low growl rumbling from his throat. My chi. It's surging. About to explode. Roar. Kill. 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 Suddenly, Broly's body halted, then he clenched his fists and let out a wild, thunderous roar. A vast amount of energy began to converge around Broly, an energy sphere of immense power, enveloping him completely. Seconds later, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A torrent of green energy spheres burst forth from Broly's body, triggering violent explosions everywhere. Even Son Goku and the others watching from afar were nearly caught in the blast. Fortunately, Goku used instant transmission in time, transporting everyone to a safe area. But the rest of the planet was not so fortunate. The fleeing soldiers who had escaped earlier and the slaves of Planet Shamak who hadn't boarded the spaceships were all consumed by the green energy blasts. Lin Shun, closest to Broly, was pummeled by a dense barrage of energy bullets. Already exhausted from the earlier clash, his defenses completely collapsed under the relentless assault, and he was blasted down to the ground. He could no longer even maintain his Super Saiyan form, his hair reverting to black. Damn! Lin Shun used his remaining strength to retrieve a Senzu bean from his system space. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, Broly suddenly appeared above him. You rely on that bean to recover, don't you? Broly's lips curled into a sneer as he plummeted. Thud! His legs slammed heavily onto Lin Shun's wrist, the one holding the Senzu bean. Ayah! The bones in Lin Shun's right hand shattered instantly. Broly let out a cold laugh, leaped up, and came crashing down again, this time landing directly on Lin Shun's stomach. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Damn it! The unprecedented agony ignited a fierce rage within Lin Shun. Why isn't it happening yet? He had endured this much, so why couldn't he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? Danger was an opportunity. Lin Chen's decision to face Broly alone was not a suicidal act. His final hope lay in the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline flowing through his veins. This bloodline, besides granting him the ability to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan form and increasing his power with age, possessed one exceptionally unique trait. That trait was the legendary Super Saiyan grows stronger when facing a superior foe. Lin Chen's plan was to force his own awakening into a legendary Super Saiyan by challenging Broly. But now his hopes seemed dashed. Repeated severe injuries had not triggered the transformation. Thud! Another crushing blow. The ground beneath Lin Chen could barely hold. His body was shattered, every bone broken, his life force fading to near nothing. Yet at that moment Lin Chen felt every cell in his body begin to tremble violently in defiance. Waves of golden energy spread through him only to be absorbed and exhausted by his cells, then erupt again. This is bad. Lin Chen is about to die. Everyone lend me your chi. Give me the power to defeat Broly. Seeing Lin Chen on the verge of collapse, Goku forced himself to stand ready for a final desperate gamble. But then an astonishing aura suddenly rose from the ground. This chi. Goku froze. How is this possible? It's Lord Lin Chen's. But why? Trunks was baffled. Meanwhile, Vegeta trembled, grinding his teeth in fury. How? The legendary Super Saiyan only appears once every 1,000 years. Why is that bastard? In the distance, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lin Chen, who should have been reduced to dust, was now floating in place, radiating a formidable yellow-green aura. His appearance had completely transformed. He was now nearly as tall as Broly, over 2 meters, with a muscular build that matched Broly's own. The only difference was Lin Chen's eyes, which still held a calm, emerald-green gaze. Yes, at this moment Lin Chen had finally achieved the legendary Super Saiyan form. So that's it. To become a legendary Super Saiyan, one still needs the catalyst of rage. Lin Chen gazed at his own power-filled body, finally understanding. No wonder he had never broken through before. He had always coasted through life, even defeating Frieza with ease. Such a life left no room for true fury. And the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, like the ordinary one, requires extreme rage as its trigger. And just now, in his moment of despair, his rage against himself had finally completed the transformation. After becoming a legendary Super Saiyan, Lin Chen's presence had undergone a radical change. This form not only healed his injuries, but also skyrocketed his battle power from a base of 1.6 million to 80 million, a 50-fold increase nearly identical to Broly's. Moreover, unlike Broly, who was beginning to lose his sanity, Lin Chen could still control his emotions even in this legendary form. He would not become a mere killing machine like Broly. Feeling the immense power within him, Lin Chen smiled. His gaze swept over to Broly, and he beckoned with a finger. Roar! Kill! Suddenly Broly let out a furious roar, his expression turning wild. He moved like lightning, instantly appearing before Lin Chen, his massive fist aimed at Lin Chen's face. Smack! Broly's fist stopped mid-swing, caught by another hand. Lin Chen held Broly's fist and grinned. How does it feel to be overpowered? After all those hits you landed, it's my turn. Thud! A world-shaking punch landed. An unknown fluid spurted from Broly's mouth as he doubled over in pain. Broly, who had never shown pain from any attack before, was now grimacing from a single blow from Lin Chen. Boom! Lin Chen's iron fists rained down like a storm, pounding Broly from the sky to the ground and back again. Broly seemed to lose all ability to react, like a punching bag taking the beating without any response. And for the first time, Broly's aura was genuinely diminishing. Boom! 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 Lin Chen and Broly, the two legendary Super Saiyans, engaged in a fierce clash of fists and feet. Fist against fist, foot against foot. But this time Broly did not have the overwhelming advantage he had against Goku and the others. Instead, he was being suppressed by Lin Chen. In terms of combat power, Broly was actually still above Lin Chen, yet in the current situation Broly was being struck from all angles by Lin Chen's fists and feet. Even Broly's neck was twisted and stretched as if he was about to be defeated. The training Lin Chen had received from Mr. Popo in the hyperbolic time chamber finally proved useful when the two were evenly matched. Meanwhile, due to their battle, new Planet Vegeta seemed to be on the verge of destruction. The chaotic energy caused the rocks beneath their feet to break free from gravity and float, while mountains and cliffs crumbled with a roar. Not far away, Goku and the others could only watch helplessly. Even Goku had to admit that the battle in the sky had surpassed their abilities. Even if I gathered everyone's energy and joined in now, I might not be able to help. Seriously, with a fight of this intensity, we have no chance to assist. Goku scratched his head helplessly. I didn't expect Mr. Lin Chun to be this strong. I should have sparred with him earlier. Gohan also said, Dad, I can't even see their movements anymore. Damn it. Vegeta's face was full of unwillingness. Since defeating Cell, he had always believed he had surpassed Goku to become the strongest Saiyan, but now he encountered two Saiyans so powerful they made him despair. For Vegeta, who prided himself on being the Prince of Saiyans, this was a disgrace. Voila! Just as Lin Chun was relentlessly pounding Broly suddenly curled up, then explosively stretched his body. A yellow-green light abruptly enveloped Broly completely. Lin Chun's fist struck the light, as if hitting a wall, producing a thudding sound. Ding! Elementary martial arts genius talent activated learned technique barrier. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Lin Chun paused his attack to catch his breath. Broly, didn't you think you were invincible? Why only defend and not counterattack? Provoked by Lin Chun's words, Broly suddenly roared. His muscles trembled with the roar, and his aura surged in waves, becoming overwhelming. Broly's energy is rising again. Monster! Are all legendary Super Saiyans monsters? The roar ceased, and Broly grinned, laughing wildly at Lin Chun. By now, all traces of reason had vanished from his demeanor. In the relentless battle, Broly's sanity finally faded. Now he had become a beast driven solely by the instinct to fight. Consumed by madness, Broly charged recklessly. Lin Chun dared not be careless, unleashing all the insights into energy he had learned from Mr. Popo. With his power boosted further, Broly began to pull ahead of Lin Chun. Once the gap in strength reached a certain point, technique gradually lost its effectiveness. This time, although Lin Chun still held the upper hand, Broly could now mount effective counterattacks. Bang! Lin Chun's fist struck Broly again, still causing pain to flicker across Broly's face, but this time before Lin Chun could withdraw his fist, Broly grabbed his arm. In the next moment, a yellow-green energy sphere appeared in Broly's other hand. He pressed it directly against Lin Chun's chest, then pushed it away where it exploded instantly. As if sensing a successful strike, Broly roared again, but this time his roar lasted only a few seconds before abruptly stopping. The smoke cleared and Lin Chun stood before him completely unharmed with a similar yellow-green barrier in front of him. Under the barrier, Lin Chun panted. After transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan, he, like Broly, possessed nearly infinite power. Yet despite the endless power, fatigue still set in. Looking at Broly before him, Lin Chun felt he needed to change his strategy. A monster like a legendary Super Saiyan could not be defeated by ordinary means. His strength was too close to Broly's. Fighting like this would never decide a victor. Just then, Lin Chun's gaze suddenly fell behind Broly. At some point, the sun had risen over new Planet Vegeta, and now a massive white gas cloud occupied most of the blue sky. It was that comet. In Paragus' original plan, he intended to use the comet to kill Vegeta and the others, and the comet's impact on new Planet Vegeta was scheduled for today. Unbeknownst to them, the battle between Lin Chun and Broly had already lasted an entire night, and the enormous comet was now not far from new Planet Vegeta. I've got it. Just as Lin Chun conceived a plan, a staggering number of energy blasts burning with fierce flames surged toward him like a tsunami. All these energy blasts slammed into Lin Chun's barrier, exploding continuously. Through the smoke, Lin Chun suddenly shot upward into the sky. Blinded by bloodlust, Broly followed without hesitation, hurling energy spheres at him. What are they doing? Below, Goku and the others watched in confusion as the two flew higher and higher, nearly breaking through new Planet Vegeta's atmosphere. Soon, however, they had no time to worry about that, because the massive comet also came into view. Oh no, it's that comet. Mr. Piccolo, where's your spaceship? Shh. Over there. Hurry. Vegeta, stop dawdling. As Goku and the others fled toward the spaceship, Lin Chun and Broly finally broke through the atmosphere. Both of them lit up with yellow-green barriers and continued their chase. Leading Broly, Lin Chun flew almost to the comet's edge before stopping. Broly gathered another energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at Lin Chun. At first no bigger than a fist, it grew enormous midway. The massive energy sphere slammed directly into Lin Chun's body. But just then Broly noticed that Lin Chun, engulfed by the sphere, suddenly flickered and vanished from the spot. This Lin Chun was merely an afterimage. Afterimage fist. The next moment, Lin Chun suddenly appeared behind Broly and tightly embraced him. Howa! All the power within Lin Chun erupted in that instant. He gripped Broly firmly and, carrying him, hurtled headlong toward the comet. The legendary Super Saiyan was nearly invincible unless there was an overwhelming disparity in strength. The only way Lin Chun could think of to defeat Broly was to use that comet. Even Broly, when faced with a comet capable of destroying planets, could not withstand it. However, as Lin Shen flew toward the comet with Broly in his arms accelerating, even Broly, who had lost his mind, sensed the danger under the immense pressure of the comet. Broly began pounding his fists against Lin Shen's back, trying to break free. Thump, thump, thump. Let go. Let me go. Perhaps sensing the threat to his life, Broly suddenly regained consciousness and shouted. At the same time, he gathered 2 energy spheres in his hands and pressed them against Lin Shen's back. Boom. Lin Shen had exhausted all his energy in restraining Broly, leaving none to create a barrier. He could only grit his teeth and endure the 2 blows. Fortunately, having transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his body was as indestructible as Broly's. But this was only the beginning. Broly, now frenzied, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts onto Lin Shen's back. The explosions crackled like raindrops. Even Lin Shen, in his legendary Super Saiyan form, began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Yet Lin Shen did not let go. He exerted all his strength, dragging Broly ever closer to the comet. Above them, the colossal comet was now within arm's reach, its white gaseous shroud filling their entire field of vision. Let go. Well, both perish. No, only you will die. I want. Instant transmission. Lin Shen suddenly teleported to the surface of New Vegeta, landing on a shattered rock. He raised his head with difficulty, gazing at the sky above. Without Lin Shen, Broly finally halted his momentum, but by then the comet was upon him. There was no time to escape. Broly descended into madness once more. He spread his arms, let out a roar, and radiated a powerful aura of energy. He actually intended to stop the comet single-handedly. Thud! When Broly's body collided with the comet for a moment, it seemed as if the comet had halted. But alas, the next instant the gigantic comet completely engulfed Broly. His very presence was annihilated in that moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the choice. Defeat Broly alone. Reward combat power 50000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the choice. Liberate the Southern Galaxy from the legendary Super Saiyan's control. Reward 1 trial card for legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. Use the trial card now. No. No way. New Vegeta was on the verge of destruction. How could he use the card now? With Broly's death, New Vegeta was also nearing its end. Reverting to his base form, Lin Shen glanced around and finally located Son Goku and the others. Lin Shen immediately flew toward their spaceship. As he drew near, he used instant transmission once more to leap inside. Hey, I'm back. Inside the ship, Lin Shen greeted Son Goku and the others with a smile, then plopped down onto a seat, panting heavily. Host Lin Shen. Combat power 66000. Bloodline legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills: instant transmission, beginner martial arts, genius talent, beginner potential development technique, perfect control of ki. Techniques: planet destruction, sphere, death, beam, flame, splitter wave, Kamehameha, afterimage, fist, instant transmission, Kamehameha. This battle with Broly was the closest Lin Shen had come to death since his transmigration. But the gains were equally astonishing. Not to mention the almost legendary trial card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. Lin Shen's combat power had multiplied several-fold. Now his maximum combat power reached 33000, a qualitative leap compared to the past. It feels like striking it rich overnight. Indeed, choosing the hardest challenge and risking death was worth it. But Lin Shen's joy was short-lived. He soon calmed down. 330 seemed invincible, but he remembered that the combat power multiplier for Super Saiyan 2 was twice that of Super Saiyan 1. And in this world, there were many enemies whose strength rivaled Super Saiyan 2. Not to mention the gods above like Beerus, who stood at the pinnacle of combat power. He was far from invincible. There was still a long road ahead. Mr. Lin Shen, are you really leaving? Trunks' voice brought Lin Shen back to reality. The group was now on their way back to Earth. Goku and the others already knew of Lin Shen's intention to depart. Yes, though our time together has been brief, I've achieved my goal. It's time to prepare for my departure. Piccolo glanced at Lin Shen. He had already learned from Son Gohan that Lin Shen was a Saiyan from a parallel timeline. He suddenly asked, your purpose in coming to this world wasn't just for Broly, was it? Now fused with Kami, Piccolo possessed the wisdom of a god. Lin Shen's little scheme could hardly escape him. Yes. Son Goku then asked, Mr. Lin Shen, could you tell us about the situation in your world? Of course. Lin Shen replied with a smile, and then recounted the story of his world. When Vegeta heard that in Lin Shen's world the Saiyans had not only survived, but had defeated Frieza and embarked on a new journey, his face flushed with excitement. After finishing his tale, Lin Shen realized it was time to go. He stood up and bid farewell to Son Goku and the others. But just then Vegeta suddenly shouted, "Wait, who are you really? You can transform into a legendary Super Saiyan. On Vegeta in that world, you must be no ordinary person." Lin Shin turned back and smiled at Vegeta. "Vegeta, in my world, I am the king of the Saiyans." With that, Lin Shin used instant transmission to leave the ship, returning to the very first place he had arrived in this world. System, open the portal of time and space. Let me go home. The method to return to the original space-time was, as the system had initially stated, quite simple. As soon as Lin Shin issued the command, a beam of energy shot out from his body, striking the dark void. The next moment, the space-time portal that had brought Lin Shin there opened. From within that portal emanated a sensation that felt intimately familiar to him. How could it not? It carried the scent of home, after all. Without hesitation, Lin Shin plunged headlong into it. Instantly, he found himself within a dazzling and bizarre realm of space-time. Having experienced this once before, Lin Shin knew that this realm was a mysterious space existing beyond the boundaries of normal space-time. Based on his previous experience, he should have escaped this realm and returned to reality in no time. Yet oddly enough, this time he lingered within this space for an unusually long period. Gradually, a sense of unease crept over Lin Shin. System, what's going on? Why haven't I left yet? Suspiciously, the system did not reply immediately. Only after a considerable pause did a response come. Ding! The space-time anchor has vanished. Forcibly opening a space-time portal for the host. Wait, the space-time anchor vanished. What does that mean? A foreboding feeling washed over Lin Shin. But before he could react, a space-time portal abruptly materialized before him, and the next instant, he was sucked into it, returning to the real world. Time rewound to when Lin Shin first crossed the space-time portal. Shortly after he departed, two figures suddenly appeared in that very space. One was tall, the other short, yet the shorter one seemed to be the leader. Lord Kaioshin, the space-time anomaly, is right here. How peculiar. Why would it appear here? Perhaps it's due to the influence of a black hole Kibito. Don't waste time, prepare quickly. Otherwise something might slip through the portal and disrupt the order of time. Understood. The two figures raised their palms, aiming at the space where the portal had once been. Then an indescribable force was exerted upon that region of space. After an unknown span of time, the two figures had vanished. At that moment, in the space that had since returned to calm, a blood-red space-time portal reopened. Lin Shin burst out from the portal back into reality. The moment he emerged, the portal vanished instantly. Turning around, Lin Shin gazed at the surrounding void, confirming that this was indeed near the black hole where he had first opened the portal. But what had just happened? System, I need an explanation. Ding. Reply to host, detected instability in the space-time anchor, causing a deviation in the host's return time from the original timeline. Speak plainly. Ding. Reply to host, the current space-time has elapsed by 6 years. What? 6 years? Lin Shin could hardly believe it. He had only stayed in the other dimension for a few days. How could 6 years have passed in his original world? System, are you messing with me? Why did this happen? Space-time. Don't give me that. Speak human. Ding. The system suspects external interference with the host's space-time portal. After the host left, the coordinates left by the portal were erased, preventing the host from locating the departure point upon return. Erased? Who could it be? Lin Shin pondered, then decided to head back to Planet Vegeta immediately. A whole 6 years had slipped by. Had anything happened to the planet in his absence? The next moment, Lin Shin appeared above Planet Vegeta. As he looked down, the planet presented a scene of bustling peace and prosperity, vastly different from 6 years ago. Numerous spaceships were constantly entering and leaving the planet. Using his chi to sense the surroundings, he could detect that besides Saiyans, there were now many alien life forms on Planet Vegeta. Just as Lin Shin began descending toward the planet's surface, a blaring siren sounded in the distance. Several spaceships with flashing lights approached. A group of Saiyans and aliens, all on high alert, flew out from the ships and surrounded Lin Shin. This is Planet Vegeta. State your purpose, unknown intruder. A Saiyan wearing a scouter shouted at Lin Shin. Cold sweat dripped down his face, for his scooter readout showed that this mysterious figure possessed a battle power of over 5,000. That was already on par with the elite warriors, second only to the high-ranking officers led by Queen Hansia. These defense squad members with battle powers of only tens of thousands wondered if they could hold out until the elites arrived. Wait. This person looked vaguely familiar. Where had he seen him before? Who was it? Seeing their wary expressions, Lin Shin wondered if many enemies had come to Planet Vegeta during the 6 years he was away. Otherwise, why would they be so on edge? And what about all these aliens? 6 years had indeed brought many changes. With that thought, Lin Shun continued descending. Ignoring their warnings, a young Saiyan, perhaps no more than a teenager, acted out of nervousness and fired a ki blast at Lin Shun. Idiot. Everyone prepare for battle. Seeing that one of their own had fired the first shot, the leading Saiyan knew the situation was beyond recovery and immediately ordered combat readiness. But at that moment, everyone present saw the ki blast collide with Lin Shun and then vanish as if absorbed. Lin Shun continued descending completely unfazed. What? How is this possible? All eyes turned to the young Saiyan, who looked equally baffled. I used all my strength. Never mind that. Notify headquarters immediately. Someone is forcing their way onto Planet Vegeta. Soon dozens of Saiyans rose from the ground, flying toward Lin Shun. Among them, several powerful auras stood out. Is that Paragus? Sensing a familiar presence, Lin Shun smiled. Moments later, Paragus indeed appeared, leading a group of young Saiyans. But upon seeing Lin Shun's face, Paragus froze in place, then erupted into an excited shout. It's His Majesty. King Lynx has returned. Paragus cried out, joyfully activating his communicator and using his authority to broadcast on the public channel. Everyone, King Lynx is back. In that instant, the entire planet seemed to fall silent. Then a golden aura shot up from the palace, hurtling toward Lin Shun at incredible speed. King Lynx, Hansia, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, crashed into Lin Shun's arms, greedily inhaling his scent. No, 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 no.